As I indicated to counsel prior to the session, what the court intends to do is, while there is video evidence, allow the jury to take a break every 60 minutes. Also, the courtroom is somewhat warm. I plan to address that also. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
You can bring the jury out, please. Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few matters to address. If you have noticed, you will notice that the courtroom is fairly warm. And the court does not know what the temperature is in the deliberation rooms, but if it becomes too warm or too cold, just indicate to the court that the temperature needs to be adjusted. Secondly, because we are going to hear more video evidence today, what the court intends to do is take a break every 60 minutes rather than taking the regular breaks at 11:15 and 3:15. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Maybe one moment, please, Your Honor.
Morning. You may be seated. Thank you. Dr. Kimball. Are we ready, Attorney Felsen?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One moment, please. I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Detective Kimball.
Morning, sir.
Detective Kimball, where we left off yesterday, you had testified that you had an opportunity to interview the defendant subsequent to June 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What date did you interview the defendant?
It'd be June 6th, 2019.
And between June 2nd, 2019 and June 6th, 2019, did you become aware of States Exhibits 74 and 75, which I showed you yesterday in court?
Yes.
Where did the interview with the defendant take place on June 6th, 2019?
It took place at the offices of Andrew Bowman, 1804 Post Road East in Westport, which was her attorney at the time.
Where in Attorney Bowman's office did it take place?
There was a conference room in the on the first floor where we all met.
Describe the conference room for the jury.
was a relatively large room. Large table, multiple chairs. Dimension was probably 20 feet deep by 15 feet wide approximately. It was a relatively large conference room.
How are the arrangements made for this next interview to take place?
My sergeant, Ken Ventresca, received a phone call from State's Attorney Richard Colangelo to contact Andrew Bowman that Michelle Troconis wanted to talk.
Approximately what time on June 6, 2019 did this interview take place?
Approximately between 1 and 2 p.m.
Who was present from the state police at the outset of the interview?
The outset was myself, Detective Corey Clabby, my Sergeant Ken Ventresca, and Detective Allison Peters, who was the administrative trooper at Troop G at the time. And then, of course, Michelle Troconis and Andrew Bowman.
Did anyone else join the interview as it progressed?
Yes,
Who was that?
State's Attorney Richard Colangelo.
And Mr. Colangelo in 2019 was the state's attorney of the Stanford Norwalk Judicial District. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He has since retired. Is that right?
Correct.
Was this interview also recorded?
It was, yes.
How was this interview recorded?
There were 2 cameras set up, brought in by us, and set up essentially opposite corners of the room to document the interview.
During the interview, did the defendant appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No,
What language did you communicate with the defendant in during this interview?
in English.
Did the defendant ever request the assistance of an interpreter for this interview?
No,
Did her attorney ever request the assistance of an interpreter for this interview?
no.
Where was the defendant positioned during the interview?
The defendant was positioned right inside the entry door, basically in front of where I was sitting. Everyone else was seated to her right or opposite her.
And specifically with respect to you, where were you positioned?
I was positioned at the end of the table, adjacent to where she was sitting on catty corner to her.
You testified that Attorney Bowman was present. Where was he positioned?
He was positioned directly to Michelle Troconis' right side.
And have you watched this recording in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes,
I have this marked, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is 78 for ID. Mr. Schoenberg, do you have an objection?
No, I have no objection.
Move 78 in.
State 78, admitted as a full exhibit.
Permission to publish 78.
Yes.
I'm sorry, we're just trying to figure out the sound situation. Shut up.
Oh, here you go.
Right there.
Thank you. There we go.
Now I'll be the IT guy.
Two, one's just a fail-safe, don't get.
Stop telling me that you need to stay with your car insurance company longer to get that better deal. That doesn't work, okay?
No, specifically for us.
And to protect you as well.
So we don't think this is enough. How are you doing? Better than being where you were, right? You had a chance to talk with your attorney, Mr. Bowman, right? He's here with you. I just want you to know that I just came from the state's attorney for financial complaint in this case. And I had over an hour time talking about this case. So this is coming from him, okay? This is your chance. Right now, you're charged with entering prosecution and tampering with evidence, okay? This is your chance if you want to see your family and your daughter and your mother and not get charged with murder. This is your chance. It's your one and only chance. You have to tell us. We know you weren't there. We know you were lying to us last time. We want to know who was involved and where Jennifer is. Who was involved in the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos and who and where Jennifer Dulos is right now. We know you know. And we just want you to come clean and tell us everything that you know. That's coming straight from the state's attorney. You want me to convey that, okay?
She understands that she waived her right to us every day. It's still offensive.
It's still talking to us voluntarily. You don't have to talk to us. You're here, you're not in custody, or you're your attorney's office. He's our other attorney.
She understands that she's going to answer your questions truthfully. Okay. We may all have differing views of what she knows, but she's going to answer your questions truthfully.
Okay. So you wanted to talk to us today, right?
Well, you guys wanted to
All
talk
right.
to us.
Okay.
Yes.
So tell us everything you know about the night of May 23rd, going into the morning of May 24th, in the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos from her home in New Canaan.
Just tell them from Thursday night they're asking you through Friday.
The time,
Best you can.
yeah.
Best you can.
The room of my daughter is, you guys clean the house for me.
We personally have not, but we
The
understand. All right.
room, it's once you get up the stairs, and then you walk 3 meters, and
All
it's,
right. Jennifer, I'm just going to stop you just for housekeeping. Push up.
I mean, it's okay, I can go faster.
No. You know that we've done search warrants, executed search warrants at Fort Jefferson in Farmington, right?
And then you are inside the house looking for things, yes.
And that's where you live,
Yes.
Fort Jefferson Crossing,
Yes,
and you live there with Fotis Dulos
and my daughter, Nicole.
and your daughter Nicole.
Yes,
How old is Nicole?
12.
You have to understand that we have more information than we had last time we spoke.
Okay.
So do you remember when we talked about how we felt that you were going through a list or a script?
Yes,
Okay. We found that piece of paper, those papers.
yes.
We don't need to go through those. We need to know, what do you know about what happened to Jennifer Dulos on the 24th of May and where her body is? If you have enough information right now for Fotis for murder.
Okay.
Right now, you were not arrested for murder, he's not arrested for murder. You both are arrested for tampering with evidence, and hindering prosecution.
Yes.
In all likelihood, he will be arrested for murder. You need to tell us what you know. This is coming from the state's attorney. Just listen. You need to tell us what you know about Jennifer's murder and Fotis Dulos. We know that you weren't there at the murder scene at the time. We know you have information. And we need to know that. We do not want to go through, listen to me, we don't want to go through the script because we found the script. And if we start to review the script, the rehearsed story that we found documentation of, our instructions from the state's attorney are to walk out that door. And when we walk out that door, that would be it. This is coming from the state's attorney. So please tell, I don't want to hear the script. I want to hear what happened to Jennifer, and I want to hear who's involved in her murder.
You're asking me something that I don't know. But can I say something? Don't get upset to me.
I'm not upset, I just want you to understand where we're
When
from.
you say rehearsal, it's not a rehearsal. It's Sunday.
Okay, you'll have a chance. We found a piece of paper that mirrors your statement to us. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about.
I want to tell you. You told me
Just, all
something.
right, let me try it. But he's asking you is to tell them what you did, what you heard, what you saw, what you knew from Thursday night.
Thursday night, I went to sleep with my daughter. I woke up at the same time that I usually woke up, besides on Thursdays.
Fotis there.
Yes.
He was there all night. You leave.
Well, I left the room at 12:59 because there was thunderstorm. My daughter called me. You guys have my phone, and you can see that I talked to my daughter.
Well, we can see that you talked to your daughter, but we can also see that there were thunderstorms. You weren't on that evening.
I don't know if thunderstorm. It was
You just said
raining.
thunderstorm.
I know, but
There was almost 0% precipitation that evening. I just want you to know.
okay.
Just gonna pause the video at 6 minutes and 49 seconds. Detective Kimball, you indicated to the defendant that there was 0 precipitation that evening. Where did you get that information?
Got that from two sources. I got that from weatherunderground.com and timeanddate.com, two websites on historical weather.
And what area was that historical, well, beginning with Weather Underground, what area of Connecticut were you researching?
I was researching Farmington.
And what area did it display?
Displayed weather from Brainerd Airport in Hartford, which is approximately 24 miles to the northeast.
Okay, with respect to time and date?
Oh, I'm sorry, 2019, May 24, approximately between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And so did you, well, let me ask you this. Were you trying to be deceptive with her, or was this the best information that you had at the time?
I was not trying to be deceptive. That was the information I had at the time.
Thank you, sir.
And checking out every aspect that you can of your story, and your story has some significant problems.
Okay.
Okay, so you were with your
My
daughter.
daughter called me at 12:59, I believe,
I don't need, okay, so you slept
and I
with
slept
Nicole
with her
that night?
until 6:40. Yes, that alarm.
When you left the bed with Fotis, was he there in the bed?
Yes. Yes.
So at 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, you went in with Nicole?
Yes.
Okay, and then go ahead from there.
I slept with her. Her alarm and mine are set up at, I think hers is at 6:35. Mine for sure 6:40. We woke up. She takes showers. I go to my room. I also do the same thing.
Is Fotis there?
He was there. We woke up.
He was there at the house.
He was in the house.
So what if I were to tell you that I have evidence that he was not in the house at the time? Okay. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to be over dramatic. I don't want to, this is not, listen, this is not any kind of threat. I just want you to understand. You have a daughter who's 12 years old. You have a mother. How old is your mom?
60.
Okay. All right. You want to see that, right? You don't want to go to prison. You don't want to get arrested for it.
Marriage child. Which I'm sure you got released from the court, right? Find out. Have you looked at the news at all? Have you seen their face plastered? I mean, I'll be honest with you, you're probably one of the most hated women in America right now. And I'm not being mean. So that's how this is like the golden ticket. If you know where he could have done something and could have, or he frequents, if you could tip us off, maybe he said something in jest, something in passing that you can say, you know what, that rings a bell. Maybe.
All right, let me try to, if you wanna know, where he, frequents, where the possibilities are that he could have done something, we have spent time in doing that. But, you know, you're asking her about that morning. And I think she understands, you know, what she's facing. Are you sure that Fotis was there that morning? When you woke up?
Well, I slept with Nicole, so I believe he was, but now that you tell me he wasn't, he wasn't.
Did you see him that morning?
No, I did not see him, like,
And Michelle, that helps us. It does, that's huge.
okay.
So stuff like that.
That's the nice thing we're looking for. I remember that was for certain. He was there the other day and we.
Well, because we take
We're not
photos
gonna-
almost every day
Okay,
together,
right.
so like, I get paranoid because it's not like,
Okay. Well,
if you
first
tell
thing-
me what I do, like even Monday, I was trying to do the timeline and I couldn't think like what happened on Monday.
So we're not.
Let's take a breath here,
Yes.
okay? You're in my office, all right? I want you to just tell the truth and relax, all right?
Can I just cut to the chase here? Do you know where she is and can you please tell us or at least lead us in the right direction?
I don't know, but
And then we can worry about the other stuff later. Because right now we need to find Jennifer.
I don't know, but.
Can we see what you have?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect,
Just get away from all that.
okay? All right, this is, she's done 2 drawings here, okay? And, the first, the one on the left side, is a drawing of where they used to go motorcycling.
In the back
In the back of the house.
of for Jefferson Crossing.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Can I explain?
absolutely.
We discovered this road last year. These are like the tower electricity, and this is you told me the big one.
Environmental production,
In that big,
Go
is
ahead,
there.
just tell them what you know.
So we go with the motos, we go into this route,
Where's Fort Jefferson?
this house.
Okay, so this is Jefferson Crossing.
Yes, oh, I'm missing one now. This is the trampoline, the playground.
Okay, so you're right out of Fort Jefferson.
In the back, we go through the back of these 2 houses. This guy's upset because we're not supposed to be right
We
there.
know that.
Huh?
We know which one.
Okay, Gerard. huh? So we get to the gravel, we go. At some point, we get out because there's like another road for vehicles that are supposed to be around this. And then we go like, there's like a trail that is made by people doing mountain bike, walking, the dogs or whatever. Motos are not allowed. And we go, and this is like more trees and more off-road. Then we go. There's a little stream, we pass that, and this becomes like an open field. That here there's a reservoir because one time we kept going and we saw it and we turned back because the police saw us, no? And then we go back and we go here, and we go back to the gravel and into the house.
Okay.
That we started doing it last year. Remember we discovered I'm not 100%, but more or less. And then this is 44, and then we go back on 44 directly to Jefferson because if we come this way, it gets
So
upset.
this is an area that you're familiar with, that Fotis is familiar with, you're telling me?
Yes, but familiar at the most 15
Yeah.
times.
All right, so I see it says 15 times,
Yes,
this is two times.
the one that is longest, and in these 2 times, there's one that was another big. Because you cross 44, there's like a plant.
These are two different things, right?
Yes,
Just ask you, as far as this piece of paper, why are you showing us this? When we're asking you about Jennifer Dulos, why are you showing us this?
because they said, is there anything else where you usually go with Fotis or you do things? And I said, well, we go home. I mean, the pond is like the place where we go in home. Yes, that's where we go from here to the end of when the competition, the King of the Pond, which is at the end of September. We pretty much, if the days are pretty, we go almost every day.
Do you know if you or Fotis went to this area around the 24th of May?
And we know.
You didn't. Do you know if Fotis did? You don't know? Okay.
Fotis. It was like about 3 weeks ago, in Babel, like 3 weeks ago,
And you all went riding your motorcycles?
each. Yes.
Okay, through that property?
Yes.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, do you guys normally have your cell phones with you?
I
just
do
told-
because of record. No, I think he lives there.
Does he normally, I mean, he has that business right before, that's his
Yeah.
business. He owns it. Is he like the owner or not? But I mean, that's his business phone, the 8625 number. Does he usually carry that phone?
If that's his cell phone, which is the same one from the company.
Does he usually have that phone with him?
Yes, but I don't know writing because I'm the one who takes it back.
How about water skiing? Does he usually carry it? Is it on the boat? The total is on the boat when he water skis. Okay.
Who's in the boat? Fotis, yes.
That the phone is with the boat.
Yes, yes,
He keeps it with him a lot, right?
yes.
Because that's his business phone, the 8625.
Yeah, I don't remember.
8625.
One.
All right, so you're showing us just because this is that you and Fotis are familiar, or the
Yes.
Fotis is familiar. But you-
Andy's asked me, tell me please, where do you usually frequently go or spend time? So I told him, well, the pond, one, this we've done, and then the lots.
Okay, what's this?
So this is how it's explaining.
These are the lots that she has previously talked to you about. Why don't you explain what this is, okay? So at the upper left,
Well, Farber or Fotis, he owns 585 Deer Cliff, which is like 100 meters from Jefferson Crossing. This is a tear down, this is a lot that is for sale. Then Deer Cliff, I was explaining earlier, it becomes like Eli Road. He with Stefan, that is from Coldwell Bank, he's a realtor and a friend.
Stefan is a realtor?
Stefan Rage.
Okay.
Fotis that I think yesterday, the day before I passed by and I didn't see the signs anymore. There were signs of tour group because the way Fotis arranged with some people that has lots is that, well, let's make a package for the MLS and the package with the house, and if they buy the package, we're doing a project of building a home, I do the home and the lot
So
is.
is there 4 subdivided lots, you're saying?
Well, I don't know if there's more, but from what I remember, it's 4.
Okay.
So they're in this corner, and you can call Stefan Rage and ask him.
So that's on the
This is
reason.
the,
I see.
this is the Mountain Spring area?
Well, Mountain Spring is this road, which is,
Isn't that a little, it's a little cul-de-sac, right? There's a couple houses already, and there's
where,
that area you're talking about.
this one, there's no construction here, so like,
Okay.
so
What road is that?
It's in, in Old Mountain Spring.
So now,
On Old Mountain Road.
now, when you were there that day with Fotis, you told us you were there.
No, that's here in Haiti.
Okay, can we just finish this drawing? Do you mind? Alright, so.
So then, Old Mountain Road,
Mhm.
there's other 3 lots of, the owner's called Mr. Godfrey. He lives here with his wife. And at some point, with T-Leaf, which is another realtor, broker, whatever, real estate, they arrange the same thing, that if they sell a project with 4 group deals, and the lot is of the owner, there's 3 lots here. But this, I think about a month ago, the Godfrey, the owner, gave it to the son that's also a realtor. So 4 group has nothing to do anymore with these 3.
So this is Godfrey, 3 lots, it's on Old Mountain Road.
Yes,
Okay. And it's, how far away is it from these?
in car.
Is there a crossroad? This is near a crossroads, or what is this near, do you know, or do you know the address, Mr. Godfrey? Okay,
You can call Troconis, which is from TV.
what's T-Leaf?
It's a
It's a
local,
brokerage, it's a realtor.
yeah, like Coldwell Bank
Okay,
or.
What's the trade
yes, some other,
So then, this is Mountain Spring Road, but you have Fairfield Road. Oh, this is longer, but I don't remember that. So Mr. One, he's a doctor, also had these 3 lots and did the same with Fotis, but this sold like 3 weeks ago. A guy came and bought the whole 3 lots, supposedly.
He was frequenting the lots for us, so that's just some lots that, you know, they.
Well, I've walked this, I walked this lot maybe like 3 or 2 weeks ago with the people that bought them. The couple came, the husband and the wife. And we walked all the way up because he wanted to see the highest point to build a home and not be around like other homes. So yes, the 4 of us, we walked this, but that was my only time that I walked this particular lot. This one I've never walked, this one I've walked them like probably like 5 times with different clients. Then there's like a lot in between, or I don't know what, and then these 3 lots belongs to Fotis, but in 80 it's the house.
that's 80, 48.
Yes. This one, he just sold it to the Troconis, the 88. Troconis. They did a deposit of 50,000. They were working on the drawings. I met with him. I saw him on Thursday, the 23rd, in the office around 3. And I left because I had to pick up Nicole, but they were talking about the budget with Fotis and before. Fotis built his home in 77, that people are living there already. And then there's another cul-de-sac called Old Cot.
That's the one I was thinking of, all count.
Okay, Fotis just sold this lot to the owner of 77 that apparently he bought it to build a home for his son, but Fotis has, for what I know, he has nothing to do with construction because Metaphor, I think it's another correct. There are builders as well, so he's building the house for the son. So all these places I've walked, besides not this, but the rest I've walked with Fotis. I've even driven my motorcycle around here in the past. In the lot.
No, it's not very well. While we're talking about these locations, especially the water property, have you guys, when you guys are back there dirt biking or going for walks or anything, has he ever made any comments, hey, this is a good place to, this is private back here, is this, you know, has he ever made any comments
Yeah,
about
it's like a paradise for me.
paradise, or, hey, if you're gonna kill someone, I'd throw them back here, because it'll let her fall. You know, I'm just saying things in joke.
We talked that this is a paradise for a motorcycle, obviously, we knew that it's kind of illegal because you're not supposed to ride there, but it was like,
Okay, alright, so I just want to ask my question. You can't say that you saw Fotis from the moment you woke up until about 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the day of the 24th, correct?
yes.
Based on what you told us, so that you,
In my mind,
not your mind,
when
what
he
you can.
corrected me, I thought because that's how it is daily based, he was in the office.
You don't know for a fact you didn't see.
No, he
Okay.
knows.
And it's a large home, so.
So when you did see Fotis that
Stop the video at 24:01. Detective, the defendant just indicated to you that she did not see Fotis in the office. Is that correct?
Correct.
What had she told you on June 2nd about seeing Fotis in the office?
She said that she went to the office and she saw a meeting between Kent Maloney and Fotis Dulos. She saw him.
Thank you, sir.
Warren,
No, a little bit before because we had lunch.
lunch, but I remember from the other day when you and I spoke, that you had said it was sometime between 1 and 2.
Yes, but then again, I don't have my phone, so I did receive a call from him at 1:50. What was it? It's somewhere in the paper, 53 or 57. So obviously we.
But when you gave
because I'm not
time to
talking
your
him.
attorney, you didn't have your phone.
No, the
Okay.
phone was taken away.
So
I
we're
got
not-
AT&T, I got into
we're
AT&T.
asking kind of like general questions, like, is he there or not? But you really shouldn't need your phone to remember after. Like, was Fotis at the house? Was he in the shower with you or not? On the morning, that's what you're saying. We're not looking to pin you down on time. Well, maybe he wasn't, maybe you just thought he wasn't, right?
No, he wasn't. I'll tell you, because I'm so used to taking showers
All right,
with him,
sure.
in my mind, when I'm nervous.
Okay, well,
I'm trying to get to a point.
Okay.
And my point is that when you're eventually at the other properties with Fotis, he's out doing something. How would, just explain to us honestly how much you really did or didn't see, what he was doing or where he was. Because we've already determined that initially, whether you meant to be or not, you were untruthful with us about where Fotis was and what you knew. Okay? I'm not saying you're lying, I'm just saying that the information you now come forward that you didn't really know what you were saying you didn't. So when he was walking around the property where you guys were, which was what? Mountain Spring, 80 Mountain Spring?
You mean here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you really see what he was
I
doing or no?
I saw 6 little ribbons, they were like pink ribbons that he covers so people don't step, because when they do the open houses, people park in the grass and he gets upset.
Did you see him for a handful of hours or was it
No,
a few
because
minutes?
I wasn't there 3 hours, I was just there for a period of time. I went inside to clean and I actually was upset because I'm like, I don't wanna clean this house, but I always get upset, I get grumpy of doing something that I don't wanna do.
Okay.
And I went up, I saw the counter, like, and I even told Andy, they were like, not poop, but something of an animal, like in front of the fireplace. And I went and I cleaned it. So I was inside the house. And then I would go out to talk because the receptions in all this area, you have to look, even in the house for Jefferson to talk, the best is what's up. Or in the end of Fotis' office, or in the kitchen, or outside in the garage. So I'm usually walking around places to find.
So was Fotis often in the woodline or in the, backwoods of these areas doing stuff other than motorcycling or?
No, but we were motorcycling that day.
I'm just saying other than you suggested, does he often go for walks or? does
He likes gardening, like in Jefferson, he's all the time doing gardening.
Okay.
Picking up, like even, I think it was Monday that I told you.
But what
That
the
day,
detective is asking.
that day,
What the detective is asking
I-
you is, are there areas around, Mountain Spring or anywhere that he likes to go? In addition to the motorbike.
Troconis is here. Me, myself, have done it a couple of times in these 2 lots, but no, I mean, I don't know if he has another place that I don't know, but with me, no.
Going back to the morning of May 25th. It's a Friday, fourth,
Yes.
24th. Was Kent at the house that morning?
Yes. Again, I did see,
And what was he doing at the house?
he had a meeting with Fotis.
Okay, so you just told us that you know if Fotis was at the house the morning of May 24th. But now you're telling us that Kent was at the house having a meeting with Fotis the morning of May 24th. So you need to decide which it is.
Bueno, he said he was in a meeting,
You,
Kent, that he was having a meeting, no, sorry. Fotis told me that he has a meeting with Kent. I saw Kent because I went up to pick up my computer. So Kent was at the end of the office where there's a glass table, and I saw Kent. I'm not crazy.
When did Fotis tell you that he was having a meeting with Ken? That you didn't see him that morning?
I think he told me the day before.
that he had a meeting scheduled with Kent the next day.
Yes, even as when he called me in the afternoon, in one of the calls, and I wrote it.
Yep,
Go ahead, go ahead.
He said, remember that Rania is bringing some clients on Saturday at 9 in the morning, we have to clean the house. That's why we had to come.
the morning of May 24th, Friday,
Yes,
you saw Kent at the Fort Jefferson
yes,
crossing
yes.
at about what time?
If I got home at 8:12, normally 8:15. 8:20, 8:30,
Well, did you say anything to him? Did he respond?
I guess he said hi, I didn't really pay attention.
Okay. And what was he doing? He was in the hallway? Near the office?
In the far end of the office,
So he was in Fotis's office?
yes.
Was Fotis also in the office?
In my head I thought, but like, Andy said, did you see him? I said, no, I did not see Fotis.
And I don't want you to, I mean, your attorney can't help you as far as I know, remember what you saw. You may be able to help you
Correct.
express what you remember. I'm not trying to trick you, I'm just trying to ask.
I'm telling you,
Did you, the morning when you saw Kent in Fotis's office, Friday morning,
yes,
you remember seeing Fotis in the office with him?
no,
Okay.
I did see him. He was wearing a light, like a light jacket, I don't know, blue.
Mhm.
I remember it was light, but I cannot tell you exactly. Then I went down and I opened my computer like I do, I made an omelette. I think I sent an email to the school, to Leanne, because I have the record in my computer, in my emails.
Okay. Do you know any, do you
I got some stuff in my head that I like saw in the car.
go ahead.
Stuff or anything, so Kent property. I'm just thinking about your property, where is your ring doorbell system now?
Where's the
The
one?
ring doorbell that's on the front of your house. What is removed that ring doorbell? Do you guys ever have the video surveillance system in front of the house? That folks have, like a ring doorbell, you know, the ones that all the neighbors have that do video? Security.
It has a camera in the doorbell.
I don't, yeah, for what I know, we never have camera in the house.
Not in the house, outside.
No, the one that has cameras and you can knock, it's the neighbor. And you
Oh,
can
yeah.
ask them and then you can see me going in and out
You've
all
already-
the time.
We already, yeah, that was like, secondly, the other thing I was just thinking of before, it's also mine is, Howell's Red Tacoma. That's common for that to be left at Faircliff, because we don't follow that raptor.
Yeah, because the way it works is that Pavel, because they don't, Fotis doesn't wanna put too many mileage in the cars, like, I mean, he wants to keep it.
So Fotis drives the Tacoma, we'll drive the Red Tacoma, so you have access to it?
There's, Fotis has 3 cars, the Cherokee, the Suburban, and the Raptor. And Pavel has the Toyota, pickup Toyota. So usually Pavel doesn't drive the Toyota to New Canaan because it's his car and he takes cars from the appointment.
Correct.
The only two cars that he usually takes, because the Suburban is kept more for Fotis to, if he needs it, like Wednesdays or Saturdays or Sundays with the kids, he takes the Suburban. And Pavel uses either the pickup truck or the Cherokee. And me, I use whatever of those three cars are left in the house. Because I use a lot of the Raptor, I use a lot of the Cherokee, and I use a lot of the Suburban. Those are the only three cars. And Pavel always leaves his car in.
So what did you drive that day, the Friday the 24th, when you went to Stop and Shop at 10 a.m.? You drove the white Jeep, right?
Yes.
So we can rule that one, right?
You what?
The white Jeep you drove on Friday morning, or something,
Yes.
so the Stop and Shop at 10 o'clock, well, I think that cheese, and a couple of things.
Yes, I can, prosciutto, for sure, monster cheese.
It's very good.
The what?
Prosciutto is good.
And you can look, I mean, the dates of the prosciutto must be in the package inside the refrigerator.
Yeah. So you have white Jeep that day, right?
It's not my car, it's.
But you're driving,
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Pavel has the black Raptor.
In my head, yes, I didn't see Pavel, I didn't see the Raptor. But usually, if the white car is there, it's because Pavel took the.
So you took the white Cherokee that day to Stop and Shop, because that was the only car left, right? You folks was not home.
No, but I don't know why I think the Suburban was there. The black car, the black Suburban,
Was there?
I think it was.
Okay, well, that's good.
I'm doubting it was.
Okay.
Because you guys,
No,
obviously.
just anything you can,
I
just
think
think of in your
it
mind.
already was, but maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, I don't wanna say something, but then you told me this.
You know you had the white, you know you had your white Jeep Grand Cherokee that morning, we know you went shopping. We know you weren't down
Yes, I
there.
even took a
We
picture
know
of
that.
the stupid.
Yeah, so all that little nitty gritty stuff, what we, like, I just wanna let you know, we know where you were, I went. Went to school, you went to Stop and Shop. Safe to say.
No, I went to school, I came back to the house.
Well, I'm just saying, you know you're up in the area running errands and doing your motherly things and stuff.
I ended up the first,
Right,
I also saw Hodge and the secretary
yes,
at the warehouse
Yeah.
at like around, I don't know, 9:10, 9:15. I mean, you can call him, I saw him with my eyes.
so just to be clear, I know we're all on the same page, but we know you didn't come down to the can, we know you didn't go in that garage, kill Jennifer, or
I
this
didn't
isn't,
know if she
so we're not-
was to start with,
right,
like
so-
I've never been down there.
I understand.
we understand that. So we're just trying to account for some vehicles and possibly, you obviously know where, Fotis the best, I mean, you guys are a couple, right, you live together. So we were just hoping you could help lead investigators to Jennifer,
Okay.
and maybe that would be.
I was feeling Andy. In my head, a lot of times, he's in the office, in my head, now.
Right.
I mean, I always, and even my mom will call me, what are you doing? No, I'm here in the kitchen, sending whatever. And for this man, he's in the office, in my head. Now, I obviously, if everything is a doubt, because I don't know 100% if he's in the
Yeah, and
office.
you look at his track record with relationships, I mean, not too good. Left his wife, you guys hit it off, I'm not saying you're in the law.
No, he left the first wife
The
for the
first,
second.
yes.
Yeah.
He killed the last one,
For Jennifer.
I'm
He was
just,
dating the second wife while he was married to the first.
so he doesn't have a good track record.
And
with
then
women,
he's dating you while he's married to the second.
Yes.
It's just what he does.
so that's what he does.
That's what he does.
So if he's gonna lie, I mean,
But the first one, I don't think he's dead, she's dead.
no, I'm saying his track record with relationships, and lying and deception.
Okay, yes, I guess, yes.
Okay.
Do you,
I know, well,
okay, so I think, no question.
Sean, do you make it a habit of keeping receipts?
yes,
You have a lot of receipts.
yes. I keep them, if you,
Where do you keep them?
what?
Where, when you keep a receipt, where do you put it?
I put them in my purse and they're like all messy. And then after a certain time, if you check my computer, I have a folder that says in Spanish gastos, which is expenses. And I put them monthly and then I go in my computer and check with the credit cards with my receipts, because sometimes what you see the bank, it gives you numbers and I'm like, okay, I don't remember, but I go with my receipts. You can-
You do that for monthly,
Like every 3 months. Now,
So you,
you can also go, and I must have another folder that says Dale, Dale, Colorado.
right,
And I keep all the receipts too, because at the end of our stay in Colorado, I have to, with the father of Nicole, I have to make expenses because he gives me part of that money. We go half and half with everything that is with food, hotels, races, well, if it's an equipment or something, he
yeah,
pays
you want
fully.
business expenses, records and business expenses, or you wanna keep receipts for business expenses? Or you just wanna keep
No, for
receipts?
me, because like he's never asked me, let me see the receipts to see if it's true that we're spending, but I keep them, and it's all in my computer. If you go and it says gastos, and it says 2018, 2017, 2019, you will find,
So if today you went to Starbucks and you got a receipt from Starbucks, what would you do with that receipt?
I put it in, I throw it in my purse,
And then what?
and it stays there for probably 2 months.
Okay. So are there, do you know?
And I keep mostly, the ones that I carry is the ones from my credit card, but I also use Fotis credit card for, mostly for supermarket, for gas, because he puts the gas for the company. Supermarket he used, but I think it changed the law or something, and he said, I don't need any more than receipts, but I leave them there on the kitchen.
You normally have your purse with you?
Sorry?
You keep your purse with you generally?
Usually I keep 2 purses, and actually one stay in the kitchen, the brown one, and this one. But then I have all.
If you have a receipt today, you put it in that purse?
If this is the one I'm using, yes, if it's the other one, it
Do
goes.
you leave it in the purse that you put it in, or you transfer
No.
the purse? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, so would you say that there should be a lot of receipts at your house, in your purse? 2 months worth of receipts?
Yes and no, because I'm being bad with it in terms of like when it's with Fotis credit card, I try not
When
to.
did you last, look at your credit card bill?
Yes.
Okay, so, yeah, but around the 24th. Like, when did you last go through your credit card bill, early in May, or
I
earlier?
think on the 20th, when Fotis said that his lawyer said that we have to do a timeline to remember where we were or whatever, I think that day I went through my purse.
Jacob.
Huh?
Jacob.
Yes, I think it was Jacob or Efrain.
Okay.
And I went, and I wanna keep track, so I like verify that I
Alright, so
was.
you don't tell me what your lawyer told you to do, but.
So I have the receipts, and they stayed, I think, in the other purse, in the brown one. And the ones lately I gave you yesterday. The ones.
So there should be a lot of receipts you can try to find out in the brown purse that is actual Jefferson cost.
Yes, and probably ones from months ago.
What if there, why would it be that there aren't a lot of receipts in that purse? Is there a reason why?
Why there is a lot?
Well, why there are a few? In other words, why perhaps in the purse are the receipts that you referred to on the 24th? And not other receipts prior to that?
Because I think some, when I had to do the timeline, I think this was Sunday that we did, like to write down in a paper, that that's probably the.
Sunday the 26th, right?
Sorry?
That would be 2 days after the 24th.
Yes. I separated and I said it was a way to prove it myself that I
Okay,
was
if you want to go
informed.
back over your timeline, you want to establish your whereabouts certain times.
Well, to prove it's the police come like this, and I went to the supermarket, I went to, I didn't buy that,
So you took the receipts, you gathered all the receipts at that time in order to construct the timeline for your whereabouts, is that what you're saying?
No. To have it as a proof in case you guys ask me, what were you, and I can go and say, listen, yes, it's true, I was in Stop and Shop at 9.
Sean, I have a question, so all those receipts that you discarded,
I don't discard it, I keep them they're in my purses.
All of them for the last 2 months?
Yes, they are accumulated. Well, I just gave him yesterday.
Yeah.
to you, but Can I open my purse?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you do whatever you
And
want.
I have,
You can leave the room if you want.
This is-
Tell us something.
I don't know, but I told you, like, this is a. Well, I took, this is another receipt, like, I put them in, this is the thing to charge my food. Like, I keep my receipts, they're basically, I throw them and keep accumulating.
Do you mind if I look at the receipts? How long you had that first?
Since I left the house. When I got it,
No, how long have you been using that receipt as a receptacle for your receipts? Or that purse for the receptacle of your receipts? How long have you been putting receipts in that purse? Since you had the need before Jefferson?
Yes,
Okay, I have 2 receipts here, one from the 5th and one from the 5th, so 2 from yesterday. Any other receipts in there?
no, I gave him all the receipts yesterday when I came here.
Do you understand how it looks sometimes?
And then my mom, since I arrived here, my mom has been paying a lot, so I haven't bought that many things.
Look, you have to look at the fact that you're in the car when the trash is getting dumped. And nobody in the world believes that you didn't know what was going on, what was not, what he was doing, what he was throwing out. There's no way you weren't asking, what are we doing, what is this stuff? This is abnormal, this is abnormal behavior, you did ask him.
Okay,
What is
and
it?
one more, no, but can I
Absolutely.
explain?
That's what we're
We've done this in the past, so, garbage. We've done it for an A1 pound, I've done it in your opinion with.
So when you asked them,
But
what are you
my
doing, why are you doing this?
No,
Do you understand?
It's gonna be a season. Shaky stairs. Okay. You want to, process, well, if you're leaving the room, we're gonna.
You're here, good, we're going to see, right? Especially,
Yeah.
Hey, Bowman, it's the secretary, Bowman, as well.
No, we're here for you. We want to get.
Everything I say, I'm saying it wrong, so.
No, we're not expecting you to say like spot on, the things that we're asking, the information we're asking you
Can
for.
I go
just
back?
listen. The information that we're asking you for is not required, should not require you to have your phone to be precise with times. We're asking in the morning of kind of questions. These are general questions right now, and you shouldn't have your phone, or you shouldn't have to be referring to receipts. We're trying to get information on where Jennifer is and what happened to her and who was responsible for what happened to her. Because we have a pretty good idea what happened. We need to find her for the family. And I said, and when the state's attorney Lansville walks back in here in a minute or two, he may have a few things just to explain, because I feel like they're not telling us everything.
Okay, what I was explaining, that throwing out the garbage, for me, it's not well, this is something new that we've done.
Okay,
What I was concerned was that I've never been in that area.
sure.
So I was like, why here? And yes, it was like construction, cars, I'm like, he would stop, someone honked, I'm like, you have to move the car. Then he moved it 3 meters and he stopped again, like, it was like too much.
So what kind of question did you ask?
I said, why do we have to be doing that now?
And what did he say?
No, nothing, he's like, relax, everything is fine, it's just a few minutes. I was on the phone too, I was texting, talking, so it's not like I was like, let me see, like, and you have my phone, you can see that.
Right, we're not worried about showing that you're there, you placed yourself there, we understand.
I know, but it's not like,
We're
he
just
said,
going
if you
by-
wanna go to Starbucks, I said, yes. If I would have had my daughter, which I usually have her
Yeah.
after 3:30, when
Yeah.
she doesn't have activities of
Right.
school because
But she had to play that night, right?
she had a play, I would have stayed at home, I would have not gone to Starbucks. that wasn't a plan that I went, yeah. I went to Starbucks, I was alone in the house. I had to wait to pick up Nicole at 9 at night because her play was from 7 to 9. I went as a companion, but if I knew he was doing something wrong, I would not even walked into that car. That's the part that I'm like, wow, I mean, if he really did this and he's putting myself.
You have to see from our side, when we first spoke to you, I asked you specifically about something you dropped in the sewer, and you pretended like you didn't know. 20 minutes later, now all of a sudden you know. The first time we talked, your Fotis was in the house. The first time you told us that you were in the house and woke up, you took a shower with Fotis. Now you didn't take a shower with Fotis.
Okay.
So this is all gonna come out and it makes you look like you're not
That's
telling the
right,
truth.
I know.
Like you're not telling the truth.
You told me that I'm like in panic and that I'm like.
I'm not trying to
my
panic
best,
you, but we want you to relax. We
I
want you to
can't,
relax.
how can you relax if I'm like, like I'm nervous?
I'm not trying to upset you.
Stop talking and take some deep breaths. I understand you're nervous. Okay, and we're not here to make you nervous. We want you to, because, well, I'm trying to tell you how you can be less nervous. Breathe, and just listen to what I'm saying. We want you to take your time and give us as accurate information as you possibly can, but give us all the information.
Okay.
Because if this comes down to a trial, you would have a jury of 12 people, and they would be told the story, and then they would have to say, is that a believable story? And I'm not sure if they would believe the story.
So
So I think we were talking about the drive.
One of our,
And I think you asked her, John asked, what did you say to, what did he say to you? Trip.
yes,
It's your,
it's basically, what I'm saying is that nobody is believing that you didn't know as you're going from can, throwing stuff out, dropping stuff in the sewer. No one's gonna believe that you didn't know what was going on, and then we retrieve these items, and we've already told you what we retrieved. So,
The license plate.
more than that,
And-
more than that,
we're not gonna go over what we retrieved, just suffice
I
to say.
remember the license plate in
Right. Can you tell us anything about that license plate?
a kilo of blood. And
Okay,
you showed
Sean,
me-
can you tell us anything about that
I
license?
don't, I didn't even know.
Did you ever see it?
No,
But you saw the mailer?
the first,
Box.
well, what I saw was in a box, it was like an
Like,
envelope.
like a soft side envelope?
Yes, it was in a box,
Okay.
it was an envelope, what
Did
I
you
saw.
see photos putting it into the store?
I saw it in that I didn't see in the car, I don't remember if it was in the back or in my
That's fine.
feet.
That's fine.
That I do remember seeing. Now that they had license plates inside, I did not know. I did not know those license plates belong, and I didn't know
Mhm.
that they existed.
Okay. And that's possible, that's feasible. But given all of the information that you're driving.
And sorry,
Absolutely.
I don't remember because you told me that I handed it to him.
That was.
And I said
Don't worry about
yes,
that.
but
Don't worry about
because
that.
I was nervous, I don't know if I handled it
Don't
or
worry about
not.
that. That's not, you saw it in the car.
But
It's on video being, okay.
all of you or someone of you
Don't
that night
worry about
asked
that.
me if I
Disregard that,
did.
ignore that. Right, so we've passed that, that's not an issue. It's not an issue.
Well, when I said that yes, I passed it.
Okay, we're starting over with that. Point is, it's in the car, it's on video going into the drain, we pulled it out of the drain, we found what was inside. That's all we need to know. As far, and you're telling us you never saw him doing anything with license?
No, I've seen those envelopes before in the office,
Okay.
underneath his printer,
Okay,
because he sends a lot of, supposedly, he sends a lot of.
but given what's going on, where he's driving the Raptor, you're riding, he's stopping at multiple locations, people are beeping, you're saying, hey, let's get out of here.
And I remember a fire truck.
Or a fire truck goes by, and you ask him, why are we doing this?
No, why we're here, this
Why we're
area.
here? And he says what?
He said, relax, it's okay, it's just a few
And
minutes,
and are
right?
you saying that there was no other conversation about what was going on there?
I was on my phone
I understand
texting,
that.
you can even verify
I
it.
don't need to do that, I'm asking you the conversations that are on the
There's
phone,
no
that were
calls.
going on between you and
Oh, I
Fotis.
was a little bit upset because I didn't wanna be there. I didn't wanna be in that area, I've never been in that
Because you said
area.
what creepy, you called it creepy. It's not a nice area,
I
right?
told it creepy to you guys, I don't think I said creepy to him.
Okay. But you knew you were somewhere you don't normally go, right?
Actually, when I went to the guy to see the GPS, I was driving with my mom and the GPS almost got me there and I'm like, I remember this, like this area, I think, and I told my mom, this is where I think we drove, because again, I think some of you said, or you told me that there was no construction, and I remember seeing.
We're talking about today, we're having this conversation now, don't worry about what you said.
Well, because I said.
Just listen, please.
Well, this is a good time to take a break.
So after
Yes,
you
Judge.
guys were driving down, he was
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our break until 11:20. Please do not discuss the case.
Good morning, Badger. Ooh. You're going to be taking more frequent breaks today, so this is going to be interesting. I'm not sure why they feel the need for more frequent breaks while doing the video. Maybe some people were getting a little brain saturation or something, or maybe it's the heat today. The judge says that it's hot in the courtroom today. So, yesterday, we were kind of keeping an eye on the jury deliberations for the Treehouse trial, and it resulted in a mistrial. And they're going to be doing a retrial in March. So, and people don't seem to be a fan of the prosecutors, and I don't know. I didn't see enough of the state's case to really form an opinion on it, but it's always interesting to see a pro se defendant in action. So let's take a look and see what we've got today. Let's see. Oh, my computer has a little thing saying breaking news. UN court orders Israel to prevent genocide in Gaza, but not to cease fire. Sounds easier. Sounds easier said than done. Let's see, what else have we got? Let's see if there's anything in the local news. let's see, I saw that there was a person who's going to be executed using nitrogen. I guess because of the drug manufacturer's a desire to not assist with lethal injection, that they're trying that. I don't know. I read that he wasn't gonna be able to eat before the execution, which seemed a bit odd. I don't know quite what the thought was. Let's see. So today I've got the dilemma. The Nicholas Rossi initial appearance is taking place down in Provo, an hour south of me, at 1, but how these things seem to go is it's a block of people, and there's no knowing when they're actually going to get called. And my niece has her first meeting with, first appointment at the bridal salon nearby at 3:15, so I could go for like an hour and a half, but don't know if I would get to see him or not. Now, he had an appearance on, I guess it was Tuesday, and he refused to show up. This was a virtual hearing, and he refused. Apparently there was another hearing. What was that? They did the execution. Okay. Yeah, I was just looking. I didn't see anything on the thing I was looking at. Let's see what. So Nicholas Rossi, for those who don't know, was raised in Rhode Island, and something I don't quite understand. I think he was adopted. He's got like a whole slew of aliases, and Alaverdian seems to be the most common. I don't know if that might be his adopted name. But anyway, he, when was off at college, he touched a woman inappropriately when he was supposed to be walking her to class, and incident in the stairwell. And so he was prosecuted for that, and was an RSO. And then he was out here in Utah and assaulted one woman down in Utah County and assaulted another woman in Salt Lake County. And so he's facing criminal charges on both of those. But anyway, he was in Rhode Island, or he had grown up in Rhode Island. And so he wrote to somebody saying that that he was dying, and then sometime later there was an glowing obituary in the newspaper for him. And his biological mother took a look at it and went, "Oh, he wrote this. He's not dead." And so they started investigating, and I guess they had an international, thing, description of his tattoos and so forth. And he went into the hospital for COVID, and some of the medical people noticed the tattoos and made the association. And so he was arrested in Scotland, but he insisted that he was an Irish orphan and that this is all a case of mistaken identity, and that the matching tattoos, well, when he came into the hospital, he didn't have any tattoos, and he was in a coma for 19 days. And when he woke up, he had the tattoos. And so there was a big thing in Scotland that, is he the guy? And then once they established he's the guy, then should he be extradited? And yes to both. And so he arrived in Utah, over a week ago. And the first appearance in court was chaos because he was saying, "This is a case of mistaken identity." Oh, and he goes around in a wheelchair and wears a mask and so forth, like he's on oxygen all the time. But the behavior panel did an excellent analysis of an interview that he did with his wife, and they weren't buying his infirmity or that he needed to be on oxygen because of where and how he'd take his breath and how and where he wouldn't. And that just isn't consistent with somebody who is on oxygen. And so that was really interesting. But anyway, I want to go hit this hearing today, and because in the virtual courtroom on Tuesday, you had the BBC Scotland, you had Court TV, you had Law and Crime, you had ABC, you had Fox, you had an ABC affiliate, you had the local Rhode Island affiliate, Associated Press, and so it's like, oh, I want to see this. But then there's my niece's wedding dress shopping, and I want to go. So yes, it is. Well, I think that they were on several points, like when he tries to stand up in his wheelchair. I think that they were right on that point. And I think that some of the points they made on the breathing were very much on point. They did an analysis of his shifting accent. He's supposed to be Irish born, but he goes from an Oxford accent to a this accent and a that accent, and then he's doing Irish, and so Mark Bowden doing an accent analysis was pretty interesting, because somebody who grew up in the United States, isn't going to be as good with accents as somebody else. So anyway, my brother is having a brain scan today, and maybe a biopsy. He was diagnosed last week with aggressive pancreatic cancer, and it's not looking good. They got him. Oh, and he's got pulmonary embolism, and they went to the emergency room because he's having chest pain, and so it turned out to be the ambulance. But his vision is having problems, and he fell yesterday, and it just doesn't sound good. I may possibly go up there and do videos from up there, because it's I don't think he has long. According to what I read online, they only have like 6 months or less when they reach this stage. Okay, here we go. As for this defendant, I'm undecided whether I think that she was knowingly complicit. I want to hear the rest of the evidence. So there's another defendant who has yet to go to trial, who was the attorney for Fotis Dulos. And they've mentioned him a few times. I think his last name is Fotis. So if you hear mention of him, he's another guy facing charges on this conspiracy. So thank you.
To bring Detective Kimball back in.
Okay.
I don't think Mr. McGinnis is back yet, Your Honor.
He's, Your Honor, there's a jury coming for the other trial going on, so the elevators are a little.
So busy day in the courthouse. I want to do a video from the courthouse in Provo, because the foyer outside of the courtroom has the most spectacular view of the mountains.
Thank you. We can bring the jury back in.
This has got to be the noisiest courtroom. You can hear so much ambient noise, all the movements of papers and so forth. Now, Ms. Troconis is a native Spanish speaker, and they've got a translator, and it looked like she yesterday had some headphones that were kind of discreet. I don't know if he really needs it.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Her English seemed pretty good.
All right, we're going to resume playing the video at 53:49.
Thank you.
And do you remember any of the roadside roads?
I remember we went to one that was like, I believe it was the avenue,
Yeah, that's Albany Avenue, that's the main
the
road.
main road.
Did you take a right
We took
and
a,
then
yes,
went
right.
down? You happen to remember what road that was? Or what was nearby? Okay. You went down a little ways and then what happened? To the left, and then you took another left, and then to the right. Okay, so you don't know the road, that's
I don't
fine.
know that we went in the loop, because at some point I think we went back to the same road.
They're asking if you.
During the loop, was anything thrown out? Did he stop and throw anything at him?
I think he stopped somewhere
Where did he
in
stop?
a corner.
Home?
In the corner, and what did he?
Was it houses,
No,
stores?
no, I think there was like a green area open in one of the corners.
So there was an open area on corner, and where did you put another bag in something? Was it a dumpster? Was it a green garbage can?
I don't know. I do remember that I think I saw something open. I don't know if it was green now, but like no construction.
Mm-hmm. How many times did you stop? Before you got back to that?
30 times, I don't remember. If I stopped 30 times, I wasn't drunk.
Again,
I don't remember. 30 stops.
Listen, we're starting over. From the time, the main road, when you got off the main road until you got back onto the main road, you stopped how many times? Once, twice, more than that? Can you remember? We're just asking. You can't remember.
Let me think. I mean,
Okay.
one for sure. Otherwise, I would not remember. And I think one, I'm like scared to say, because if I say 5, you say no, it was 30. If I say 10, you say 6.
No, we're not getting just your
Okay, I think
recollection.
my recollection is that.
One stop.
One stop that I remember in a corner.
Okay. Where there was some open space and green grass. Near that root stop.
There were buildings, there were one spot, I don't know why, for one reason, I think it was open, unless I'm.
Well, I'll be honest with you, we don't know yet. We're gonna find out. We're just trying to have you help us find out, that's all. This isn't a
That's what I
trick
remember,
question
but
we're asking you.
Maybe and then there were like homes, and,
Homes,
you know, or.
housing projects,
Huh?
housing project homes, or regular?
What
Maybe
is
homes.
house projects?
Like apartments.
Apartments, like rows of apartment buildings.
Be like a brick thing.
Did you only see bags being thrown out? Did you notice anything like a road or anything?
The rug that was placed up alongside the building, large rug that was rolled up. Okay, that's what I don't know if you where that rug may have come from. Because he does have dumpsters on his properties, right? Otis? He's got,
You mean the home, that like,
Otis has regular access to dumpsters on his properties, but on his
the big
construction.
ones?
Yeah.
Yes, but when the big construction is done,
Well, it's just, you guys put your trash out on Fridays, right? Fridays is trash day for your neighborhood?
well, he puts them out on Thursday night.
Thursday night,
And I
right,
put
so
them
trash
on
is fine.
Friday morning.
So why go to the city of Hartford dump the trash all over the city? That's
We've done it before.
Why?
why.
I don't have like a.
You're very slow moving, Michelle. You
I
know
know,
that.
but-
You're not-
But because I don't know, he doesn't wanna keep the bags in his house or in the construction area. But I don't know, like,
Oh,
I
so
said your clip was right up the road.
So if
we've
we,
done it in the club.
so we look at historical phone records, we're gonna put you guys in Hartford together in the past dumping trash all over the city.
No, I said, I've never been in that area.
So we're gonna put him in that area dumping trash in Hartford.
I don't know if he's done it before.
You said he went to Hartford before, doesn't he? He doesn't.
No, I said that we've done it in the past, not me, not in that area. I've done, well, not me, don't, but he's done with me in Avon, in the club, in the pond. We've done it.
Would you remember of?
You remember?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
that's fine, you have a dumpster, you wanna throw something, I get
yes.
that, okay?
And we did it once when there was a home parade of something I think it was last year in New Canaan. I helped him in New
And
Canaan.
you came,
Yes,
okay. Have you ever been to Canaan before?
yes,
How many times have you been to Canaan?
in my whole life.
Before you said you've never come down this way. So.
Well,
let's
I
try to
never
make
do,
sure.
I mean, like her house, I've never.
Okay.
But to 183 Hemlock, it's a house that he construct, probably I've been there with the whole parade. I think it was like 4 days in a row, I went every day.
When was that? Recently?
No, that was, I think, last year. It's like a tour that they do of homes, and one of his homes was in that tour. I went once again to take pictures of that house with the photographer, or we met there with the photographer, so that can be filed. I've been once that I went to interview last year.
I kind of wanna stop you for a second, because especially now that
Maybe
all right.
12 times I've been in New
All right,
York.
yeah, State's Attorney Williams was here, I want to share. This is not a meeting where we want to expand. We don't want to expand things, we don't want to name a whole bunch of things. We want to focus on what we believe we know. Right now, like I told you before, you're under arrest for certain things, not for murder.
Access warrant.
What?
Access warrant?
No, you're not, no.
We're
You
not.
need to know, listen, try to listen. I need to know. Who went down, communicated with Fotis on Friday the 24th, and murdered Jennifer, and where her body is. That's why we are here. We are not here to go back several times during this. I've heard you going back to the script. I don't want to go back to the script. I want to go forward. Okay? You have to know you live with Fotis. You lived with him you lived with him during that time.
Let's talk about what led up to this. Fotis recently shaved his head bald and all the hair off his body, correct?
The hair I think,
You did. When?
Why?
because the same skiing season started, and he said, can you do my hair? He got out of the shower, and I said, yeah, and the machine wasn't.
We have pictures of him water skiing with full head of hair.
They've done it in the past.
So quite honestly, that's a bunch of crap. Listen to me.
If you see
Listen to
pictures-
me. When did you shave his head?
2 weeks ago.
Did you shave it any more than one time?
Mhm.
Okay, I went to the State Police Academy. Monday morning, we had shaved heads. Friday morning, I was standing in the back at attention, and I would look out over a sea of stubble. If you shaved his head 2 weeks ago, he would not have had the appearance that he had the day that we spoke to him. It was shaved more, listen to me, it was shaved more recently than 2 weeks prior. So you need to tell us the truth.
The way I can prove it, if you go on his
I
Instagram,
don't want,
I share it that day, or in my phone.
What's
day-
that day? And then was Instagram?
It's in my
Did
Instagram.
you shave it after Jennifer was?
No.
Prior?
Oh, yes.
You met him on Saturday morning, so just trying to.
No, he shaved his head before.
And all the hair on his body as well?
No, that I didn't.
But he did do that, right?
I don't know.
Is he routinely a groomer?
No, he does,
He
he
has-
does. The back, he walks in the same place where I walk. I got him the gift card for waxing his back. And he goes there or to a Chinese where I do my fancy, that's all fancy nails. That I don't get control of, like when he walks with shade or the head, he asked me, can you do my hair? I said, yes. If he got out of the shower, I went like this, the machine doesn't work. I turned the thing, I went again, it didn't work, and I put it in 0, and obviously I got involved. But in the picture is in Instagram, and we made even a joke that.
listen to me. We feel confident. Listen to me. We feel confident in a few things. First of all, I'm gonna say you planned this. There was a lot of pre-planning that went into this.
But I think
Listen to
that
me.
is told.
There's a lot of pre-planning.
Michelle, I don't tell me this.
Absolutely.
We're trying to find out what he did. We wouldn't be here. I would have talked to your attorney and asked you to come in if I thought in a second that you knew what he was gonna do. I wouldn't waste our time, because I would have just said, we'll arrest her. We're here because I think you could help, like they said, you can help yourself. Because there's information, whether you think about it, and it might be something simple, like, hey, you know what? That day, he got out of the shower, he asked me to shave his head. It's the first time, I don't know, 2 weeks, whatever it was. And he never asked me to do that before, but he asked me to do it that day. So for you, it's a normal day, he gets out of the shower, he shaved my head, So, I never did it before, but okay, I'll shave your head for you.
Yes, I did that.
Right, so, but that's information that they need. We're not saying you do what it is gonna do, but that's the stuff that they wanna talk to you about.
Okay,
That's what we're trying to, you know, when they went to your house,
no, it's not in my house.
when they went to his house, there was things that they found that weren't there. They look at the closet, there's a section of stuff missing out of the closet.
Of which closet?
I'll have that until we knowledge from the van people. I'll find out. In the shoes, your shoes in the closet, there's a section of them missing.
My shoes missing?
Shoes, yeah.
I only took this
No,
and one.
no, that's what I'm saying. So maybe you don't know what he did with them,
With my shoes?
but maybe you could say, hey, my closet, all the shelves have shoes on them. So
No,
that's something,
like, I don't have that many shoes.
okay,
So.
But this is what they're
the
asking
two
you.
shoes I took is this and a New Balance
okay.
from my shoes. And I think a lot stayed like in the floor.
Do you have any flats that you wear?
Yes, I just bought 2 pairs on Saturday. A red one.
That's, we're
Before.
talking about before
Ah,
Friday.
if I had flats, my flats, I do have flats. I
You have-
have a red,
Would they be in the closet if you had them?
they can be
Should
usually.
they be in the house somewhere?
Yes, they can be in the mud room, in the TV room, in the family room, in Nicole's room.
So would it be weird to you if the police went in there, they searched the house, and they didn't find any of your flats?
They weren't.
I'm asking, would that be,
I know, yes, of course, but
okay,
I didn't know they took my shoes.
well, we don't know, we searched, we didn't find any flats.
We can't
No,
do things that aren't there.
I have flats, I have 2 that are exactly the same, black and gold, that they have like a gold and it's like this.
Attorney McGinnis, can you
Dress
stop the video,
shoes,
please?
flats.
Yes, sir.
Court would like to see the photographer, please. The photographer, would you approach, please?
One hour, 7 minutes and 12 seconds. We're going to resume from there.
Thank you.
Ones that have like a buckle that is in silver.
So that's what, so this is what the point is not to trap you. We're not looking to do that.
Okay.
We're looking for information that can help us. See, because when he came back to Farmington, you know who he was with, or he was by himself. When you first saw
When I
him,
first saw him alone, yes, he went to the house, I mean, he was in the house saying, let's go and have lunch. I saw only him, I didn't see anybody else
where did you go to lunch?
in the kitchen, no.
Okay, and then he left the house and went by himself to,
Well, that was him coming back after.
what time did you have lunch, I guess?
My guess was around 12 and 1. I told them the other day from 1 to 2, but again, usually my lunch are from 12 to 2 at the most. In those periods, I eat.
Just don't, you can't keep him all just based on his. Right, but that was when he first, okay, but he first went to that house, not 80.
The house.
Okay.
First thing we got about the house is 119, yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense. And when you first saw him, he was by himself, what car was he in?
We're talking
No,
about
I didn't
cars.
see because I saw him, I was
You
up
saw him?
and he was
Okay.
down in the stairs, I said, can we go and eat? I said, yes, I went down, I took the pastel de papa, here we.
All right, how was he dressed?
Jeans, it doesn't, from my knowledge, he only has, for what I remember, 2 blue jeans and
I
one
only
black.
wanna know what,
And
how
a
he was
light
dressed.
shirt, a light shirt.
Like a t-shirt? Or
Yes.
like sleeves or no sleeves? Short sleeve, short sleeve, not long sleeve.
No,
like this, or-
like what I'm wearing,
Hold on, the collar, did he have a collar?
like it's like what I'm wearing.
Yeah, shorts.
That's what I remember.
How did you know he was back in the house? With that afternoon?
Because he said, he calls me Oni, he says Oni, and I wasn't, he calls me, so I'm like, yes, we go and have lunch? And I went down and he was looking up and I was looking down, I said, yes, we went and I went
That's-
down the stairs.
Noon or 1 to 2, you're not sure.
No, I said 12 to 1.
It's around.
Did he appear normal to you? He was his normal self? Was there anything wrong with his hands, his arms, his body, anything? No,
Not that I
nothing that you noticed?
zero.
No.
But just for this to Windows effect, you're not sure how long, when he left in the morning, right? You didn't see him. Once Nicole called you at 12:59 in the morning,
I went to.
you went to Hearst, and he may not have been there in the morning when you woke up. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Do you know if Fotis had a rash on his body in the days prior to this? You have anything wrong with his skin?
He said that he was getting poisonado, but I don't know if it was like, not that day, but I don't know if it was Saturday or Sunday.
It was after the 24th, they said that. About the poison
I
ivy.
believe so.
And how this was going on for you guys, he said he's starting to get poison ivy.
I believe so, but
Okay.
again,
So-
I don't,
That's fine, don't worry about me trying to lock them now. Is there any place on these properties where you've gotten poison ivy before?
yes.
Where?
In the motor, we got
So in the trails where you go motorcycle,
in this part
in this part of the trail,
that I fell with the
and
motor,
this is by the power homes.
yes, but before, this is like, I think it's called plant,
Yeah.
if I'm not
Okay.
wrong. Huh?
Good. We're gonna try to get you a better picture.
I've fallen there before, and when I don't have the jacket and all the motor equipment, I've gotten poisoned there.
Okay. It's very simple that you got it, it was very easy that you got it, right? You just,
Yeah.
because you weren't covered.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he tell you where he was getting the poison ivy on his body? No, he just told you
And
where he was
also,
getting it.
sorry, and in the pond, when I've gotten out of the water, I've gotten poisoned too.
Which pond, the one behind the salt
Where
storage?
we
You ski over.
I've gotten poisoned in those 2 places, me.
Okay.
Or really get the laptops to make
Can you give us a show or actually what it's for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take a look. If you run the video, it's not right over
The way he usually dress.
We show, yeah. We, it's all right. Keep yourself away from your trash. Just make sure you're cleaning your hands. I think that's good for a 2.
Can you tell
Yes, please.
Well, Jeff, did we ask you any questions while your attorney was out?
Sorry?
Did we ask you any questions while your attorney was out of the room?
No, you said you're not to talk or to.
Perfect, thank you, go ahead.
About like 3 weeks ago, we went to visit this, there was this guy that he called Fotis, his name Nick. And he called,
Is Nick somebody new to you that you know?
oh yes, I saw him once a day and I said, that guy's creepy to Fotis. And he has, I don't know how many acres, like 20, 30 acres, close to the ski resort in Sundown. And so that area is called New Hartford.
Hartford.
And we went with the pickup truck to look at that land around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And the place is like very scary. And the guy was American, small, with mustache. He had like a, what you use to carry your pants. Suspenders. He had an old pickup and he showed us that piece of land for Fotis to see if he knew someone to sell it. But he was always talking, I have a helicopter and this is to sell it for celebrities. And Giselle Bundchen has a helicopter and he was talking about giving Gates. I mean, I'm like, okay. We got, Fotis got there, I got ticks. Fotis got ticks, and he got Bolsonaro there too. And this guy started calling Fotis like at 4:30 in the morning, like for 4 days in a row. I said, please block this guy because this guy is like a.
Do you know what they was calling for us about?
Because he wanted Fotis to help him sell this property.
Yeah.
If you go to that place, like he's in construction, he has machines very old. And they were like all parked around the place. And we passed by that place and he had like chainsaw, but like the size of this table, like a ghost with like a scary face, like everything he had, it was like a meat thing with a hook, like very creepy. And I remember I said, Fotis, hold Pavel because we're gonna get killed here. And he called Pavel and Pavel was checking on us all the time, like calling us. And then I don't know what happened to this guy.
Alright, so we have a laptop here. It's a satellite view from Google. So here's Jefferson Crossing, here's 4 Jefferson Crossing, and here's Eli and Deerfield. So you guys would ride out.
So wait, this is Fotis' house.
Okay, alright, so that's fine.
Yeah, we
So-
go out here, all this is the line,
Alright, so
okay.
you're traveling east through the woods, just behind the
We
property.
go behind here, that this guy gets upset, we go up here, because this looks like a power, can you open it more?
I'm doing it. Alright, so you're traveling along the southbound side of Jefferson. Yep,
We
and,
go up here,
yeah, go ahead.
but like, oh,
You gotta push down and then drag it.
Yes. so see, we go this,
It's a trail, this is where the power lines are,
all this is power,
yeah, because they gotta cut them. Okay,
and is this the reservoir? or
that
there's
looks like,
more?
I don't know if that's all of it. There's a body of water here, there's a body of water here, I'm not familiar with it.
Bueno, okay, I don't know, I just know that we go out here, we do this, and then at some point we go in between here.
Yeah,
Here we turn around and then we go back, so all this is like trails.
let me zoom in, are you guys motoring on the cleared portion or in the
In both.
woods?
In both,
Alright,
in
so
the
let
clear
me-
and then it becomes like wood. I mean, I can take you right there, just me.
Well, we'll see what happens. I'm getting problems.
That whole loop, when we do it in one, it takes us about 40 minutes.
So it's a big area.
Any idea, all right, is there any, like, landmark where you guys turn right, you're going up here.
No, I mean, if you put it bigger and it shows, I can,
Well, I mean, the thing is, I thought it's bigger than it's hard for you to see. I was trying to zoom in for you. So you can.
but anyway, we can go all the way up to Route 44, so look, Route 44. That's where we've done this. Where's
You wanna take a ride?
Route 44?
Yeah, you need a life.
44 is here.
So all these we do
Yeah,
that.
she's going to do that.
We do that all the time.
Okay.
And 2 times we crossed even 44 and we kept going to the power line.
Well, this is all power.
Yeah, that's where we are. But this was only, bueno, me, I only do it once. One time with Pavel and one time with you.
So this is property that you and Fotis have been on. But are you saying that you have no specific knowledge that Jennifer Dulos' body is in here? You don't know.
I mean, I can tell you where we drive motor, but
I
I
mean, let me
never
ask-
saw 40.
Is there anything else about this area that you can tell us? Because this is quite expansive tract. And
It takes us 40 minutes.
so 40 minutes round trip.
Yes, and we're back in the house cleaning the motor.
Okay, and how, I mean, I guess you guys going on a motorcycle, you go through the woods, so I don't know what else. 30, 40?
No, yeah, 30, 35.
Okay.
at the most.
So 20 minutes out is it's approximately 30 miles an hour is basically.
In the gravel, when we go in the woods, a little bit less because I
Right,
fall,
you
it falls, there's rocks, we sometimes stop, move a log.
Is there anywhere if you were to hide something, like a body,
That's like a
is there, it's like, how, what do you say a paradise?
So it's big, anywhere you can put someone, like,
In what, like a cave and a hole in the water? Any idea? Let me ask you a very simple question. What do you think happened to Jennifer Dulos?
where you said, you
No, no, no.
okay, what I don't know, and I see in the newspaper that she got
No,
in the garage.
no, they're asking you for only your knowledge. Not what you read in the newspaper, not what you think
And I think that she's still somewhere, hiding. You know, when you guys said that you find blood, so obviously she's not hiding from who. What Fotis have told me that in the past, before they were married, I don't know when, how many years, she fought with her parents and she disappeared and she moved to Aspen. And she got an inherit of an aunt of $3 million. And she lived like for 3 years in Aspen and she changed her name to Jennifer Bay, which I still receive in the house, magazines.
Let me ask you a question.
And
Let me ask you a question. You have how many children?
one of mine,
And Nicole, she's 12.
yes.
Would you daughter, listen, would you ever leave, and go hide, and not tell your 12-year-old daughter where you are? Why not?
Because I'm a healthy person, I won't do that.
Okay. She would be very upset, right?
It's something that doesn't even cross my mind, you know.
It wouldn't even occur to you to do that.
No,
Because Jennifer has 5 children
yes.
and other family members. Do you think, why would she go hide and not tell them for a period of time where she is and she's sick?
Can I talk about the report?
No,
Well,
no,
because
listen,
my-
the question was,
My question is,
the
my
question
only
was,
answer that I can give is because from my understanding, she has a borderline personality
She
disorder.
got that information from photos.
This is a man who killed his
From
wife, so.
photos,
She told me he was.
well, yes, I got it.
And it happened.
Our impression of photos
Yes, I got it
Listen
from
to
Fotis,
Jennifer.
and there's
Listen to Jennifer.
a.
Michelle.
I know, but if you call me Jennifer, it's
Well, I'll be honest with you, Jennifer's on my mind,
not you.
okay, because I worry every day and every night about Jennifer. So I apologize for calling you the name of the person in this thing. Now, boy, that's please. So Michelle, here's the thing. We're here to find out where she is. Okay, we don't think that you're not the one who orchestrated this. Our impression of Fotis is that he is a manipulative, controlling person.
That's
And wanted to take care of it, right, based on the information.
Everybody's in.
Everybody, and he wanted to get rid of his wife. And he did that. And we're looking to find her for her family's sake.
Kill the mother of his 5 children.
And we want help from you.
I mean,
Who's to say he turned down to you?
yeah, if he can kill the mother of his 5 children, somebody who appears to have been wanting to get back with that mom, according to his phone.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
It said, here he kills the mother of his 5 children. And according to his, from what we hear from other people and his phone, he appeared to have been wanting to get back with
Sure.
that woman.
Who wanted to get back to
I
her?
thought it was one of
Fotis, the love of your life. The man,
Yes.
yeah, the man you sleep with every night.
Text message to her.
Yeah. So you think, for 1 second,
So imagine what he would do to you.
so he was trying to set you up?
His first wife, was married to her for a long time, had 5 children. 2 sets of twins.
You don't
I
think,
know, and I know I'm married.
Yeah.
I know you do. I know you do. Your daughter knows them well too. Doesn't she? She had a family that she always wanted with those kids.
So, not the family that she always wanted, because I believe she has a nice family, she's happy.
No, what I mean is other children. She has, yes, she has a lovely family with you, her father, your mom, absolutely.
What
Because
you're saying, we have the text messages from Fotis to Jennifer. We're going back to March. We have it.
But when we're actually, for.
We have his phone. We have everything.
I know, but for what?
Michelle, when he tells you, Fotis,
let me tell you something about
I
Fotis.
didn't know.
yeah, no, it's okay.
I want to tell you something that everyone in this room is like. Fotis lies to everyone. And the reason he lies to everyone is he cares about one person in the world, that's himself. He didn't care about his first wife, he didn't care about his second wife, he doesn't care about you. He says all kinds of things to all kinds of people to get what he wants. Okay? He manipulates, controls. We have no doubt he did that to you. He lies to you. So we're I know I'm trying to. So he owes you, he feels he owes you nothing. If he could put this murder on you, he would do it in a second. Okay? We don't think that's true. And we want what is fair. Yeah, we will. So turn to
It's not, we're talking.
I can't hear you.
when you take this back. We want you to understand what's going on here. You love him. You love him. You love the person, you have a relationship with a person who loves only one person, and that's himself. He will do anything he can to get out of what he has done. I have no doubt that he has killed his daughter, his wife, Jennifer.
Okay.
You think you have information?
I don't know, John, but I can walk the whole world with you. I can take you like a motor, please. I can walk, I can spend a month with you guys. I can do whatever you want, but I didn't do
Well,
it.
you know what I want you to do right now, when you stop talking to me, take some breaths. Just take some deep breaths. Okay. it's hard to come to the realization of somebody that you care about, what they're really all about. That's what he's about. He's always been that way, and he will never change.
Michelle, was the shaving his head, was that his idea? He asked you to do it? You never did that before?
To him,
Yeah.
I done it to another boyfriend.
Yeah, but from him to him, that was the first time since you've been with him that he ever did that.
No, he's done it before. Father's Day picture, he's in the car with his kids. I think it was in 2017, he also had his head completely
Okay.
shaved. And I think there's a picture.
For you, shaving his head.
For you,
I don't know personally, I did
Okay.
to him.
He's asking him.
He asked me that.
You know,
I actually, we made fun of it, it was something.
you didn't know what it had, what is it,
No,
right? But but that's the first time he asked you to do it. Other times he did it to himself.
He done it in a barber shop.
Right.
He comes, but it wasn't that short, that's true. Not that short, that short was my fault, that I put that big.
He was bald.
Yes, that's not you.
He was bald like who? Like Pavel?
No, red I was met him, was not here.
Fotis was very similar bald
Like
to the way Pavel was, right? When you shaved his head, or was it more like me?
Or more like Ken. Sorry. you
Oh,
used
no,
to
it's
shave.
like when I shaved it, it was like him, but he has gray hair. So it doesn't, you look like you have more hair on him.
Yeah, well, I had a lot when you first met me. I shaved it up.
We don't think he.
No, I think I made it like that.
It was like this.
I don't know.
Don't worry about it. We're not saying you knew why he was asking you to shave his head, but it's important for us to know that was the first time he asked
Yes,
you,
it was.
okay? Okay. So these are the kinds of things that can help us. Can I ask you something else, Michelle? I know I kind of also first, but that Friday, so Jennifer was reporting this thing. When you were at church, you saw Fotis in the early morning hours. That whole day, you find it's kind of odd that he didn't call you at all? Did you talk to him all day? Is that odd too? Because let me tell you, we have phone. We have phone.
20 times and there are days that we talk zero.
Did you try calling him that day and ask him where he was?
No, I can't do that. I mean, in my head, he's in the office, but again, it wasn't
Okay.
for what you say.
And what did you do the next day?
Me,
You and Fotis?
at night, we had a meeting with planning and the couple. Like for an hour, he explained all the process of work, blah, blah, blah. I showed the maps, I brought my computer because his computer wasn't supposed to be working for the server. I got into the server with my computer. We showed them a map of the whole of another project in that Fotis budget for this lot here. And they were from the home residence. And then he said, I have to go because he was supposed to leave his kids at 11. And Rania took them to the lot and 80 mountain.
And this is Saturday, 25th.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And Fotis left, and I stopped in CVS to buy a gift card for Nicole's birthday girl, a $25 credit card. Then I drove to Edward Walker. At 11:30, we were there, and Nicole with all her friends, they got into a bus.
So let's stop there. What did Fotis do for the rest of the day on Saturday?
Well, he supposedly was with the police, with his lawyer.
You figured if your mother and your 5 kids were listening, you wanted to help your children out and give them everything, anything, maybe you can help out where she is. Fotis does not do that. Fotis actually was extremely uncooperative with this whole thing, so.
He's done nothing.
He hasn't talked.
He's said a word. He won't say a word.
So he told you he was gonna talk to the police?
No.
No, okay, you just.
I get a lawyer.
He told me, no, he told me, because the night before they talked to Lauren, and he said, we have to leave at 11, I don't know where, they were meeting with the kids and Puebla, which is the Dulos. So because we drove, at some point he called me. I don't know if he was already with Jacob. And
Who's Jacob?
Jacob,
My wrestler.
it was his lawyer. And he said we're going to the police because the police called me to testify to help or to I don't know what.
It's normal for a missing mom, when you go to find out.
Yes, and supposedly he went, I don't know, I wasn't there, and he went with Jacob.
But you would think that he would drop whatever he was doing the minute he heard that the mother of his 5 kids was missing, get his ass where
He
he
wanted
feet
to
out.
go to New York, but I don't know who told him, you cannot come here, better stay. I don't know if it was Jacob or Mike Rose. You know, that this conversation I did listen because we were in the office at the end of the office talking, he was.
Now, you,
Then the police called me 2 times and Jacob
you
said.
dumped in trash in Hartford the day before, was should have was argued, right? And then the next day, Jennifer's missing, and it's all
No,
news.
nothing we found out at
Okay.
8:20 that the police came to the house.
Okay, did you look back for yesterday and say, you know what? We're dumping trash all over the city of Hartford. No. Well, I didn't see Fotis yesterday. Why are, you know, it's not piecing in your mind?
Just make the connection.
Okay. Oh, it's not just.
No, I don't think like that. I might be stupid, I may.
No, you're trusting and that's understandable.
You're a loyal girlfriend.
It doesn't cross in my mind that I'm sleeping with someone that is thinking of killing someone. If I would have, I would have not been there, with my daughter.
Well, not only did you think about it while you were sleeping with him, he involved you in the cleanup.
Yeah.
Maybe that's even worse, I hate him because of that.
Got you in trouble, according to what you're telling us, and what could be the case.
But I was cleaning the house, I wasn't
Listen,
cleaning.
the only reason you got arrested, according to your story, was because of Fotis.
Yes, of
Right,
course,
right.
what else?
Going back to that Friday, that 24th. Do you know where Fotis' phone was in the morning?
It was picked up, would you pick it up?
He thought it, I guess.
Would he normally have his phone with him? Doesn't he?
Yes and no,
We
but
kind of talked
a
about
lot, yes, but sometimes he leaves them, he's very,
Well, listen, he has a business. It's a big money business. He has a phone, business phone, and the business phone is his cell phone. Doesn't he normally carry that cell phone with him to accept business calls? Because his wife is missing doesn't mean his business is out. It's ended, right? Right?
yes.
All right, so Saturday, wouldn't he have his phone with him?
He didn't have,
I'm asking
on
you.
Saturday.
On Friday. On Friday, wouldn't you expect him to have his phone with him? Because
But he didn't have it.
First things first,
So listen to the question.
wouldn't, on Friday, when
Yes,
he didn't know where he was,
yes,
wouldn't you expect to have his phone? He had his phone be with him,
yes.
okay? What if we said it wasn't with him? What if we said it was at the house?
In the house,
Right, what if we said that? Is that, would that be unusual? That he left his phone behind?
All day.
For the time,
well,
Kind of around
if you
the
put
murder.
it like that, yes, but.
that would be unusual?
Yes,
Okay, does he, when you call him, does he normally pick up? Unless he's busy?
or he left the phone
Okay.
in the pond, and he comes back and then he said, oh, come with me and let's pick up the phone because I left.
So the pattern for Fotis is to generally have the 8625 cell phone with him, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know his number by memory.
Okay, it's the business phone.
The only one
It's
that I
the
know.
AT&T phone.
It's
Okay, so
860.
478-8625. It's the one on the Ford Group business
Yes,
site,
yes,
right?
yes, yes.
The one on the Ford Group
Yes.
business site. So if he doesn't have that phone with him, that is unusual.
Probably I would say yes,
Okay.
but he has left it in the past. He leaves.
So when he leaves it in the past, he leaves it and says, oh, Michelle, you know, I left my phone, we have to go back and get it. And he realizes it within half hour or an hour, not 6 hours, right?
No, no,
Or in this case,
Does he get a lot
14
of-
hours.
Does he get a lot of phone calls throughout the day? How often does his phone ring?
Well, right now
Once
it's
an hour?
slow,
Like once an hour?
by hours. because I don't
This
check,
is,
but-
wait, this is a
I know, but-
approximation, like how many phone calls?
Like right now, I know that the business is going slow, so he doesn't get as much as
So how many
Like,
calls do
he
you think
talks-
he would get
during the day.
during the morning? Would he get at least one?
Bueno, yes, at least one, I guess.
But you're,
Yes.
yours significant other, he's got guys on job sites down in the king, these guys aren't calling him saying, hey, well,
But
that's-
I'm not, I'm
No, I know,
not on the
but-
phone with
well,
you.
for example, this case alone, I work in this case, I'm on my phone all the time, my significant other's phone, Jesus, you're on the phone a lot, because I'm working. That's what
But
this is.
when are you talking, please, I don't understand. On Friday?
Yes, right.
You know, so these patterns of behavior, this selfishness.
Anything. So
Yes.
you're gonna spend Tuesday with Fotis, you're gonna go to breakfast, you're gonna hang out, he's not gonna work, he's gonna spend the day with you.
No.
He doesn't do that? Okay.
On Tuesday to hang out and have breakfast? No, on a Saturday or Sunday, probably, yes.
Is this for rainy Saturday or Sunday?
Yes.
This is his regular patterns of behavior, right? We're just looking for behaviors.
Like how often? I cannot tell you he received 100, he's not like in a stock market.
Because of the times when you're out to dinner with them, or you're having breakfast, and I hang out, the guys are calling me at the job site. They want to know if,
Each time he talks to
Right,
us, he
right.
goes all over the house,
Okay.
and not over all the house.
this is,
Because the house has bad reception, so he either goes to his office,
One spot.
the kitchen, or outside the house. Those are like the three best spots to talk in for Jefferson.
When he arrived home that morning or that afternoon, Friday 24th, did he mention his phone at all?
No.
Did he ask you where it was? Did he mention to you that he had left it at home? Did he ask you if you got any phone
And
calls?
he actually called me like at I have it down, like at 1:30 something, he called me.
he called you to say what?
Like, he called
But
me
if
for-
you walked in and you wanted to go.
But you remember the time that he called you, but you don't remember.
Okay, after.
And even me and my daughter, and even him, where are you? I'm in the office, I'm in the house, like, even inside the house, we call each
It's a
other.
big house.
It's a big house, so
Absolutely.
for me, that's normal to say, even with my
So you didn't
daughter.
have any calls to him that morning?
No, I didn't.
No. Oh, well, okay. So we go
And
back
when
in
he's
here.
with the kids, I cannot call,
So here's-
so obviously I'm used to not
Well,
talking
here's
to
what-
him during the day.
So here's what we do, is you do have phone records dating back, I can't give you the exact date, we have a lot of phone records. We have your phone records, your folks' phone records, your folks' second phone records.
Sexual?
He's got another phone. So,
You didn't know he had
even
another?
though you have another phone, the phone that when we took you guys to Litchfield State Police with all that stuff, that phone,
Well, he bought a phone with Jacob on Saturday, when the police took his phone.
That's
Or
not
this is
fire.
what he told
that's
me.
not true.
He
That's
told me
another
Jacob,
lie you told me.
he told me Jacob bought me a phone.
No,
That's a
very
lie.
it's the
nice.
same stuff.
Sure, that's a bull,
I'm telling you
no,
what
I'm
he
just
told me,
saying,
like,
Yeah,
I'm just
I
telling
agree
you.
with you.
He had that number as a line prior. So would it be,
Is it a 208, 20?
203?
I don't remember.
The 203.
If you check my phone, I have two numbers for him. He used to have one that I don't know, and that one, yeah, I think he gave that line to Pedro. But when the mom took the phone, I don't know if he stayed with that line, but I never saw that phone or that line, or I've never.
We have the US Marshals and the FBI condensing all of your call records. So it's gonna be, what you're saying is normally you wouldn't talk to Fotis, you wouldn't text him or call him throughout these hours of days because he's working. You guys don't do that normally? Is this gonna be the only day that you haven't been calling him?
No, there are other days that we don't talk
Okay.
about that.
Okay.
And especially when he's on the weekend with the,
Yeah.
with the kids, because he's with the kids,
Yeah.
we don't even talk.
Right.
And on Wednesdays, when he's in the afternoon with the kids, we don't even talk. Like, we started sending one text, like, are you guys with the, are you with the kids? Like, something like that.
Well, we did leave his phone at home that morning. Morning that Jennifer went missing. Does that strike you as unusual?
I didn't see the phone, but yes, probably it's weird.
What time is school usually put something on the record about? Is he late guy? Is he honest?
Very late.
Okay, what does he do at night? Usually, what's his routine?
Just gonna pause it at 1:43:44. The defendant indicated to you that she did not see Mr. Dulos' cell phone, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did there come a point in time, specifically August 13th, 2019, where you had an opportunity to speak with the defendant again?
Yes.
What did she tell you about Mr. Dulos' cell phone on August 13th?
She indicated to us that on Friday, May 24th, Fotis Dulos' phone was in the office of the court group.
And did she speak with you about anything she did with the phone?
Yes,
What did she say about that?
the phone rang and she answered it.
So keep playing at this.
It probably is a good idea to just take a 10-minute break at this time and come back at 12:25, and then we will go all the way until 1 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
Yes, Judge.
And we have another break. Let's see if they're let's take a look at ooh, that's 43 minutes. Might save that for later. Okay, well, this is 43 minutes, so we'll start it and we'll come back to it later, possibly Monday, since I'm gonna need to run off if I'm gonna hit court in Provo at 1 p.m. It's an hour drive. Okay, here we go. Oop.
They have a couple of more text messages in the midst of a conversation that is pertinent to our proofs. And that's because the next exhibit will be text messages from the school shooter to Jennifer Crumbly about seeing demons. And then there'll be evidence of a lack of phone calls, lack of text messages back. And to get back to the court's ruling, the court said no evidence of alcohol or substance use unless it does show some type of parental neglect.
Okay.
So these particular messages are the same time, the same date where the defendant's son is experiencing or stating that he's experiencing hallucinating. So this is all relevant.
And Your Honor, my point is they, on Exhibit 85, there are texts that do not need to be included to make the point that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly were at the barn and not with their son. We're objecting to the texts that include buying beer, being drunk on a horse. They are irrelevant. They are also irrelevant to someone being a hypervigilant parent. I would consider myself a hypervigilant parent, and I have some cocktails once in a while. That issue is not relevant. The alcohol is not relevant. It's just an unnecessary part of this text to make them look like they're out drinking when the whole point is that they're out with their horses and not with their son.
So it's not counsel's idea, but the point is
No, it's not it's not just that they're out with their horses and not with their son, and there's no crime. There's obviously no crime committed by people with children having cocktails, and half this room would probably be in jail, but that being said, the issue is whether or not the shooter's texts are being ignored. That's the point of it.
Right, Judge, and there is often proof, there's substantial evidence that has been excluded that shows the substance use of James and Jennifer Crumley. Substantial. We're not introducing any of that because of the court's ruling. But directly on point to this, in the midst of a conversation, it is relevant. It's material, it's probative, it's under 401, people we know.
Okay, well, am I able to see a specific picture of, because some of it might be, some of it might not be. So I don't love to do this while the jury is waiting. Is there more things like this that it's if the shooter is having some trauma, feeling some trauma and reaching out to his parents and they're ignoring him, that evidence to me is obviously relevant.
Correct.
So if
I'm not objecting to all of 85. I'm objecting to the portions about alcohol.
Okay.
Judge, the door has been open. Counsel specifically said, I think more than once, that her client is a hyper vigilant mother. Hang on, nobody says anything about having a cocktail, but when there's evidence to show that they are drinking when the son is texting things to the mother, no call back, that's important, and it's important to show the jury what they actually did and spend their time on.
Okay, can I see the text thread again? And is that the only one, because the jury's pulling their heels on that? Is there any more like this?
There are more like this.
Okay, well, maybe we need to do this at 6 o'clock tonight. Or should have been raised last night. Okay.
Judge, these exhibits were turned over a long time.
I know.
No. I got all these text messages a long time ago.
Okay.
I found out what they were planning to use from the boxes and boxes of information. I found that out
Ridiculous.
on,
Okay, you've had this
excuse me, on
discovery.
Tuesday night. Yeah, I've had this discovery, but I can't file a motion to exclude every single line of these things. I filed many motions.
Okay.
I filed a motion about the alcohol. This part of the text that they told me 2 days ago they're going to use includes alcohol. I'm just asking that the alcohol portion be struck.
Okay. I understand that, but I know that there's a lot of exhibits. And I know there's a lot of documents, but we could have had a massive motion in limine fest a while ago, right? So I am loath to make the jury sit there while we're going line by line through evidence. That's very problematic to me.
I didn't intend for this issue to take a long time. I thought this would be a simple objection to just take out the text about drinking, and that's it.
Okay, so she says, I'm gonna get drunk and ride my horse. Okay, so that might not be specifically relevant, but at what time is he?
When she's on her horse, that's when he's texting her.
Okay.
And just because she's on her horse and he's texting her doesn't mean she's looking at the text and ignoring him and saying, I'm gonna have a drink instead of
Okay, my understanding was there was a large period of time where he was texting her and she was with her horse. And then maybe sent a picture of the horse. I don't know.
Correct.
Tell me.
Right,
That's
she's
it,
out
Judge.
you're gonna hear testimony from other witnesses that the cell phone signal doesn't work out where the horse place is.
Well, then that's argument for counsel to make.
It is.
Right, but the fact that they're having beers out there with the horses is not relevant to the point the prosecution's even trying to make about the fact that they're unavailable and not responding to their son.
Popeye's new chicken wings make no sense. Marinated in Louisiana spices, hand battered and flipped, and then we have.
Okay, there's a text from James Crumley. This is not when I like to do this. Okay, she says, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. When do you say he's trying to contact her?
That was a day during the week when she was at work. After work, she went to the barn, the text being around 5:50 p.m. When she's at the barn, we know that from pictures and metadata.
Okay, then cans.
And so the court is aware there are no other, we took all of our other reference out prior to trial of alcohol use in accordance with this court's order. Of course, that's subject to the door being open.
The door was not opened by me saying that she's a vigilant mother.
Okay, so they go to the barn after work. Is that correct? Do we know what time approximately they go to the barn? Because this text is at 1:30, right?
Those texts are from during the day when they're making plans to go to the barn after work.
Right.
And then
Wait, that's not what I asked.
I believe the text says something about leaving now at.
Okay, so when are they at the barn in relation to his texts about demons?
At the same time.
Okay, but is that at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
The first text, the house is on at 6:03 p.m.
Okay.
There's a picture of James on a horse taken by Jennifer. There's a picture of Jennifer on a
And we have
horse
no
at the same
objection to
time.
that.
Okay, all right. So she says, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse, that she's expressing her intention for that evening.
Correct.
I'm going to allow that text, but not the next one about, well, don't get drunk, we're definitely going to have some drinks, I need to stop and get me a 12-pack of vodka.
I'm watching something.
What time usually would you guys fall asleep? Like for me, I go to
Around
bed at 2.
11, I don't know, like 11:30. Sometimes I go up because I'm uncomfortable. Sometimes he stays lately mostly because of the divorce and the thing. He hasn't been sleeping at all.
So that Thursday night.
I went to sleep with my daughter.
Right, you said that was at 12:30 a.m., right? 12:30?
12:59.
12:59 a.m.
Yes,
So-
and he was sleeping with me.
He was sleeping next to you in bed. What time did you guys go to bed that night? Approximately. You don't have to give us exact time.
8:30, I mean, 11:30
11:30?
to 12, let's
And
say.
he's in bed and you're in bed. You guys said your nightstands, I'm assuming, tablets, whatever people lay in bed, are you guys homeschoolers at night? You know, like on Facebook or reading the news? Does he do that at night?
He's a lot in his Facebook and Instagram.
On his phone or on his tablet? So you guys are laying in bed, right? And you're next to him.
He uses, lately, he's been bringing his computer, watching us movies.
Okay.
Because
You know what he did that Thursday night? Was he had his phone in the bedroom? Was he
usually
hanging out?
now he puts it in the windows that is next. In the bed, I sleep in the side coming in, and he sleeps in the one close to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And he puts his phone on that window that is going towards the back. That's where he charges his phone. Me, I charge it next to that.
Do you remember what he did on that Thursday night? Was he laying in bed on his phone next to you? Or was he, I mean, if you can remember.
I think
I know it's-
was him. I don't remember him.
What time does he usually wake up?
A lot at 6:40, but he wakes up and a lot lately, he's been waking up around 4:35
In the morning.
in the morning. And I don't know,
So what are you doing while he's up? You stay in bed?
I get upset and I
Is
say,
he getting too loud, changing?
he's very
Yeah.
loud.
The couple stay, you know, someone's loud in the morning.
Yes, and when I cannot stand it, I go to the bathroom.
That morning, did that
No,
happen?
because I was in the corner. I mean, I don't know what happened in that room.
And then, second, does he own a pair of Converse, like the sneakers like you have on, does he own the guy's version of those?
He
Shoes.
has Converse, I don't know, but it's another brand, black.
Like similar to those?
Yes,
A different brand, but black?
I think they're golden rules, the ones. Yes,
And he was wearing what when we saw him downstairs on that Friday morning calling
pair
out?
of jeans and a light shirt. he has a lot of like similar to the one that you're wearing, so could be that one, it could be one like this, or like with, it was light.
As far as you can remember, Michelle, that was the first time you saw him, so you don't know if he was wearing something different. When you were, during that morning, that Friday morning, do you know what car, was there a car missing? From, these 3 cars?
Well, usually they sleep all the cars inside the garage.
Okay,
So the way we usually park,
but Friday morning, do you know if one of the, you have the Suburban, the Raptor?
Cherokee that I drove, that I parked next to the garbage
was
man.
there,
Yeah, that's the
when
one I
you
drove.
did, when you took the
And I
call to the
don't-
school?
Yes, and I don't know why I think in my head that the Suburban was there, but maybe I'm making it up.
Okay, so you're not sure if the Suburban was there when you were taking Nicole to school, right?
No, I thought in my head, and I think I told them, yes, that I saw a car, but now I'm doubting.
Right, okay, was the Raptor there?
Well, the Raptor sleeps on the other, there's another 2 other garage, and I don't go there if I don't have to. Where the motors are.
But you said before that you'll take whatever vehicles are left over, right?
Yeah, but in this case, I took the Cherokee.
Yeah, and the Suburban could have been there.
It could. I mean, obviously, for me, the best car to use is the Cherokee, because it's a more like little,
Yeah.
the Raptor I hate, but I have to use it a lot. And the Suburban, I don't like it, but man, if there's
When
nothing,
did the damage happen on the Suburban?
that was me, I crashed it.
Would you remember when?
Yes, Friday before the 24th, I went with Petu. We went down to Massachusetts for a flea market. And there was a big flea market. It was raining and in Brimfield? In Brimfield, Mass. It was like an hour away from Farmington. Yes, it's a big one. It's a couple miles long. Sorry, a couple miles long. Yes, you just walk like a road and there were like tents, it was raining, disgusting, but my friend, she has a store, so she buys things and they do restorations of furniture. She and her partner, they do. And so on the way back, like around 2, I was on the right line to get exit 67 and a girl with a Toyota, a blue Toyota, obviously didn't look and she turned. And I put the brakes and I didn't stop.
So after the accident, you came home, and when did you plan to get it fixed?
That was Friday, the crash. Saturday, Sunday closed. Monday morning, Manfred, the girls' insurance calls me, and we arranged. They said we're gonna send you an email so you can take the pictures of the car to do a quote. So I did that, and they said it takes 24 hours for the quote to arrive. Then they said you didn't put I think it was the registration, so I sent the registration. So anyway, I think on Wednesday or Thursday, I spoke with insurance. They say that yes, and they sent me the quote, 600 and something. Then I called, because they said we can give you the body, or if you have someone in mind, Fotis said use Davidson. So I called Chevrolet Davidson. They said I can give you a time for after Memorial on Tuesday morning.
So you dropped it off out there?
Yes, in the morning, like around 8:45. I called Enterprise. We arranged the cars, and then so Tuesday I dropped off Nicole. I came back home. And then I went to take the car, and they gave me another car. But Fotis said, please ask for an 8-seat car because you were supposed to see the kids.
His intention was to go see his children.
Yes, so that.
His wife, is that soon the ex-wife?
Yes, because that was Tuesday that I took.
After.
Yes. And then the girl gave me another car, I don't know the brand, but you guys can call them. And so I drove to the house, and she came like around 1, and we exchanged cars. She got me a Yukon, similar to the Suburban. Well, that's the car that I was driving.
Yeah.
Now you have to sue.
Well, I rented because Andy said, get rid of the car, don't have anything to do with Fotis. We were staying in the hotel where you guys arrested us. I'm in the same hotel, I changed rooms, and I got out of the Fotis account or point, and I changed them, and I'm staying there for a moment until the 12th, until I know, because I have no house, no car, no.
You're upset with Fotis
Yes, of course.
because he implicated you in this whole mess.
Because of that, because of what you told, I don't know.
What's upsetting what's the biggest thing that's upsetting?
The problem that
Is it your house? That's upsetting you? Okay, is it, your relationships over with Fotis? Is that upsetting?
No, it's
Is
like
it
a
that,
whole thing that I can be in prison because of this.
what's the thing that's getting to you most right now?
That I
Which part?
that I can be like accessory. I don't remember what's the title because of him.
That you could be in jail because of that?
Yes.
Does it upset you that
Pero
Jennifer?
of course him.
Does,
Pero he is everything. But it's like obviously I have to see myself right now, and I'm worried that I have a daughter and I'm gonna be in a jail for I don't know.
We don't want that to happen. No. We're actually trying to keep that, right, to minimize whatever kind of jail time you're facing. You have to break away fully though from the idea that you and Fotis are together.
Yeah,
That's what distract your brain.
That's what you have to understand. You know, it's hard for me to see this person that supposedly was because with me, well, at least I never felt that he did. He never hit me. He never like talked aggressively to me. Yes, we have fights as couples, but I'm also very dominant when it comes to fight. I don't let myself down because I don't want that. I don't know. I was in Colorado, and one night I didn't call him because Nicole's dad and I were having a conversation. The next day, the text is like, "You're a liar. Tell me where to take your things, or where to send your things," and send me my 2 pairs of skis. And I said, "What are you talking about?" And I got so upset. I said, "Yes, put them in a container and send them here to Colorado." And then 3 hours after, he was calling, "Oh, I'm sorry. I know I was upset." And that's all in the Texas. Like, if you can see that in my WhatsApp.
we have no doubt that's
That's who he is. That's what he's about.
Okay, but I didn't know that at physics.
How about the conversations after Jennifer's disappearance? How was his demeanor towards you? Was there any headbutting going on? This stuff is starting to break the news, like you said in your last meeting, there's cops on your road. So what is your conversations with him during this? I mean, honestly, excuse my husband's.
Yes, I said, this is enough, this is too much, this thing has really gone completely out of control. I'm fed up. After this is finished and she appears, I'm leaving. I'm going to Colorado. I really don't want to be involved anymore. It's been 2 years of torture, of courts, and upset, and I'm not used to this. And my life has never been in conflict. And since I met you and I moved to Colorado, to Connecticut, it's been like a nightmare.
And how do you respond to that?
And he's like, everything's gonna be okay. Don't worry, I'm sorry. Please don't leave me. This is gonna get better. Don't worry, we're gonna go through this.
So he keeps talking about we, and he's asking you not to leave him, right? Right?
Yes.
Why do you think he's doing that? I'll tell you why I think he's doing that. Because he knows that you have information that if you're away from him, separated from him, that's gonna get you in. That's what we're trying to. He is keeping you with him to control you and to make sure that you don't give up some information accidentally.
He said
that shows you.
It could be information that you don't really even know. Yeah, you don't know about, so we're trying to extract it out of you.
So in his mind, he said what? In his mind, when I heard that, I thought he loved me and that he wanted to be with me, Nicole and his 5 kids, and be all together and supposedly, I don't know. The thing I don't understand, there's a report that supposedly was favorable for him, and he was happy about that, for what I understand.
that's when you have a lot of money, you can hire a lot of attorneys and report the divorce stuff. I mean, that's just.
Is that the latest
That report with her psych stuff? I mean.
There was a psychology
Yeah.
and evaluation test done through Dr. Herman, which he interviewed me when I was in Colorado through Skype.
Yes.
And apparently that report that they sealed it, and I spoke with Mike Rose, they were driving, saying that this report came very favorable, and he was happy about the report, so that's why it doesn't, and he was like, we're gonna get the kids, I'm gonna have the kids, legal custody, so he
He's
actually.
painting a really nice picture for you guys.
Yes.
And he said, don't, like, what are the words, you're like, don't be surprised that soon you're gonna be like mother of 6.
Well-
How do you feel about that? I'm like, oh, I know the kids, they're super nice kids. They're super, I mean, of course I'm gonna love, I love them because.
When was that? When did he say that to you? Don't be surprised that you're gonna be the mother of 6.
When he got the report, I'm talking about like when the report came out.
How long ago was
Was
that?
it 2 weeks, 3 weeks before?
You guys can have, do you have the?
Yeah, no,
report?
just.
When did that report came out? It was like before Greek Easter, so it was before the 28th of April.
April 28th?
No,
Before
24th.
that.
Before, because the 28th of April was Easter. My family came all the way from Miami and Cincinnati to spend Easter. And it was, the report was within that week, because he told everybody, he was super happy, we even did the Greek dance. And he was happy about the report, and my girls came to the East, Greek Easter, and he said everything's gonna be okay. The report came good. Fotis told me that she has like the borderline. We even went to talk to Humphrey, to his.
He's very good at what he does. You have to realize, when he comes to what he told you, it's probably self-serving for him. All right?
Have you ever noticed Jennifer to be unfit with the children?
I never met her.
You've never met her at all?
The only time I saw her, 2 seconds, was in summer of 2017, at some point in August. He had to have the kids with supervised, and the judge gave him permission to have the kids in the pond and with the supervised. And they were supposed to say they had to leave at 12. I don't remember what time. It was from 9 to 12, the activity. And I called him because I was driving, and it was already 12. And I called to say, did they leave? And he said, no, wait, don't come in yet, they haven't left. So I parked outside the pond in the road, under a tree. And all of a sudden, a minute later, a suburban comes. It was dark, window, I didn't see. And all of a sudden it gets really close, and I'm like, oh, it's gonna hit my mirror. And when I looked, Jennifer was with the phone like this, trying to take a picture of me. So I saw that, and then I realized that it was her. So I went like this, like around her, and I went inside the pond. And I think there was a motion that I was supposed that I was in the pond there, which is not true. I was never in the pond. I was outside in public road. But she, for what Fotis told me, she made a motion that Mrs. Troconis was in the pond, and I saw the kids. Anyway, that's what Fotis told me.
So I want to, you have to have a shift in your thinking, okay? Who's the judge of this right here? Okay. Why is he here? He's here, whose interest is he serving?
Mine.
Right. We actually are trying to kind of serve yours as well. And Jennifer. Okay. Whose interest does Fotis serve?
What?
Who's Fotis interested in?
In himself.
In himself. So everything that Fotis has told you is suspicious. I'm not saying everything's a lie, but everything is suspect. And probably a lot of it is false, and it's to serve himself. So you have to listen first to your attorney, and then you have to listen to us through your attorney. You're trying, right? So when you talk about things that Fotis has told you, you have to really suspect what. Okay, so who is Fotis good friends? Who are his best friends? His like right hand here. Mark.
Marciano.
Okay.
That he lives in
We
Florida.
have Fotis. Names.
And then Andreas,
Okay.
that he's a Greek. And he's a
Are
Greek.
these workers?
No, friends.
They're
Mark,
here in the United States, or are they?
Mark, yes, he lives in Providence, and they went to Rome together, but they met way before because of the water ski world. And they, I think, Fotis said, they're friends from like 18 years old. Andreas, the last name, is Greek, it's
Money. Is he looking for work? Is he here? Is Andreas?
no, he lives in Greece. Andreas was here, like, in December.
Here's what I'm trying to get. And I'm not saying you have any information about specifics in general, but if Fotis wanted to first, and he wanted help, or he needed help, who might he use to help him?
Well, his best friend is Mark and Andreas. Andreas lives in Greece.
Okay.
Unless he's
Mark
here.
lives in Providence.
And Mark lives in Providence. And he's also going through a divorce, and they laugh about it because they say that they're going through the same. And he actually, his trial ended over what they did. I don't know what they want to do. I don't know how to call things. But he said that he was over with his case, with his divorce. And
What about Kent?
Kent is the lawyer of Fairfield.
Okay.
So Ken and Fotis are kind of business partners, he's a lawyer, it's his business.
No, Fotis always said Kent is a nice guy. I worked with him all my life, and he's the.
Did you ever meet Kent's wife?
No.
Do you know if Fotis ever communicated with Kent's wife?
Yes, they were communicating because supposedly, which I think it's weird, the wife apparently put like a rape case against Kent.
Yes.
And then Fotis, like a week, like or 3 weeks ago, told me that Kent and the wife wanna go back. I'm like, well, how did they wanna go back?
As a Fotis ever talked to Kent's wife, is what we're asking. That you would know. Is there a reason why you would do that? Or Fotis would talk to Kent's wife?
I don't know if they know each other.
Well, they met.
Oh, they did?
Oh, I know.
In public?
Yeah, he was even inviting her to your house.
When?
In the last couple of months leading up to when, just before Jennifer went missing. To come over and be intimate. In your house. He even been out with her at a bar. Trying to work back, to get Kent back with his wife.
No, that, I remember he saying, Kent wants me to talk to the wife, so for them to get, but they can't because he has a restraining whatever.
You can't have
and they
contact.
cannot, exactly.
So you're aware.
No, yes, but I didn't know that he
The
wanted to
internet
have.
part, right? You didn't know
He was asking her to come to your home. Where you live with Fotis, to be intimate with her husband.
To be intimate with Ken?
Yes, correct, with Ken, to be intimate with Ken. So
No.
Ken and his wife, no, not with us. Ken and Ken's wife would be intimate in your home. Yeah, so, sorry for that confusion.
So, but I mean, that's again, you know, that's another thing about Fotis that we just found out that you didn't know about. There's always a little bit of
I
truth
knew
in
that
every
the
lie.
Kent was a divorce or a
So there's-
restraining.
So there's always a little bit of truth with the lie. So he told you the little bit of the truth was that he has to call her. The full truth is that he was going with a different motivation. He's trying to show you that he's not the person that you thought. Not always, and not in the important stuff. Like, really.
Actually, should be the opposite. I should be interviewing you.
The dumpster on 80 Mountain Spring. There was a dumpster on 80 Mountain Spring, in that property. I was for sale, there was a dumpster there.
Now, no.
Not now, but there was.
Yeah, a long time.
A long time ago, any dumpsters recently on that property, you know, clean up and last minute stuff.
No, the way we've been always cleaning it for the last year, splitting between the cleaning ladies and us and me.
There's no dumpster on site for debris.
There's no, like the big
Yeah,
dumpster.
like a regular, just, you know,
No, they're,
5-yard,
no. They, after the, because they.
after the construction,
They
houses,
cost like, I don't know, I think my budget is like $5,000 and
that's too much for Fotis.
I don't know, I'm just
Maybe you
saying
should-
that he puts it in a budget and that's what I see, and then when everything, the construction is out, he returns them. I don't know, listen, I don't work for Farber, I was helping him.
Yeah.
Because I have my rods, I have my daughter, and it's just because I have time to do things, and I cannot be just sitting around. But he doesn't pay me, I wasn't an employee, I did help him with photos, with all that, because I like that.
So you guys live in Wayne's, right? He's got his house, you guys,
No, I
it's
don't
all
have.
separate?
Separate.
Give you money regularly?
The only thing I have is a credit card that I use for supermarket and gas. Then, if I have to buy something for Nicole, for myself, my insurance, my cell phone, my expenses of my home in Colorado, my Nicole's school, if I do my hair,
That's all.
that's all my money.
What is, like,
Fotis doesn't, when we travel, yes, he pays
it
for the
takes care
travel,
of it, yeah.
for the tickets.
Right.
But then the rest, like when I'm in Colorado, I pay for everything. We don't have bank accounts together, I only have a credit card, I can give it to you, I don't want it anymore.
Now, if you don't, I don't want to get too private finances, but on any given week,
This is
how much,
the-
do you have a savings and a checking, or is it, you would be, yeah? Like, how are you financially? You're on your own?
I'm on my own with my
Very,
daughter.
very good, or you just,
No,
you know,
no,
me, I can say, there's been times I live paycheck to paycheck, this is what it is.
No, when
No, are you?
when I'm complicated, I ask my mom,
Yeah, absolutely.
yes. I don't want.
No, we're just trying to get a handle on the
But you
relationship, the
can-
dynamics of your relationship, and
No, we don't have anything in common, nothing.
So when Fotis goes to visit the children, and he goes for a supervised visit, Jennifer is usually in the area or there.
Sorry, again?
When Fotis goes to visit his
In-
children, in New Canaan, and for the supervised visits, and Jennifer's there. How does that make you feel?
From my understanding, they weren't talking or sending messages or nothing for the past 2 years. It's always been with the supervisor, and from what he tells me, it's like, oh, she didn't give me the kids because instead of one, it was two certain, and apparently it's always chaotic. That's what he always told me, and that they only communicate with a family wizard plan, that because it's seen by everybody, and if it's through mail, they copy it, they CC their lawyers, and I think me. That was the communication that he always said that he had. Now, after that report, for what he told me, they started having communications by phone. That she called him and she was like, well, I wanna fix this is not working out, this has taken too long. This is what he told me. Then he said that apparently in one of the conversations, he said, do you know that your lawyer is milking you? Because, I mean, this report was to be favored to you, and he was the one who wanted her to be in the case. And he was the one pushing for me to go to New York and talk, and I was the one, I think for what he told me, he put a motion to not have her. So apparently, she said like, yeah, I get it. I think I'm bringing a friend of mine that is a lawyer, and that apparently, saying what he said, that Jennifer was getting it, that what's the name of Ruben, I think it's the name of our lawyer, was kind of like, taking advantage of the money and making this case long. This is what Fotis told me. That was like one day of conversation. Then apparently they went to Fotis had the kids on a Saturday, and they went to a fair in New Canaan, where they have rides and all that, with the supervisor. And apparently Jennifer went with them. So I don't know, that's what he told me. My upsetness was that she's manipulating, she knows she's gonna lose the kids. Be careful, because if she really has borderline and depression and all the things that the report, supposedly for what he said, is true, she's paying you for this. So let that legal stuff work. Now you have the power to work with the legal system. If that's true, that the report is okay, and that, and Mijan was saying, I'm concerned about the kids, this is all what Fotis. I never spoke with Mijan, I've never seen the judge, I've never seen Ruben, I've never seen any of these people. And because he was so like, no, don't worry, it's been nice, she's actually being very nice, she's being cooperative. I'm like, okay, I said, I want to talk to the therapist, because this is not normal. For me, she's making like a plan. And we went to talk to Henry 2 times.
Together or separately?
Together. Fotis and I with Henry sitting in front. And he's in West Hartford, Henry. And we explained the situation, so we said, Michelle, you stay out. If the kids come to the house, you don't mention Jennifer, don't talk bad, but try to do your best to, and if the kids mention, listen, and Fotis, you have to like manage the situation, and you, Fotis, have to deal with all the divorce and okay. What I didn't know, and I told Andy yesterday, I think, the Wednesday before she disappeared, that Friday, he goes supposedly to Grace Farms. When he goes to Grace Farms, usually I help him cook the food for the kids. That day I had to pick up Nicole, so I said, go to buy food in Tacapo. So apparently he called Tacapo and ordered salad and I don't know what else. And he goes to, in my mind, to Grace Farms. I go with Nicole and Kim and Lauren, a friend of Nicole's and the mom. We go to Ichiro, to a Japanese restaurant in West Hartford to eat. And then we went to Icy Rose, and I get home at 9:30. He was already in the house. And so how was it? How was the cook? The kids, good. We played basketball. It was amazing seeing them. They all say hi. Okay. That stayed there. On Saturday or Sunday, when he's talking to Jacob on the phone, Jacob said, Fotis, you have to be very precise how you write, like a timeline. That's why we started writing the timeline. Because
it's interesting that Hartford wasn't in the timeline. And it's just interesting that Hartford was not in the timeline, talking trash. That's pretty interesting.
No, but this is, wait, but let me go
I'm
back.
just throwing it out there, this is kind of why I'm
Okay. Jacob says, write down exactly where you guys did on Wednesday night. If you went inside Jennifer's house, what do you mean? Like in my mind. And Fotis goes, no, I did not go in. And he said, make sure, where did you guys eat? And he was like and it wasn't Puebla, the supervisor. I think it was someone else that day. I don't know. And I'm still listening to him. I'm like, what he's talking about? I'm going to Jennifer's house. Like, he didn't tell me that. He told me he was going to Grace Farms. So when all this conversation, and Fotis was like, no, I didn't. But yes, I have the kids. We played. I don't have a hair with me. And I'm still like, but why I don't understand the house, Jennifer, Grace. So when they hung up, obviously my mind, I started getting very angry. And I'm like, Fotis, where were you on Wednesday? Because you told me you went to Grace. Oh, I didn't tell you. I went to Jennifer. She bought a basketball arrow or whatever it's called. And we ate outside. Why you didn't tell me? Like, why you have to hide that? Oh, because maybe, I don't know, you can get annoyed, you can get worried.
So have you been worried in the past, or is it just that one time?
No, that's one time, because supposedly they never had contact. And I got so upset. I grabbed the phone, I threw it on the floor, and I said, okay, I mean, you're being very disrespectful for me. And I walked away. He goes, Michi, no, come, let's talk. I don't want to talk, I don't want to talk. And he goes, please, let's talk. And let me tell you what happened. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know anything about it. It's enough. and I go to Nicole's room. That was the conversation after Jacob, which I don't know if it was Saturday or Sunday.
We can stop it right now.
Did not go to the house on Wednesday?
Ladies and gentlemen, what we plan to do this afternoon is start at 2:15, and then we'll go to 3:15, take the 15-minute break, and then from 3:30 to 4:30, if there's that much video left. If there isn't, we'll go to 4:45. The court does not know what the order of presentation will be with the state after this video concludes. Nevertheless, again, 2:15 to 3:15 video, 3:30 to 4:30. If there is video, we will watch it at that time. We'll stand in our luncheon recess. Please do not discuss the case.
All rise, this honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 2:15.
Oops, I popped out of the room for just a minute and they go to a break. Let's see. So is this the lunch break? Let me rewind a few seconds and double check.
2:15 to 3:15 video. 3:30, ladies and gentlemen, what we plan to do this afternoon is start at 2:15, and then we'll go to 3:15, take the 15-minute break, and then from 3:30 to 4:30, if there's that much video left. If there isn't, we'll go to 4:45. The court does not know what the order of presentation will be with the state after this video concludes. Nevertheless, again, 2:15 to 3:15 video, 3:30 to 4:30. If there is video, we will watch it at that time. We'll stand in our luncheon recess. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, 2:15. Well, I was planning on leaving at noon my time to go down to Provo for the hopefully to see the Nicholas Rossi hearing. It's going to be interesting because it's an in-person hearing, and the last time was a virtual one, and he refused to participate. He did not come to the camera, and so this is a different judge, and I'm wondering, since it's in person, will the sheriffs compel him to attend, even if it's in one of those funny little chairs that they strap people to who are in custody. Anyway, my niece has an appointment at 3:15 for bridal salon, but in looking at it, I don't think it's going to work for her because it says the lead time for purchasing your dress to come is 5 to 6 months. And she's getting married in mid-March. I think I'll give my niece a call and ask her if she's aware of that detail. So let's go back over to the Crumbly case.
Supervisor Biles, please, I'm gonna keep that out. All right, and, all right, I'm gonna keep that out. She is indicating her intention to go later and ride her horse and get drunk. And when she's riding her horse, when she's at the barn later, is when he is texting and getting no response. So I think that could be. Relevant to her ignoring her son. All right?
Yeah, probably.
Sure. But this text from James Crumley, I'm going to exclude. Is there anything else in there that needs to be excluded?
Just for the record, page 432.
Yeah.
The second text.
Yeah,
message
the one
back
from James Crumley. Is there anything else in there?
I'm looking now.
Yeah. Because I don't want to.
No.
We were making good headway yesterday, but now we're moving at a snail's pace. So.
Well, Your Honor, there's also a text responding to the one about buying beers. Jennifer just says, okay, but glass is not a good idea. I mean.
Yeah, you can strike that too, because it's referring to the text above. It's not relevant.
So it would just be those two portions.
Okay. Yeah, can you strike that? I don't know how easy it is to do it up here, but.
It'll just take a minute.
Okay. All right. Are there any other issues such as this?
I'm looking right now, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we shouldn't be looking right now.
Your Honor, I mean, the next exhibit has been the subject of a prior ruling.
Okay.
I'm
good. That's a good way to do it.
Okay. Exhibit 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92.
We're trying on the fly to edit an exhibit.
Okay, go
Or
ahead.
an objection we just got, and now there's the.
Okay, I want to find out if there's any looming issues, because
We do too,
They're gonna
because-
get their 10,000 steps here.
We do too. Your Honor, I did not think this objection would be such a process. I simply was asking for like one little part of this to be struck, and objections during trial are common. This is
Okay.
just a very simple.
All right, but is there anything else coming up that would require the jury to step out? There's photos.
Well,
I don't know what objections to such.
I have objections to many photos that are going to be brought in through a different witness, but what are they planning to use? Because I have 450 right now. If I know what's coming, I can tell the court.
Okay, well, there's a list of exhibits, and there's coming after that, after the text messages are pictures. It looks like there's pictures of James and Jennifer.
And we have no objection to those.
Okay, I just want to know if,
Your Honor, if I could just say, there's
Yeah.
a lot of inquiry as to exactly who we're calling next, which exhibit we're, and this isn't a math formula. We really are changing this organically because we're working.
I get it.
So we're trying to be cooperative, but things
Okay.
do change.
I know, and you're not required to divulge your trial strategy and your order and all that. I'm moving a lot of people around, and I just want to know if there's anything else that needs to be handled right now on the record.
The only other objections, I believe, with respect to this witness, at least for the next very long time, are objections the court's already ruled on. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so at least we can get through, this whole page of exhibits with no problem.
All right.
Okay, perhaps council can meet with us after court today to go over the next proposed exhibits, and then we can see what objections.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's just because I don't want to take jury time.
That sounds great.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so,
So 85 is modified and we're.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
I think so.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Without these, yeah, no, okay, these ones. Just call me how far you want to go, because I do agree with all those. Up through 100. Right, which is already, that'll be easier. And then I don't have any objections. I mean, yeah. I didn't expect it. Yeah,
I apologize, there's a large volume of information, and we want to streamline it for you as much as possible, all right? You're still on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, we're on exhibit 84, I think. All right. This is between James and Jennifer Crumbly. Again, Jennifer is in blue, James is in green. We'll start at the top because I don't recall where we left off. Does he have his phone from Jennifer, March the 8th?
I'm sorry, you said you're on exhibit 84, but I believe it's 85.
84 was admitted.
84 was admitted. Yes, because 85 is March 17th.
84 was on March 8th.
Okay, so you're on 80, I'm on 84, okay, but mine
84
does.
is on March 8th, and this one is on March.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is 84 on the screen.
That's 84, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, there,
He went
it
back.
scrolled down, so okay, thank you.
James responds with yes, but he won't answer while he is walking. I will let you know the minute he walks in.
Okay. Jennifer's response, I'm serious freaking out. Is he home yet? And then, okay, now we're moving on to 85. So James and Jennifer Facebook messages. This is from March 17th of 2021. And you've seen this before?
Yes, sir.
And this is admitted pursuant the order that we just had on the record, correct, Judge?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, March 17th, 2021, 1:23 p.m. Jennifer writes, cool, leaving at 4 today. Fuck this place. James's response is what?
LOL, you have your stuff for the barn?
Okay. And then Jennifer's response, yes, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. That's March 17th, 2021, 1:30 p.m.
Correct.
There's a response back. And then what does James say?
James says, okay, then cans, you have the debit card.
And Jennifer's response, I know, hate my job. Can you bring out last, please? He says yes. Correct?
Right, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Now, on that same day, did you find any text messages from Jennifer's son to her of a concerning nature? This is March 17th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is People's Proposed 86. I don't believe we have an objection to this.
No objection, thank you.
Is this 86?
86.
86 admitted.
Okay. All right. What does Jennifer's son write to her on March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m.?
He says, okay, the house is now haunted.
And then what?
Some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Then it follows with, I got some videos.
Okay.
Okay, Your Honor, I apologize. This was previously the subject of a motion. I do object, however, the court has already ruled it's admissible. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yes, I
Okay.
yes, I have already ruled on this here. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
Okay, please, at the top.
Then Ethan says, continues with, and a picture of the demon. It's throwing bowls. The word bowls is in all caps. He then says, I am not joking. It fucked up the kitchen.
And the next message after that?
He says, I'm just going to be outsider for a while. Can you at least text back?
Okay, so that's from 6:03 to 6:29. The last text, can you at least text back was 6:29 p.m.?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And the next response from the defendant to her son is when?
2 days later, it's 4:11 in the afternoon. Where's your dad?
Now, this is people's 87 and 88. I don't believe there's an objection to either of these two exhibits.
No objection.
Okay, 87 is the picture, 88 is the metadata with the picture. So, could you please tell us when and where this picture was taken?
It was taken, the GPS is similar to the previous ones at a horse barn. He's on a horse. It was taken on March 17th at 6:03 PM.
Okay, 6:03, that's the same time that the text messages regarding a house being haunted and saw a demon?
Correct.
Okay, and this is actually found on Jennifer Crumley's phone?
That's correct, it was.
And who is a, who's that a picture of?
That's James Crumley.
And that's St. Patrick's Day, correct?
Correct.
This is exhibit 88 and, I'm sorry, 89 and 90. 89 is the photograph, 90 is the metadata.
And we have no objection to 88, 89, or 90.
And this is also St. Patrick's.
Can you move for their admission before you put them on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
This is also St. Patrick's Day 2021, is that correct?
Correct, same day.
And this is an image also on Jennifer Crumley's phone?
Correct.
Okay. And when was this taken?
On March 17th at 6:03 PM.
Okay. Same location?
It appears so, yes.
I'm gonna move you on to exhibit 91 and exhibit 92. I don't believe there's an objection to either of these pieces of evidence.
There is no objection.
91 and 92 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Again, we're still talking about St. Patrick's Day 2021. What time was this picture taken?
This was taken at 6:28 in the evening.
Okay. And again, is that time and date significant to you as an investigator in this case?
Yes, it is.
Why?
It was the time when Ethan was sending, the shooter was sending the text messages.
And this is also on Jennifer Crumley's phone.
Correct.
91 and 92. '93 and 94.
We have no objection to 93 and 94.
93 and 94 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Exhibit 93, also a picture captured on Jennifer Crumley's phone. This is also St. Patrick's Day, 2021, and this is at 6:30 PM.
Correct.
Okay. Same location as the other photographs we just went through?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go back to exhibit 83. This has already been admitted. This is the phone log found on the shooter's phone. So the time we're speaking of, those text messages where he sent his mother indication that he was seeing bowls fly off the shelf from the demon, that was between 6:03 PM and 6:29 PM, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So we already saw that there was not a text back from Jennifer Crumley, but tell us about the phone log. What did these show?
It shows a phone call from Jennifer Crumley at 7:24 PM.
Okay. So that's about an hour and a half after he texted about the house being haunted.
That's correct.
And that was a 19-second call?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm gonna move on to March the 19th, 2021. This is a Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer regarding their son that day. This is people's 95. I don't believe I have an objection to this.
No, there is no objection.
95 is admitted.
Okay. Again, Jennifer in blue, James in green?
Correct.
Okay. She said, is he awake? And what did James respond?
James responds with, yeah.
Jennifer wrote, how is he?
James then responds with, he woke up looking like he had way, in all caps, W-A-Y, too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache.
Okay. And then her response as well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why. That's March 19th, 21 at 9:41 a.m.
Correct.
About 48 seconds later, she wrote, all I know is he needs to eat, go to work and work hard and not complain, and he can get his stuff back.
Correct.
And then March 19th later on, he responded and didn't get it. That's Jennifer Crumley's words?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Judge Because you did have marked 95 down for admission, correct?
Yes, that's
Thank you. Okay, now the next day, March the 20th, did you find text messages from the school shooter to his mother, the defendant, of a concerning nature from that day?
Yes.
This is exhibit 96. I believe this was subject to a previous ruling.
any objection, aside from what was already noted.
No.
96 is admitted.
Thank you. But we're still on, I'm sorry, we're still on 95 on the slide. James wrote, Jesus, yes, he said, referring to their son, let me ask you a question, why am I in your guys' room, LOL? And Jennifer's response is what?
OMG, oh my God.
Which exhibit is this?
I have to back up just a little bit, Judge. Sorry, thank you. So just to make sure everybody's on the same page, this is exhibit 95. This is from March 19th, 2021. We've already gone through these. At 9:41 a.m. when Jennifer wrote, he was really worked up and out of control. In the same text message conversation, there's no breaks in this exhibit. When the conversation continued, James wrote what?
I totally thought you were giving him a Xanax last night. ...
And Jennifer's response was?
Does he seem better?
And then?
No melatonin.
And James wrote what?
I know.
And Jennifer wrote?
But he hasn't had one before, so I should have only given him half.
And then James' response is, he is doing his school, says his head hurts. He took Tylenol.
Correct.
Okay, and Jennifer's response was, is he okay to work? That's at March 19th at 11 a.m.
Correct.
And James's response?
Was yeah.
And that's also, it's 11:13 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And then Jennifer wrote 11:38 a.m. on March 19th. Does he remember what he did?
Correct.
Okay, and what was James's response?
James responds with, dude, I am working on a demo right now. I have not talked to him and he is doing school.
And then her response is?
Okay then, geesh.
Okay, thank you. And this is 96 that we just admitted. This is from March the 20th of 2021. And again, did you find text messages from the school shooter to the defendant of a concerning nature?
Correct.
Okay, in the blue, that's all the school shooter's words?
Correct.
Okay, what did he write to her?
He starts with, I finished picking up the room. That was at 2:38 on the 20th.
2:33?
2:33, I'm sorry,
Okay.
yes. He then says, I cleaned until the clothes started flying off the shelf.
And then what?
This stuff only happens when I'm home alone.
Okay, it's March 20th, 2021 at 2:34 p.m.
Correct.
And this is the same date and time?
Yes, it is.
And what did he write?
I picked the clothes back up though.
Okay, that's March 20th at 2:34?
Correct.
And when was the next response to that?
By Jennifer was on the 22nd of March at 8:17 p.m.
Okay, so I'm going back to exhibit 83, which is the phone log found, recovered off the school shooter's phone, specific to these days. Okay, so we just went through March the 20th, and those messages were sent about 2:30 in the afternoon, if you recall, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were there any phone calls in that time period?
No, there was not.
Okay. In fact, the next call was 6:37 p.m. on March the 20th.
Correct.
No objection. Oh, sorry, you can say the numbers and that's no objection.
97 and 98, Judge, I believe would be admitted.
We have no objection.
97 and 98. They're admitted.
Thank you. So, sir, were you able to tell where James and Jennifer currently were yet again on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is 97 and 98. 97 is the photograph, 98 the metadata. This is March 20th, 2021 at 1:51 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, if you recall, the text messages from the school shooter were sent to his mother about 2:30 in the afternoon?
Correct.
Okay, so tell us where Jennifer and James Crumley were at this date and time.
They're riding the horses again.
99 and 100.
No objection.
Is it 99?
and 100?
No objection to either one?
No objection to either one.
99 and 100 are admitted.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, now this was taken off of the last picture. Was taken off of James Crumley's phone, 9798.
That's correct.
99 and 100 were taken off of Jennifer Crumley's phone.
Correct.
Okay, so the capture time here, March 20th, 2021, 11:58 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay, so then that would indicate to you that they were at the barn at least from that period of time until at least 1:51 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Sir, during the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that the school shooter had only one friend?
Yes.
And did you also learn that that individual was abruptly taken from the state of Michigan about a month before the shooting occurred?
Yes, he was.
And did you review the text message thread between the school shooter and that other individual?
Yes.
You've looked at the entirety of the phone of the school shooter as well as James and Jennifer Crumley's phone, is that right?
That's correct.
If you could give us an idea, the volume of the data found in the text message thread between the school shooter and his friend.
There was over 20,000 text messages just between the two people. I've done exams on phones where the combined number of text messages isn't that much.
So what's the relative size and data between that particular text message thread and any other thread between the school shooter and anybody else?
I think the most text between any other person might have been near 500, just an individual person.
I'm going to show you a portion that's been previously admitted by this court of that text message thread from April the 4th of 2021, April the 5th of 2021. That's Exhibit 101.
And the court's previously ruled on this.
All right. 101's admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So we have names redacted. 101 was found on the shooter's phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in this instance then, the green would be his words, the shooter's words.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Tell us what he wrote to his friend on April the 4th of 21.
The shooter wrote, like, I hear people talking to me and see someone in the distance. And I corrected the spelling of the word distance.
It's April 4th at 11:56.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else?
The shooter said, I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to, quote, suck it up.
And then what?
He then says, like, it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. And then he says, my mom laughed when I told her.
So that's April 4th, 2021, 11:57 p.m. His words, my mom laughed when I told her.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, April the 5th at 12:06 a.m. So we were looking at a conversation right up until midnight, April the 4th, and now we're in the early morning hours of April the 5th. What did the shooter write?
Shooter wrote, but I'm having bad insomnia, RN right now, and paranoia.
And then what?
He then says, I need help.
And the next slide, or the next text?
I was thinking, I calling 911 so I could go to the hospital.
Then there's a response from his friend on April the 5th.
Correct.
At 12:12 a.m. And then what did the shooter write?
The shooter writes, but then my parents would be really pissed.
Now, April the 5th, 2021 at 12:38 a.m. What did the shooter write?
The shooter writes, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctor's tomorrow or Tuesday again. Then he says, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices.
Okay. Next text.
He then says, like I am mentally and physically dying.
Before we get to exhibit 102, in the course of your forensic examination of James's phone, Jennifer's phone, and the school shooter's phone, you're able to look at certain apps that are installed, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you discover if an app called Life 360 was installed on Jennifer Crumley's phone?
Yes, it was.
And what is Life 360?
Life 360, it's a tracking app that friends and family can install on their phone so they can know where they're at. I have it on my phone, and there's a family group, and my kids are on it, and I'm on it, my wife.
Did you find that app on James Crumley's phone?
Yes, it was.
And through that app, you can see where someone's at and where they've been, is that right?
That's correct.
And you look through the school shooter's phone as well, the defendant's son?
Correct.
Was that app installed on his phone?
No, it wasn't.
So it was just installed on James's phone and Jennifer's phone?
Correct, it was.
And that was on April the 5th of 2021?
I believe that's when it was installed, yes.
Okay. That's the same day as these text messages, like I am mentally and physically dying and asking to go to the doctor?
Correct.
Exhibits 102 and 103?
I'm sorry, are these, this is 102 and 103? We have no objection, sorry.
102 and 103 are admitted. I'm sorry, did you say that the date of the installation was April 5th? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So on the screen here, we can see the timestamp purchase date, April 5th, 2021. That's on Jennifer Crumley's phone, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And exhibit 103 on James Crumley's phone, we have April the 5th, 2021 as well.
Correct.
During the course of your evaluation of all the electronic information, digital evidence available to you, did you uncover evidence in the spring of 21 of Jennifer Crumley talking to a friend about her, what she saw as depression in her son?
Yes.
And were you able to review a Facebook conversation between Jennifer Crumley and actually the school shooter's only friend's mother?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to make sure that I'm clear with you. In April of 2021, which is the same month of these text messages, Jennifer Crumley texted her son's only friend's mother, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that conversation is when you uncovered concerning text messages as an investigator to this case.
Correct.
This is 104.
Thank you, and let me just take a look, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have no objection to this, thank you.
104 is admitted? That's just 104, right?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, this is April 29, 2021. Now, this is from Jennifer Crumley's search warrant return, correct?
That's correct.
So she's agreeing to these.
Correct.
All right. So what did she write?
She starts with, Ethan isn't bowling tonight, just want to let you know. Not sure if they need a partner or not.
Okay, and then her son's friend's mother, also named Jennifer, writes, is he feeling okay?
Correct.
And the defendant's response?
She responds back with, yesterday he wasn't, and he's been acting kind of depressed, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay, this conversation continue?
Yes, it does.
What does the defendant write?
The defendant says, I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school. He really doesn't feel good. I can't get anything out of him.
Okay. The person she's communicating with writes her son's name too. He stayed home from school today. The only time he's happy is when he's with the school shooter.
Correct.
And then her son has 2 E's and 2 D's. I'm wondering if he's worried about that. That's the other individual worried about her own son?
Correct.
Okay. That's 5:24 p.m. on April the 29th?
That's correct.
The conversation continues. What does the defendant write?
Defendant says, yeah, this is all new to me. I'm not used to Ethan being moody. He's usually pretty happy, and we'll talk about anything. I do know Ethan's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in. Social, do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. He just got to a point where he got so far behind, we were out of town. He's having difficult time making it up.
And then the other individual writes, I'm sorry, her son's struggling too. To be honest, I'm sick of fighting with him about it. Stupid online school really messed him up. I'm thankful her son has the shooter as a friend. They laugh and have a great time together. It's April 29th at 5:31 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what does Jennifer respond?
Jennifer responds with, yeah, me too. I'm just glad they're still getting along. And it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I just told him to do the best. Don't worry about it. Next year is a new year.
Okay, and then what's the next text?
She says, maybe if, referring to the shooter's friend, feeling better, if he wants to come over after work on Saturday, he can take him up to go bowling and make up their scores. He's more than welcome to stay the night and go to work in the morning. We set up a little shooting range in the backyard for Ethan's BB gun. They could do that.
Okay. Okay, and the response was her son's been excited to shoot.
Correct.
Okay, and that was April 29, 2021?
Yes.
Okay, now, around this time frame in the text message conversation and the videos on the school shooter's phone, did you discover extremely disturbing information?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm not asking you to go into detail, but as an investigator, it was important to you.
Yes, it was.
Okay, and in fact, it was in the days after these messages were sent?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And the school shooter shared that with his friend, his only friend he had.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that his only friend was taken out of the state?
Correct.
And it seemed to be without notice to the school shooter?
Correct.
Okay. Did you uncover evidence that either James or Jennifer Crumley commented on the fact that his only son was taken, or his only friend was taken out of the state?
Yes.
This is exhibit 105.
Yes, I have no objection to 105, thank you.
105 is admitted?
And you said that was around about a month before the shooting at Oxford High School?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, this is from Jennifer Crumley's Facebook, again to the mother of her son's only friend.
Right.
Okay, and this is October 31st, 2021, 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, and what did she write?
Jennifer writes, James filled me in on Ethan's friends last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything.
Okay, and then November the 3rd, she wrote what?
She says, how are you guys all doing? Been thinking of all of you a lot.
Okay. And you know from your investigation, this is the time frame when the shooter's friend was taken out of the state?
That is correct.
Okay, in this conversation, November the 4th, that other individual writes what to Jennifer Crumley?
She writes, hi Jen, we're doing okay. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I worry about him constantly and miss him terribly. I know that he's where he needs to be to get better though. Thanks so much for checking on us. I appreciate you and your family. She's referring to her son, the shooter's friend, was only happy and relaxed with you guys.
And in response?
Jennifer responds with, please keep us updated. I know Ethan misses him. If you guys need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask.
And that was, again, in November of 2021 before the shooting.
Correct, on the 4th, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention to the days around the shooting and what you were able to obtain as far as a digital footprint of the Crumley family.
Okay.
Starting November 26, 2021, is that date significant to you?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
That was the day the gun was purchased.
Okay. And we heard yesterday that the gun is in the murder weapon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was a 9mm Sig Sauer handgun?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That's been admitted in evidence, and we heard it was bought from a firearm store in Oxford.
That's correct.
Okay. This is 106?
I have no objection to this.
Okay, 106 is admitted.
Okay. This is just as an example, what information you can obtain from a search warrant on a Gmail account.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this is from James Crumley's Gmail account, November 26, 2021, confirming that he was in fact at that firearm store at 12:08 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we talked about obtaining locations from somebody. This is 107.
We have no objection.
107 submitted.
But before we get into 107, Exhibit 417, it's a video. Sir, in your analysis of the shooter's phone and Jennifer Crumbly's phone, social media accounts, you were able to obtain videos taken by the school shooter with that handgun, the murder weapon?
That's correct.
Okay. So 417, people moved to admit and publish to the jury. It's a video taken from November 26, 2021.
Okay, that I didn't realize I had a hot mic. I've been chewing gum. Okay, that video has ended. Let's take a quick look. Oops, just a sec. Okay. Let's go back to our state seal. Looks like I'm not going to be hitting the Rossi hearing this time around because we're going to need to change salons and move up the time slot. So it's going to be further from the courthouse and even earlier. So let's take a look. See if they are. Oops. See if they are currently going in the real time in Michigan. Looks like they are. Okay, here we go.
Search warrant from that particular chat.
Okay.
All right. 153 and 154.
Did we do something with 152?
We have no objection
Oh,
to admitting.
This was 152, Jeff. We admitted this one.
Okay, you don't have any objection. What 152 is in there?
No objection, right? Okay. And then I'm sorry, what was?
153, 154.
No objection.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, to 153 and 154?
Correct.
153 and 154 admitted.
Thank you, Judge. First, I'm going to show you 153, which was the messages left on Jennifer Crumbly's phone. I'm just going to show you the top portion of what is the cell-right extraction report. So tell us what we're looking at here.
We're looking at the participants involved, one of them being Kira Pennick, the other one being Jennifer Crumbly. At the very bottom of the screen, you see conversations to messages of 26.
Okay, and that's not 26 messages that you selected, that's all that's remaining on her phone.
That's correct.
Okay, and 154 is what?
That's you can see at the top extraction report, Facebook warrant return from both Kira and Jennifer. And it says instant messages 4,047.
Okay, so that would indicate that everything other than those 26 messages remaining were deleted by Jennifer Crumbly.
Correct.
Hey, one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further to say.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to go back to, I want to just start, you've been obviously involved in this case since the 30th of November, 2021, correct?
Correct.
And since that time, you have collected and looked at an abundance of evidence related to the Crumblies, the shooter, the shooting, everything, correct?
Correct.
And you, when you were testifying earlier, you testified that at a previous hearing, you had testified about the parents when they first went into Oxford High School, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, you had reviewed many, many materials prior to coming to court.
Correct.
And that hearing was a preliminary examination, which is a hearing that's before a trial, correct?
Correct.
And at that hearing, you did the best job you could in terms of explaining, answering questions.
Correct.
You were truthful on that day,
Absolutely.
as you're being today.
Yes.
And we can agree that you made a mistake about Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly arriving in the vehicle together at the school.
Because of the video, how it jumped, yes.
Okay, an honest mistake.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that when you don't have, when you didn't have more information, you made an assumption that they had been in the same vehicle together, correct?
Correct. I didn't know how many cars they had at the time.
You see them walk into the school together, but you couldn't see before that.
Correct.
And that's why you testified, honestly, you thought they had arrived together, but it was incorrect.
Correct.
And so you would agree with me that the more information you have about any topic and the less guessing, the more accurate the information will be that you give on this witness stand, correct?
I wasn't guessing before. I didn't know how many cars they had. I just saw them appear in front of the car.
Right, so when you testified and said they arrived in the same car, that was incorrect.
Correct.
And I'm saying that had you had more information about seeing the vehicles pull up or seeing each one get out of separate cars, your testimony would have been different, correct?
It would have been included in the video, correct?
And so my point is, you do the best job you can with the information you have,
Yes, ma'am.
but you're certainly not someone who can go back in time and see and know every detail of every single thing that's happened, correct?
Not every single thing. You could put together a good timeline with all the information that you gather, yes.
And it's fair to say for this jury, you have put together as detailed of a timeline as you can about all of the events before November 30th through 11/30th and beyond 11/30th, correct?
That's correct.
And when you are doing that, you are taking data from cell phones and other investigators, from surveillance, from all these different materials that are a part of the investigation in this case.
Correct.
And it's possible that at times when you answer a question, you may not be accurate, but you're not sitting here intentionally trying to lie, correct?
It's absolutely correct.
Okay. I'm gonna go back through the investigation that you did. It's fair to say, and I think you testified, you started obviously on November 30th of 2021, correct?
When the investigation started?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And Can you give the jury an idea of how much time it takes to get certain evidence, or kind of what it looked like going forward from 11:30 when you received various pieces of information? So on 11:30, let's talk about what you saw that day. You obviously saw the surveillance camera from the school, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, on that day, did you have the surveillance camera from Jennifer's office?
That came afterwards.
Okay, that came down the road.
Yes.
At that time, did you have the text messages between Jennifer Crumbly and James Crumbly?
That came after, no, that would have been afterwards.
Okay, when did that come?
It would have been within the process of getting the data from a phone. Depending on how much data there is, it could take a while and then to sift through all of it. So it could be anywhere from a couple of days to a couple of weeks to get everything that you're looking for.
And in terms of the investigation, there were materials you had on the 30th, obviously.
Correct.
There were materials you received in the days following the 30th, correct?
Correct.
And there were some materials that law enforcement didn't have for weeks and months that became a part of this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
And as more and more information became available, you would turn it over to the prosecutor's office?
Correct.
And then you would assume that they would turn the evidence over to the defense for it to be used in court by all parties and the judge.
Yeah, I knew my job. I don't know what they're, they have to give that up. Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so at the time on the 30th, it's fair to say all of the evidence that you have in this investigation, I'm sorry, not on the 30th. The 30th was the day of the shooting, and Mrs. Crumbly was arrested overnight between December 3rd and December 4th, correct?
Correct.
And it would be fair to say that between November 30th and December 3rd, your office and team and all law enforcement were working as hard as they could to collect information and collect evidence, correct?
Correct.
While you were working as fast as you could, there were a number of materials that you did not see until after Jennifer Crumbly was arrested.
Well, just because of the sheer volume of information that we were pulling together at the time, yeah, I mean, it took a while to go through it.
And when you're looking at all of the information about Jennifer Crumbly in this investigation, much of what you're doing is looking back in time in hindsight.
In hindsight, we're trying to put a story together, a series of events or a digital footprint of what had happened. We're trying to put that together.
And as you're trying to put that together, you're doing the best you can to make the timeline and the evidence make sense, correct?
Correct.
But in terms of what happened in the months before the shooting, the day of the shooting, and the days after the shooting, you obviously were not with the Crumblys 24/7, correct?
No, I was not. I didn't know them before this.
And it's impossible to have, there isn't any way to have a videotape, for example, of all those months, that shooting day and the days following, correct?
Correct.
So you take bits of information and try to put it together the best you can to make sense of it.
Are you referring to this investigation or throughout life?
Well, both. I mean, I guess we do that in both, right?
I guess in my life, if my son had hallucinations, I would have taken serious pause with that.
All right, let's stop for 1 second. When you say hallucinations, you're saying that you would take serious pause, but in reality, you did not know the shooter before this shooting, correct?
No, I did not.
You do not have awareness if he was really having hallucinations, correct?
I would have taken some time to look into it.
You're aware that there's this text thread, and we're gonna get into it later, where he's telling his parents he's seeing things, correct?
Correct.
But you weren't a part of any of the conversations or a part of that household in those days around that text message conversation, correct?
No, I was not.
You're
You said
not,
you didn't know them before this.
okay, you're not aware of what Jennifer and James and their son had been talking about in person before and after those text messages.
Well, like, from the text message, I know the son on a couple of occasions asked or spoke with his friend about seeing a doctor or wanted to go see his doctor, tell his parents he was gonna, tell his parents that he wanted to go see a doctor.
And while there are texts between the shooter and his friend, you have no evidence that Mrs. Crumbly has ever seen those texts, correct?
That she has read them? No, I do not.
You have, so there's text that the shooter sent to his friend, and you have no way to know whether Jennifer Crumbly ever saw those text messages, correct?
Other than his own words say, I'm gonna tell my parents tomorrow that I wanna go see a doctor.
That telling his friend, I want to go see a doctor and I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow, you don't know if he really wanted to go see a doctor or was going to tell his parents, correct?
I understand that's counsel's argument, but it's improper questions. You already answered the question.
Okay, you don't know whether Mrs. Crumley saw the text between her son and his friend.
No, I do not, ma'am.
And I'm also making the point, Your Honor, and the question is, you also don't know if it's true that he really planned to tell his parents anything. He has a text to a friend saying that, but you don't know whether that's true or not, correct?
Other than him saying on a couple occasions, no, I don't.
Okay, and when you say a couple of occasions, there's text messages on certain days that we've talked, that you testified about, but there's many, many, many other days, we can agree, that you have not testified about, correct?
In reference to what?
In reference to what he said to his friend, or in reference to what he said to the Crumbleys.
I mean, did he have are you asking, did he have conversations with them? I don't understand the question, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, my question is, you've given us bits of information about certain days, about March 9th, about a date in April, about a date in November, correct?
Correct.
Okay, there's a lot of other dates that you did not give us information about what exactly was texted to and from Ethan Crumbly and Mrs. Crumbly, correct?
Correct, there wasn't much texting between them.
Okay, you also, there's certain messages that you testified about between the shooter and his friend.
Correct.
There's also a lot of other text messages between them that you have not talked about.
Well, because the stuff that was talked about was not allowed to be talked about. He talked about.
Your Honor?
Yeah,
This.
Well, I think it's important, Judge.
Yeah.
Counsel can't ask questions about evidence that she sought to exclude.
Okay.
Telling this jury that I sought to exclude evidence that was irrelevant is very unfair and that is improper.
Okay, well, there's a lot of improper things here. No one's hiding any evidence from the jury, okay? So I don't want any implication that this witness is hiding what evidence from someone. So, yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
So don't ask about the messages if you don't want to know. So.
Okay. When you're talking about the text messages, let's back up and do this differently. You went through text messages between the shooter and his friend to find evidence to support that the shooter was having issues, correct?
To build, we went through the text message to try to get an idea of who he was and what he was going through and what he had talked about with his friends.
And when you saw text messages like you testified about involving seeing things and dishes flying and demons and things along those lines, you gathered those, and that was the evidence that you've presented to this jury to support your case, correct?
Well, because those are things of importance that he was hallucinating and seeing stuff flying off the shelves. And there's no other evidence or that we could find on the phones or communication between them to say that that problem was remedied or that a phone call was made to the shooter to what's going on or how can I help you, son, or anything like that. None of that was found. So it was important that that was what he was struggling with.
Okay, you're guessing that that is what he's struggling with. You're doing the best you can, but you're getting pieces of information out of text messages and really you don't know these people or what was going on, other than what you see in these texts.
He agrees with that. He didn't know any of them before this. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. Well, I keep ending up in a situation where we're trailing off and repeating, and I would just ask that.
Yeah, he
that stop.
doesn't know them.
When Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly were at their home and law enforcement came to their house, it's accurate that the cell phones from the parents were taken by law enforcement.
The first time they came to the home?
Not necessarily the first time. I'm asking, police took the cell phones that Jennifer and James Crumbly used. Police took those phones, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And when police took those phones, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly obviously went and bought burner phones or track phones.
Correct.
And you've testified that you can see that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly, or at least Mrs. Crumbly, attempted to get into some accounts that required two-factor authentication.
That's correct.
Can you please explain very quickly what two-factor authentication means for the jury?
It's so someone can't get into your account with just simply your password. When you open up an email account or you open up a Facebook account and it tells you, put your phone number in here. So when you try logging in from a phone or a device that Facebook doesn't recognize, it'll send a text message to the number that you said send a text message to. So then you enter that code into the app as you're trying to log into it. So it's two-factor authentication, your password and then text message from the provider.
And so for things like sometimes bank accounts or portals to get into doctors, things along those lines, sometimes two-factor authentication is required where you would need your original phone, correct?
Correct.
Or at least your phone number to be able to gain access to your own accounts.
That's correct.
There are accounts that will block you out if you're using a device it's not used to seeing when you log in.
If the two-factor authentication is set up?
Yes.
Correct.
And so in this case, you could see that Mrs. Crumbly attempted to do some two-factor authentication and was unable to do so, correct?
I don't know what she was unable to do. So I know there's a text message that was received from Instagram with a two-factor. I don't know what happened with after that.
Okay, so after buying the track phones, the burner phones, it's fair to say that Mrs. Crumbly and Mr. Crumbly went to their phone carrier and purchased new phones that have their regular phone numbers on them, correct?
Was that after the burner phones, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay, so when we're talking about the Crumbleys having 6 cell phones between them, the 6 cell phones include their original phones that were given to police, correct?
That's correct.
It includes these 2 track phones that have different phone numbers where you can't do the two-factor authentication, correct?
That's correct.
And it includes the 2 phones that were purchased after that so that they could have their phone numbers back on devices and then access accounts.
That's correct.
And from the phones, when you seize them, there is evidence that Jennifer Crumbly attempted to deactivate and delete a number of social media applications, correct?
There was talk about it in text messages. You need to delete this account or whatever. I don't know. Do you have something in particular that you're a certain account that you're asking?
There's there are text messages within the exhibits the prosecution has admitted, and I can put them up, that show Mrs. Crumbly and Mr. Crumbly were trying to deactivate Facebook accounts and Instagram, correct?
I know there were text messages telling, people texting them, telling them to do that, yes.
Okay, and people were, part of the reason people in those text messages were telling them to do that is because after the shooting, there were threats and, you know, there were a lot of threats against Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly.
Judge, respectfully, I don't believe this officer can testify as to the reason why people said that. He can testify that there was attempts to delete and things were deleted, but the reason for the motivation.
Well, he can't testify about the motivation, but did you see anything? Did you see threatening messages to them?
I don't recall seeing any first, no ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall that when in the text messages that Jennifer Crumbly sent out, she told Miss Brian Maloche, she told Kira Pennick, she told multiple people that she was being threatened?
Are you telling me that? Or
I'm
me?
asking you.
I don't recall. If you have something to show me, I don't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay.
Did you tell Karen or Andrew something? Yeah, before we down the safety, the 130, people hold Kira for after. Okay, this is where it is.
Okay. Okay, so in okay. I'm gonna put on the screen exhibit number 130, which was admitted in your prior testimony. Is it?
Right.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, now within the text message thread between Jennifer Crumbly and Kira Pennick, this is a screenshot that was in that text thread, correct?
This is from Kira Pennick's, a screenshot of hers. Is that what this is?
This is in exhibit 130 that's been admitted. These are screenshots with Kira Pennick. And I am asking you, this is a screenshot showing threats to Jennifer Crumbly that Jennifer Crumbly showed to Kira Pennick.
I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing. I don't know where it says Kira Pennick in the title of the image, but I don't know.
Okay.
Is there a copy of the exhibit that you could? Did you say this is in 130?
Your Honor, this is in 130, and I apologize. I am going to have to go in detail through each exhibit. I did not want to do that, but it's very clear I'm going to have to. So I'm going to the top of this. This is a 28-page exhibit, okay? This was
he's having the same challenge you are, except there's so much paper that
right.
He can't say if there's a hard copy of the exhibit that could help him, right? Is there?
May I approach?
Yeah. Can you,
yeah, that's
okay.
Okay, so this was admitted. These were admitted screenshots through your testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do. I see the.
Okay.
Does that document refresh your recollection?
Well, this part, the word says met with his counselor. Yeah, that part I remember that.
Okay, and in the thread, we see what you testified about in terms of Jennifer Crumbly sending over a copy of the math assignment.
Correct, I see that, yes.
Okay, we see the testimony you gave about Ethan being upset, having lost his friend and going away, and his dog.
Correct.
Okay, going further down, this is before the shooting started. Okay, so I'm on page 4 of that exhibit, going into page 5. This is all before the shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in this part, they're talking, Jennifer has told Kira Pennick, as you testified, about the math worksheet.
Yes.
She's told Kira Pennick about, I had to go to the counselor's office to have a meeting with them.
Correct.
Kira's talking about what horse Ethan could possibly be with that day that might make him feel better.
Correct.
And as the text thread goes down further, Kira and Jennifer, it's fair to say, remained in contact through the time of the shooting and after the shooting.
Correct.
Okay, and on November 30th, Kira Pennick is asking, she says, I heard there was a shooting at Oxford High School. Is Ethan okay? Correct?
Correct.
Okay, saying if you need anything, let me know.
Correct.
And after the time of the shooting at 4:42, Jennifer Crumbly is texting with Kira Pennick again.
Correct.
Talking about how she needs to sell her horses.
Correct.
This is when she knows that the shooting has happened and she's, well, she says, my head is spinning right now, correct?
That's what, yes, correct.
Okay, she's talking to Kira Pennick about selling the house back and forth.
Correct.
Okay, and Kira is talking about how she'll take care of the horses for Jennifer.
Correct.
Okay, and Jennifer says, I don't have my cell phone right now. She tells her I'm on this track phone.
Correct.
Because the police have her real phone.
Correct.
Okay, and then Kira tells her about how there's stuff on Facebook. People are figuring out what's going on, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer indicates, I'm off Facebook, I'm still in shock.
Correct.
Okay, and Kira offers to send Jennifer, can you receive pictures? I'll screenshot it, correct?
Yes.
And then Kira goes on to send Jennifer screenshots of something a mutual friend posted that was about the shooting, correct?
That's correct.
And their discussions are about, it says right in the exhibit, I cannot believe people on Facebook. I'm so sorry you're having to deal with this stuff, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She asks a question about the medication, and Jennifer indicates we're at a hotel in Lapeer and that the news is live at her house, correct?
Correct.
Kira's response, at least in the text messages, is please stay safe, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer sends her over what appears to be a screenshot from a social media app, maybe Facebook, or I'm not exactly sure, but you can see that Jennifer sent a screenshot where she has received nasty messages to her.
So I'm just gonna object to the form of the question. Mr. Rogowski, you can certainly read all of this, but calling it a threat or nasty, that's not for him to answer, that's for the jury to determine.
Well, yeah, they can characterize it.
They can read it.
But definitely they're not nice.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what these messages say? Larry Barton.
I'm sorry, you want to read them? What
Sure.
it says on it? It says rot in jail next to him.
Okay, Brandon Hegwood.
What a shame on you.
Kaylee Camacho.
Fuck your ugly ass kid, I hope.
Adam Tank.
What a fucking coward, Ethan.
Jennifer Crumbly texts to Kira, I can't go home.
Correct.
And Kira texts back that she's concerned for Jennifer's, when she says you guys, I'm concerned for you guys, and is expressing concern, correct?
That, yes, to stay away from the horses, correct, yes.
Okay. She also says she's worried about your horses or hurting you while you're here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that Jennifer and James are afraid of the public's reaction to what their son did.
Again, Judge, form the question.
I don't understand that.
Well, let me back up. I'm sorry, I can rephrase, if that's okay. Okay, so we know the news has been around the Crumbley's home.
Correct.
Okay, so following the shooting, there was media all over their street, correct?
I wasn't there, I don't know, I wasn't there, I can't tell you if there's media there or not.
Okay, would it surprise you if there was?
It wouldn't surprise me, no.
Okay. There were some nasty messages coming into Mrs. Crumbley.
From the street, are you referring to, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and Jennifer is saying she doesn't want to put anyone else at risk. And that specifically is on page 15 of the exhibit you're looking at.
Correct.
Kira is telling her about, or is commenting people are ridiculous, also talking about buying horses, other random comments in there. Is that a fair statement? There's some miscellaneous, I don't know.
She also said, be honest about things too.
Yep, Kira is saying to her, the best thing you can do is be honest about things.
Correct.
Okay, Jennifer's not saying, I don't plan to be honest, right?
You didn't respond with that, no.
Okay, Jennifer's not saying, I've got a big plan to lie, help me put this together.
I don't, it's not in here, no.
Okay, we have no evidence to suggest that Jennifer's telling Kira to lie about anything for her.
Correct.
Okay, so when Kira's saying be honest, she's saying be honest, but you have no reason to believe that Jennifer's attempting to be dishonest at this point, based on that message.
At this point, no,
Yeah.
but they
And
were
then-
taken into custody for a couple days after they were told to turn themselves in.
I'm sorry?
They were taken into custody a couple days after they were supposed to be taken into custody.
Okay, we're gonna get there. We'll get there. Jennifer Crumbley is representing that she's trying to work out lawyer fees, figuring out about being questioned, if she's gonna be brought in, amounts she can pay, things like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Jennifer is telling her, I'm bawling right now. My son ruined so many lives today.
That's correct. Correct.
And he did ruin so many lives that day.
Yes, he did.
And Kira is writing back to her. She wishes she could help more.
And we could bring the jury in, please. You may be seated today. Will counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We're gonna continue playing it.
Which I think is weird. The wife apparently put like
Sorry, Judge, we're just going to get to 21657, which is where we left off. We had closed out the file.
Thank you.
And he goes, please, let's talk. And let me tell you what happened. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know anything about it. It's enough. And I go to Nicole's room. That was that conversation after Jacob, which I don't know if it was a Saturday or Sunday.
Fotis told you he did not go into the house on Wednesday?
No, he told me that the kids said hi, that everything was fine, that they had a nice time. He wasn't precise about the place.
You were saying something about hair? What were you saying about?
Jacob was saying, write down everything as you were by the time you spent in Jennifer's house. Where did you eat? Did you put any plate inside the house? Do you remember going to the bathroom? And Fotis said, no, I did not.
My mother said that to Jacob.
To Jacob.
To Jacob, that he'd never been in the house.
Yes. And then
Maybe a hair. You said maybe a hair went.
because he said, well, Jacob, I don't know if maybe a hair went in because we were playing, we were hugging, and maybe in the kids' clothes.
Was he bald there?
Yes.
She had his whole body, so how did hair?
That's
So
what he
Jacob
said.
told him to write down everything that happened on Wednesday. Well,
And
prior to that,
yes.
do you know if he did write it down?
The one we wrote, like rapidly was the one on Friday.
Rapidly?
Well,
Rapidly?
rapidly was,
Why was Harper missing from that Friday? That Friday date? Both of you seem to miss Harper, both of you.
when
And
we
that's pretty
didn't,
clear that he's dumping trash all over the city and not have it in your mind to say, no, we weren't Harper dumping trash. That is not there. That's one thing we pressed you on after your arrest. You actually finally gave it to us.
can I show you
Yeah.
that for three months?
Yeah.
Show the one I did, or is that not supposed to show?
Yeah, I mean, the idea that they're saying.
Or even put in Fotis's writings, like Hartford,
Okay, I don't
that's
know.
a pretty
I didn't-
important, that's where we found everything.
Okay,
That's,
I know, but I didn't.
That's what led this to you now.
I know, that's why
And that's, it looks bad, it looks
She
bad.
did one for you after any, or we heard one for you.
You do? Okay.
Well, because what I did, I went through my AT&T account to my daughter's,
No, sorry.
to my daughter's phone, my mom's phone. So in between information of the people that I know I talked that day, I said, please send me screenshots. I forward them to Andy because my I don't have it. And I went and then because I don't remember, like, I'm so in shock, I don't remember. So I said, why I spoke with my mom 16 minutes? So I called, my mom is here. I said, Mommy, what did we talk about? And she said, we talked about you coming to my house.
Sure. This was 3 hours.
Yeah. So red.
Hello?
Yeah, so red. Red beans. Red dot. So we are, looks like we're at 2:20.
I mean, I don't know what he's gonna propose, but I just don't think he, I don't think he's going to be back. I don't think she knows.
I just, I don't think she knows. No. She's very adamant about Starbucks in West Hartford. Why, if I was gonna go around the city with Richie Colangelo was running on a mission to dump all of our trash over the city, I remember that from this. It wouldn't just slipped my mind.
We're gonna do one thing.
We are.
Unless she's legitimately on the phone, talking and texting, and she's not paying attention.
I mean,
And then
She's
when they-
outside the car, jumping up, she's coming with me.
She was?
She's, yeah.
She was outside the
She
house?
was open, her door was open, she's outside, she's on the ground.
her story was that she dropped gum and she realized it was sticky and she.
Yeah, she
wanted to go and eat that.
Pick up her gum when she dropped.
She's the one person in the world that ever.
After dropping.
Especially, yeah.
I think that's,
Maybe she is, but.
I think there's a bit of self-preservation too.
yeah, right, because she's thinking,
But to that point, the Hartford thing wasn't on any of this.
Correct, we had a press officer, and we didn't follow until we showed our picture.
We didn't make any notes on the 22nd, which Trent told us we recreated it, and he said Wednesday for photos. What we ended up finding was Friday and Saturday, both of them.
Right.
But Hartford's not an E.
Either.
Why?
You know why? Because they was right now. They think we're smart.
That's just the question.
Now we found out. This is why she was in. Because this home, didn't think about, dumping the trash, leave this home on that. Right. And then I believe, I just really think when I started to cover that cell tower area, we're up in Albany, that's right by Albany Ave. So that's why we're there. Wait, that's it. We were at this level. No, it's very good. Oh, that. That's good.
We're still here. Let's take it for a hike. Let's go for a walk.
Yeah, let's go for a hike, why not?
So what do you think about that West Hartford story?
But here's the thing, the guy in West Hartford, but here's the thing, I mean, honestly. She's great.
Also,
You were,
What?
you were talking about.
The Harvard.
yeah, another thing, I don't know if this helps, when Karen on Tuesday in the morning, when before going supposedly to New Canada, Fotis also said to Pared, write a timeline. And Pared said, why have to write a timeline? No, I memorized everything, I know it by. So Fotis was making us make timelines.
What?
Of that day, I don't know.
Of which day?
No,
Friday?
Friday. Because,
But Pavel questioned, like, why do I have to do this?
yes,
He was confused.
oh, and this was in the kitchen.
So Pavel was there. There was the three of you having a conversation, this one
But,
picture.
yes,
Which day was this? Do you recall?
Monday was Memorial Day, no? So this was Tuesday,
Tuesday? Following Tuesday.
yes. When Javier, I guess, came to the office, or at some point during the morning.
That's normal for the office,
Yes.
like routinely, he shows up, goes to the office, that's
No,
normal.
this wasn't in the office, this was in the kitchen. It was a
Is it normal for Pavel to be in the house like that?
Yes,
Normal?
because he takes the keys and it's in the drawer to pick up the car that he's taking, and
Where's-
usually we're sleeping, he comes in.
Where does he leave his keys? Does he ever leave his keys with the house? With you guys?
In his car, or inside his bedroom.
I'm just trying to figure out patterns of behavior, that's all.
Yeah, and Fotis did say, right, and he said, I am here, and I said, no, I have it in my mind, I don't need to write anything. That I remember happening. So yes, Fotis wanted us to do a timeline because supposedly Jacob told him.
Did
This is
Fotis tell you what, hey, you know what, do the timeline, but don't say anything about Hartford, about throwing the trash?
Well, that's what you asked me. No, he said, let's do a highlight.
You don't smell like Andy? Wow.
Oh.
I came up with the same question Andy did, so I feel smart.
No, he just said, yeah, like write what you did, so you don't forget. He kept saying that, like write what you did, so you don't forget.
Did he go over it with you after you agreed?
No.
Did you guys, he compare notes with you? Did he guide you in writing that? Did he guide
No,
you?
but he did go like, okay,
Is the
what
highlight-
we ate?
Just saying, highlight here might be junk off trash. If he's telling you, hey, see that
No,
out.
he said, so at what time you eat? And I said, I don't know, 12, 1, 2.
But you put, what you're telling us tonight is you did not see Fotis in the morning, correct? You wrote it.
This was like on Sunday when we wrote. This is
Right,
on the
wait.
weekend when we wrote that time.
Right, so you're right in the timeline that you saw Fotis in the morning, you guys took a shower together, you guys had breakfast. And in this interview today, you haven't seen him. So what I'm asking you
I
is,
said we had breakfast.
in the original timeline, you saw Fotis. Yes.
Yeah, you know, the point Michelle is being made is that when you and John and I first talked, you told us you got off and you took a shower with Fotis. You guys had breakfast, and a lot of this stuff is in the timeline that Fotis wrote, I believe that's what it was. Now you've changed that.
For a show.
So we're trying to see.
No, you probably.
Yes.
All right, who wrote this?
That's not me, yeah. That's not.
Detective Kimball, I paused the video at 2:26:36. Could you just indicate for the jury what you're showing the defendant at this point?
I am showing her a photograph on my phone of a timeline that we believe was written by Fotis Dulos.
Okay, and I just have states 74 and 75.
Not at Brooks.
Handing you state 75. You just take a look at that. What is state 75?
This is a single sheet, double-sided, handwritten timeline for Friday the 24th and for Saturday the 25th, 5/25/2019.
Does that appear to be a photocopy or an original?
This appears to be rich.
And is that what you showing on your phone?
A photograph of this, yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Photograph of this, is that right?
That is correct.
Could I just ask the witness to just hold that document up so I don't have to come up there, just hold it up to me so I can see which one it is? Thank you.
And actually, I'll ask you to show it to the jury as well.
Full size?
Now, did the defendant, you've indicated that you interviewed the defendant also in August, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you show the defendant a handwritten, or photocopy of a handwritten timeline in August?
Yes.
And hand you state 74. So, and before you open it, did the defendant identify which timeline she had written to you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that you take out that timeline and show that to the jury, Mr. Shaw.
Pursuing
74. And which of these three documents did the defendant identify as having been written by her?
These two.
Directing your attention to the document that's in your right hand, can you just hold that up for the jury? You okay, John?
Yes, could you just somehow identify that, since there's three separate sheets in that same envelope, which one is the correct one?
This is a photocopy of a handwritten timeline beginning at 6:40 a.m.
That's enough.
And I'm actually going to ask you if you could just indicate to the jury the last time entry on that timeline which the defendant entered.
Last time entry is 5/10.
And is there any mention of dumping trash in that timeline?
There is not.
And we're gonna pick the video back up at 2:26:36.
I'm just curious, did you write this?
That's not
Okay, okay, well, that's why I'm asking you. How about this? Did you write that?
That's not.
Do you recognize that handwriting? Okay, so Saturday looks like Fotis wrote the Saturday document? Okay, I'm just labeling it for the video. So Saturday, 5:25, that looks like Fotis' handwriting? Is that okay? And I'm only showing parts. This also, that's not your writing?
No, my writing.
This one just, okay, so Fotis wrote Friday and Saturday.
Of his timeline, not mine.
Well, this is actually, it has elements of both of you.
Right.
Pero he wrote it, not me. That's not my.
That's why I'm
Right, you were asking because Fotis is.
Very fast, yeah, he's writing it, because it's writing it, it doesn't say I, it says, it says Michelle.
Like.
Michelle, where'd your letter be? Yeah.
Can I show you?
No, did you,
The one you wrote with
John,
Jamie.
the one that you wrote, in the, with that step of the Tuesday, did you leave it at the house?
He photocopied and we put it in a bag, in
In
a
Rickett?
suitcase, yes. In a bag, in a black suitcase,
Okay.
with a computer of his own.
How many computers normally in that suitcase?
What was that? That Young was a guy that worked for Fotis, but he's stopped working for Fotis.
So it's a Guion
That's-
computer, it's just a computer.
Bueno, it's a computer of Forgo, but we call it Guion's computer,
Okay,
it's
so
a computer.
How many computers are normally in that suitcase?
That suitcase is Fotis and I've never opened it. That
Okay,
always
that has
was in the
room for
office.
3 suitcases, 3 laptops.
But I have my computer, but you guys have it. Fotis was his computer, then that was Guion's.
That bag was Guillaume's,
The computer.
the computers.
There's one, well, it's Forgo, but we call it Guion's. It was the computer that Guion used to use while he would work for Forgo.
So what I'm trying to say is that we found the bag, we found the photograph copies, but this is letter copy. And normally, are there one or more computers in that bag?
I don't know
You
because
don't know,
that
that's
was
what,
mine.
I don't know, it's perfectly reasonable answer, that's why we're asking.
And there's another big computer all in the office that I do all the photoshops, the pictures, because it's the only one that has programs.
Does Pavel have a computer?
Yes.
Where did you get that computer and when did you use that?
But they worked with Fotis before I met them, so I don't know.
So you don't know.
Perfect, so you said you.
And Andy, there was another guy working.
And it was-
He's called Andy,
Lewis,
and he was there that week. He went for a day, I think Tuesday or Wednesday to work on Ronnie's budget for what Fotis doing. But I did see Andy in the office on Tuesday or Wednesday, I don't remember.
So you said you made a photocopy of the letter you wrote, where did the original letter now? You said you made a copy of it, and you put the copy of the thing, where's the letter?
The letter
Yeah.
is the one that I gave.
That's the one you wrote with the other attorney the day after.
I didn't write it.
No, you wrote it because.
Because Fotis told
Told
me
you
that
to,
Jacob
right, yeah.
said, right,
And
I'm
you have your original, you have it?
and I have.
She gave it to us.
Yeah, oh, okay, that's what I was wondering, if you left your original there or what, that's what I was
put it
asking. No,
in
thank you, now
my
you got it.
And I took it with me, and there was a copy supposed, maybe there's not, did you find my copy? In that
I
bag?
don't know, I wasn't there, so I can't really answer that.
You talk about Andy Lewis, what is his name?
No, because he was there on Tuesday or Wednesday for a
After.
day.
Okay. You had, so what was last night?
After.
Before? Before Jennifer was missing, or the Tuesday after Memorial?
before.
Before. And prior to that time, when was the last time you saw Andy Lewis? Is it frequent he comes by or?
He used to work for
Yeah.
Ford. He was hired, full-time job. When I was in Colorado, apparently Fotis said, Andy, I cannot pay you work. I didn't know until I arrived because I asked him, where's Andy?
How long ago was that?
What?
That you're talking about?
Oh, this is in March.
March. Well, yeah, this is good. So back to March, Andy Lewis is gone with the business. With the business.
From Ford Group.
You from Ford Group.
Yes.
Since March till Jennifer's disappearance, is Andy come around often? Do you see him? How was his relationship with Fotis? Was it?
Work. With Faber, he has a better, stronger relationship because he knows Faber used to be the one that would do his wall of the house. So he would be like an independent contractor. And then Fotis hired him to be like a project manager. I mean, no, Faber.
So what I'm asking is from March, when Fotis lets Andy go from the business?
Yes, I probably
When was the
saw
last time you
Faber
saw? Yeah.
maybe 3 times more in my life.
Was that unusual that he was there on that Tuesday?
So for what Fotis said, I called Andy, so he pays me by the day, I guess, I don't know.
Okay.
But I called Andy to help me work on the Pablonis budget.
Okay. Does Lewis and Pavel, do they dirt bike together? I don't know if he just brings them back, you guys have a lot of property. they
Pavel's
walk.
bike, only
Yeah.
his private, and if you can see, it's mine, it's under my name.
Does he go back there with any friends other than you?
Two.
And Pavel, you and Fotis go back there.
I only treated Pavel only one time.
What's that?
That was this road.
Okay.
This big loop, only one time, and that was like 3 weeks ago.
What was
I
it?
don't ride with
I thought I'm just kind of losing track here. 15 times. What was it?
with Fotis and me.
Smaller route.
Gotcha. All right, I don't want to get.
Of the 15 times, some of them, there was 1 or 2 of the big ones.
Gotcha. And then you mentioned Pavel goes back there too.
Only one
Only one
time
time.
with me.
With you. And you
And
know.
that I know, and I think he posted for what his impression was, that my impression that I got from him, that he'd never been there before.
Was it just you and him or Fotis was there as well?
When we went, no, that he never go with
Okay, so when you guys did that, did you stop and take in the sights anywhere and would walk around, or you just?
go. I mean, yes, I was talking, like if I fall, if Fotis fall, which with the 3 of us we fell at some point in one of the.
But you didn't stop and spend time in a certain area, or you road fell down the road?
Yes.
So after Friday, the 24th, Fotis, has he been on his dirt bike back there? Has he been going back, right, doing this?
Not that I know.
When he came back from the backwoods dirty, you know, sweating.
When Fotis dirt bikes, does he wear anything on his hands?
Yes, yes.
What does he wear?
And we just bought them in Miami.
You did, what kind of gloves, you know?
My brand,
Yeah, what color? Are they
black.
black? Are they
It's like.
rubber? Are they leather?
Mine are leatherish, and it has protections here, mine.
Okay.
And I think he bought the same like mine.
Okay.
I think,
So black leather gloves?
or grayish. Either two. No, because he just bought them. He used to use my bicycle gloves that are gray with black, that are
Do
Trek.
they have any markings or any like?
Trek.
Trek.
The brand Trek, they were my.
Oh, Trek.
Trek. My bicycle gloves, because at some point he lost his gloves and I gave him my bicycle gloves. But those are not moto gloves, they're bicycle.
Right, so they don't have fingers.
They don't have, no, they do have the fingers, they don't have the protections for moto.
Okay, when did you use those gloves?
No, a year ago.
What brand are his knee gloves?
She's not sure.
I don't know, it can be Fox, it can be KTM. The equipment of KTM, I got it to him when he bought the moto as a gift. The black pants with the stripes, in an orange shirt.
The photos generally wears black leather gloves when you mow.
The new ones that he got, if they're not leather, they're kind of, but they're more like they're like a little bit stretchy.
So we talked about what happened Saturday after Jennifer went missing. What did you guys do on Sunday?
Sunday?
Yeah.
Sunday, he went to see, to meet me at 11. I was having brunch at La Salle in Collinsville with Nicole, Hatch, Aaron, Quinn, and Jules. Quinn and Jules are their daughter and son. We ate there. Then we probably stayed there like an hour. Then I took Nicole to a place that they sell, I'll give you the receipt, I don't remember the name, something Jake cake or something like that. So she got a muffin in like a popsicle, a cake popsicle in Canton. And then we went to the pond, Nicole and I. We relaxed, we stayed there. In the morning I prepared a Greek salad because we were going to do eat at the pond. So I did that in the morning, sorry. Then I went to eat brunch. Then we went to buy a popsicle, whatever this thing is. We went to the pond. We stayed there all day. I water ski. That I wasn't in the mood. I couldn't, but Hatch said, go, come on. I was crying. So he said, go. So Hatch and Greg got in the boat. He said, do you want to do the course? He said, I'm not. My head is not to do the course. I just want to free ski. So I free ski. Then Nicole was hungry. We went to the marketplace. We had lunch. We came back to the pond. Nicole invited a friend. That brought Charlotte, Nicole's friend. They were paddleboarding. I was just hanging there. At some point, Fotis arrived. He water skis. Then Aaron gives me a menu to order pizza. So what type of pizza? I order a salad. I wasn't really hungry. I order a pizza for Nicole and the friend. Aaron goes to get the pizza. Comes back. We all ate. It was Aaron, Greg, Hodge, Fotis, Charlotte, Nicole, and I.
Aaron is Hodge's wife.
Yes. And then by probably 8, we left to the house. Maybe a little bit earlier.
Whose idea was it to have brunch?
Hodge wanted to have brunch. Oh, no, wait. They were going on a bicycle ride, and they said, you want to go? I said, no, Nicole doesn't do 20 miles of bicycle. So I'll go in the car. I didn't want to stay in the house, that's the truth.
Wow.
Oh, I was scared. I was like worried. Mama, Jennifer disappeared, and then she's gonna come and she's gonna like kill me and Nicole. That's what was in my head.
You thought Jennifer was gonna come and kill you and Nicole?
One of the thoughts, yes. That was one of my thoughts.
It would make you think that you've only seen her once and that was heart to heart.
Because apparently she had all this illness, and for what Fotis said that she was very angry, she was throwing motions every time. So I always felt, and I actually one time went to a police like a year ago and I went to the court, but this is like a year ago, and said I'm worried about my safety of me and Nicole. But the police said that, and I have that paper in the house, so, and you can check it. I don't know if that's correct, but this is like a year ago. Can't help me do it.
Because of all the stuff that Fotis told you.
Yes, I'm like, okay, this woman is gonna come and kill me because I'm like,
Okay, so you're at the lake and so Fotis shows up.
yes, and he said I spent time, because he went to New York.
Did he get
That's
the
what he
right
told me.
to see his children?
And the police was there, he called the police, it supposed to be an hour, he couldn't see the kids. Fotis told me he called the police, and the police came in New York City.
The police got called on him.
Okay.
And what was his, did he get to see his children? What was it look like when he came back?
He was supposedly concerned,
He wasn't,
not crying.
and was he angry?
Concerned, angry,
Concerned about.
Concerned, angry.
So, look at kids, I guess that's when he was upset, angry, concerned, I don't know.
Which one is it?
I don't know, maybe he was upset.
Did he indicate to you he was upset?
I could, well, no, I don't know.
You've been with him?
Yeah, when I saw his face, he was like, upset, like disappointed.
Did you ask him any questions?
Yes, and I said, what happened? Well, I didn't see them. I know that they have a bodyguard. The police came. One of the police came down and said that there was a bodyguard. That's how we knew. That Lauren and 2 other people were there. So he told me he never knew what the other people were. And then I think he met MG. That's why he was, for what he told me, 5 hours, 6 hours, maybe more.
And at any point, so when you two initially greeted each other,
Once I said, you know,
yeah, were you friendly? I mean, was it,
oh, I hugged him, yes.
did you say anything to him? Jokingly or otherwise?
I think I told him I love him. I hugged him. I'm like, did you see that? And then I asked him, did you see the kids? And then he said, we were all sitting there. It wasn't only just me. It was Aaron was sitting there. Okay. No, I feel like we want to do.
No, if we didn't, we wouldn't be here right now.
Did you ask him if he thought that you two would be able to have sex with him?
Yes, I said that was a joke.
Why would you say that as a joke?
Because he said the police could have arrested me in New York. And I said, well, if you get arrested, can I have, how do you know?
They talked to other people, heard
Well, Greg was there. Greg, Aaron, and I think Hodge. We were all there in the grass.
So the jail comment was about what just happened in New York,
In New York?
Yes.
not about anything else.
You mentioned a girl named Kim earlier, was that Kim Rose?
Yes. That's the mom
I know she is.
of Laura that we went out.
She's the cousin of Mike Rose, the attorney.
Yes. Yeah. No, you know why I think I said that? I think someone said, Fotis, you could go to jail because the first suspect is the husband. I think now what you're saying. I think
Okay.
someone said that. And I said, as I joke, because I'm usually stupid and I joke, I said, oh, can you have sex in the jail? And we all laugh. That's how that joke became. A stupid joke. I'm sorry about that.
So the search warrants were done
Which is true.
on the houses and your phones and everything.
And then the swabs.
The swabs.
Your fingerprints.
Remember when you
Well,
pulled out?
that wasn't the night.
Yeah, I know, but remember when all that stuff was done, so they've done search warrants on the house that you lived in.
But before that, they did, you
We
guys
did
Did the buy, yep, you went and Fotis, right?
Yes,
They took your cell phones,
yes.
so after all that was done, did he have a conversation with you as to why
Why what?
it was done? What did he say to
I
that?
was upset, I'm like, why? And
Did you
but
talk with him?
we were staying, he got a hotel, Naples, and we were actually staying, he got 2 rooms, and I said, no, I'm sleeping with my mom and Nicole, I'm not sleeping with you. So we said, please then sleep with you guys. And I said, yeah, on the sofa. So me, Nicole, and my mom, we've been sleeping in the bed, he slept in the sofa outside, but because he had the lights on, he closed the door. Obviously, I was with Nicole, putting her to sleep, hugging her, whatever you do as a mom. He wanted to go and rent a car because I had to come here and see Andy. I said, and he said, I'll take you. I'm like, no, Andy said, and I called Andy, and I said, Andy, Is it good that Fotis come to me or with me? Then he drives me, he said, I'd rather not, I'd rather have you come alone. And I kept saying, and he said, no, I'll go with you, I'll go with you. And did he come with me? Well, I know you came down. At the end, we didn't come, and we came to the hotel. We went to rent a car in Enterprise because he was pushy. He rented this blue, that it's still there, the car in the hotel. He drives the blue car. Well, I don't remember if I drove the blue or I don't know, we drove the two cars back, the Yukon.
Michelle, before you go, what I think Allison asked you is, did you ask him, hey, why the heck is all this happening?
Yes,
And what did he
all
say?
the time.
What did he
He's like,
say?
I don't know, but everything's gonna be fine. Don't worry. I'm like, what do you mean? There's Jennifer missing. We don't know where she is. We're like sleeping in a hotel. I have to bring my mom. Like travel all the way here. And the point is like in the middle of the exams, which I was concerned telling Andy. It's like too much. Like and like what's gonna happen? Like my question is always what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Because I don't know what's gonna happen. And I still don't know what's gonna happen. And he kept saying it's okay, stay strong, it's gonna be okay. Like that's what he kept saying to me. And I'm like, okay, but I was upset.
Was he talking, sorry, was he talking to
Am I
anybody? Was he talking with you phone call
With
to
his
Pavel, to the guy from New Fairfield, whatever the guy's name was? Hartford. Was he talking to Nick? Was he talking to Pavel?
I don't know.
No, but when he's with, is he on the phone talking to anybody?
Yes, no, he's talking all the time on the phone. And he was, each time that you guys took the phone, he would go, his first mission was to go and get a phone. Which even my mom said, why? And you want two phones, and there's two phones in the
Who got a
hotel.
new phone? Who did he call to give his new number?
Sorry?
Who did he call? He got a new phone to make sure they had.
He said Jacob and no G.
Jacob and Jerry.
And like me, I always speak with my mom phone. I just got a phone like 2 days ago. Like, I didn't even want to talk to anyone. Because Jacob says if the police calls you, don't answer. They'll leave a message. 2 times the police called me. And they left a message, I didn't hear them. And you guys have the phone? The voicemails are there. And then the reporter started calling. And I didn't want, and I'm like, I don't want phone. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to be in this mess.
I'm sure you don't. You definitely don't. We're trying to help you guys.
At any point, while all this is going on, did you at any point think that he did it?
This information, yes.
No,
That's,
that weekend before.
where are you gonna rest?
Oh, before
Yes.
she disappeared?
No. Before.
Because put it this way, before Memorial Day, at any point. It's probably after Memorial Day,
I mean,
I started to see my.
I did have maybe one, like all of those million questions, because I said it can be the mom that wants it, because supposedly the mom also is crazy and was in a psychiatric and tried to kill her. I have so much information that maybe it's a lie.
Did you get it from?
From Fotis. He told me that in the report it says that the mom at Fairfield County committed almost suicide, but once she did suicide herself.
Did you ever actually see that report?
No.
Physically see it and read it?
No,
So this is
because,
just him?
because this report is in Mike Rowe's office, because supposedly it's sealed. But this is all what Fotis told me. I don't know if it's true or not. He told me that the woman at 79 tried to kill herself, she couldn't, and she ended up in a psychiatric for 3 months. That the sister who was bipolar was in 7,000 of treatment of medication. That Jennifer was borderline personality, depression, and a slightly eating disorder. Minimum, I don't know, this is all what he told me.
So Michelle, in your gut,
Okay,
listen
so
to the
going
question.
back to this is your question.
In your gut, in your mind, in your heart, your stomach,
based on what you know, not what we told you, what do you think has happened to Jen?
No, that's what is killed, huh? That's what.
So now your feeling is that Fotis killed
Oh, you're
Jennifer?
telling me? Okay,
No,
I
not
know.
what-
Now I
not
feel yes.
what-
My God says yes.
If you're, were you married before or just, you like a common child?
No.
So the mother of your daughter, the father of your
I
child.
have a very good relationship. He's
Those are
actually
the-
coming.
Okay, good relationship or bad relationship?
Yes.
He goes missing. How do you react? If hypothetically,
With
if they said, hey,
with
the whole dad is
I'm
missing.
in Argentina looking.
you try to help, exactly.
It's like Argentina, if you found out that the father of your child was missing.
Okay,
And actually, he wants to come. He's been
okay.
calling me every day.
Now,
Should I go, Michi? Should I
Just
leave?
listen to this first.
so, Fotis is, assuming
We
the
are
ex-wife
the opposite.
goes missing, he gets an attorney, doesn't want to help, and then tells everyone not to talk to the police. Would you do
The
that?
attorney said to me not to talk.
Okay, is that normal? Would you do that? Would you do that?
I thought it was, in my mind, no. I agree with you, yes, of course.
If you're in it, you got television, they're all around you, I think it's.
No, in my mind, if I would have been told this, I would have gotten
Did you say that in
research.
Fotis?
No, I didn't. But because this has been 2 years of torture
Well, it was.
for what Fotis told me.
Yes,
Of
divorces
the
are bad,
divorce.
I understand.
Or my parents are divorced and they're together like best friends, and I never went to torture like this.
That's rare.
Oh,
It's nice. It's refreshing.
we've been sleeping in the same room. I mean, they celebrate still their anniversary.
How is it been hell for you? With the third divorce? Why has it been hell for you?
Because Fotis gets angry each time he comes from court. He's upset because on the weekends that obviously I cannot be with the kids, and because Judge Heller, the last court order was that the kids spend a Saturday or Sunday, I don't remember which days, 6 hours in Farmington, so I have to move out of the house.
So you're not allowed to be around.
No, I can't. I
Did
cannot.
that
be.
make you angry?
No, because I have to change. I have to look for plans on the weekend.
Absolutely. And if-
So that's
So
why
you're
I went
biggest
one
convenience.
weekend to New York. I took Nicole to stop. Another weekend I went to Boston, and I took her to the Ballet of Boston. Another weekend we went to Rhode Island.
So you Nicole.
Yes, and then Fotis appears at night because he spends time with the kids, and then he sleeps at
It
night.
seems like your personal life is getting uprooted during these visits, you have to go elsewhere. And that's a huge inconvenience.
Of course.
And I'm sure it
I have
causes
to check
tension.
my day by day cycle.
But I'm divorced, I went divorced, I have a common child, and it's a big inconvenience. But I'm just looking for, nothing for you, but maybe that's a motivator for Fotis to get rid of Jennifer, make his life easier, his relationship easier, he get the kids. He can remove that whole side.
Yeah, now then I'm like the
I'm not
mother.
blaming you, I'm just saying, he loves you and it's causing tension. God,
No, but you
but
said
goddamn,
he doesn't love me.
what does he say about her?
He's saying that he wants to.
I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
he gets angry, right? So what does he say about Jennifer? You know,
Yeah.
that effing swear words,
I never
never
thought,
wants.
yes, I never thought she was gonna do this to me. I never saw her this side of her. I sometimes I hope she disappeared.
And I've said that about my class situation.
Yeah, like that in my head doesn't
Right.
work because we and Gaston, we we travel together,
Yeah.
we do vacations together.
And that's the way it should be, that's wonderful co-parenting.
Right.
Amazing.
And Gaston has even stayed for Jefferson
Absolutely. That's
2
amazing.
times with Fotis and us, and we've been in Miami, the 4 of us together, with
Right.
Nicole, Gaston, Fotis, and me.
That's wonderful
Like,
co-parenting.
in my mind, that's why all this
That's
is
how it
like,
should be.
For Nicole.
what?
For
Oh,
Nicole.
and I really like Gaston, he's a super nice guy, I mean, and if I have to choose another father, I'm choosing 100 million times, I'm not gonna change.
And that's the normal thing to say, that's
Yeah,
normal.
I love him. I love him as a person and a father. I thought. So,
But Fotis didn't feel that way about
no,
You said that he said he wanted her to go away. It disappeared.
yeah, but
But it's in jest, you say things in jest, no one thinks it's really gonna happen.
How many times I say, like, I wanna kill myself.
I could joke at work and I could say, thank God Johnny's not here, he's fun. I wish, we get mad at each other.
In Spanish, there's a saying, and I say it all the time to my daughter, but don't arrest me for it. I say, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah.
You know, how many
That's what I was
times
saying before.
I've got 4 kids, I know.
Right.
And she don't, and
So
she
people
they
say
really laugh
things
because they're like, how are you
because we
gonna
don't
kill
have
them?
that-
Like, I'm gonna kill you with all, a lot of kisses. Like, let
Right.
me play, like, I make
Right.
a joke. But,
Right.
I mean, yes, sometimes I say it. And yes, and Fotis always.
Thinking about something is one thing. It's when
I know,
actually-
yeah, I'm not going around, I feel no one.
So, are you, maybe tomorrow you can take these guys and show them moto?
Just flood through some chlorine through the water company while it's.
Yeah.
Like, there's no water going.
Well, it's a reservoir property, so I'm not sure. Well, technically, you guys own that property? No, so I figured some type of, regional water. So we gotta make sure we're gonna go on that right.
It's the TMB, something like
Yeah,
that.
She thinks it's the Department of Environment.
Yeah,
So we'll just set that on our end.
What's the other one, the what, income?
So in the
Yeah, we'll figure that out. The bottom line is, we'll need to go with some people, show us where you're talking about.
The only thing that through the woods, we're gonna have to do it walking, it's gonna take us probably like 2 hours.
That's fine.
For the paths line enough for vehicles, for
No,
a truck?
for the gravel, yes, the gravel is easy.
Part of it's gravel, under the power lines.
Oh, it's like under the power lines, but it kind of have like another,
Have you ever, under those little gators, those like those little mini vehicle, four-wheel drive vehicles?
yes,
Or ATVs for
that
big?
fits. Not in the woods, no, because there's a lot of
I
roads.
think it should be one.
Yeah.
But then slowly. That's not.
Good for you.
Right.
But I mean, you come with me, so.
So we're moving. I have to be in court first thing tomorrow morning, so this is gonna happen.
It probably takes.
Yeah, I mean, little resources in the waterfront.
What if we go with 2 guys that knows motor and we go behind?
Well,
We'll just.
in a perfect world, yes, but.
We'll figure the logistics out.
So when do you want to do this? When?
As soon as we can.
Tomorrow, Saturday, tomorrow, Saturday.
Tomorrow's.
No, tomorrow's on Friday.
Right?
Yeah, no.
Tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, whatever.
Alright, Saturday I can't, tomorrow I'm in court first thing in the morning, which I can try to, get back. Okay, yeah.
Which court?
No.
Oh, God.
I can take care of that.
Double that.
Well, you want to take care of it? I mean, if you want, go. And I can get out of there, hopefully I'll be able to get out of there.
When you get there, just text me and I'll tell them they give you whatever date you want to get you done, it's easy.
Well, I don't have that much clothes, guys, I would like with our phone, with our,
Yeah, she's homeless, she has no
So what do you
clothes.
want to arrange now?
so, and I have this thing in the foot that I cannot put a boot, so the
So we
GPS.
can probably set something up.
Okay.
So, but I need another shoes, otherwise I don't have clothes, I can make.
So I have no problem, we can bring her in and let her get what she wants for her, so.
Okay.
Great, pretty cool, so.
Okay.
I can give you, that's another thing I have to ask, I give you like a list because Nicole is living on the.
They're gonna let you go in. If you don't care. They're gonna let you go in.
Oh, it's. Okay.
Is this, can I take Nicole or it's like a mess, like everything's
Yeah,
like.
probably better not to take her out, but in case, talk to her about what she wants, see if I, look, say, if I can go and get you whatever you want, what would you get? And then
No,
if
and
you
I
get it
know all
for
the
her,
ski
if
equipment.
you get it for
is
her,
the
then you
most
surprise her,
priority.
that way we'll try and get it done for you. But I'd rather her not.
Because if she goes and there is something, it's not gonna be a good sight.
Is the house like a mess, like upside down? Like,
Okay, so it was
you're.
pretty neat.
They use that, I understand what you're saying, if there's something in there that is a surprise and it's terrible, you don't want
Yeah,
it.
it's-
Okay, no, I'll go wherever it takes.
When-
The most important is take her ski equipment out of there because she's going to Argentina and she's training, she's competing.
Listen, they're just told you, you go in and get it,
Yeah,
okay? So you're, it's very well.
So I can plan ahead for those guys out there, I mean, what time frame would you be looking at? I just gotta make some calls,
Yeah, but it's something.
My only responsibility now is take Nicole to school. But I think you have the schedule, we should have tomorrow.
I don't know how to do that.
Can I ask my mom?
Yeah.
Well, if she has school, she starts at 8, so again, same, 6:40, wow,
We'll have time after we finish the call.
Yeah, well, we have guys there, I just want to keep that, we'll figure it out, give them the time when they're showing up, and talk to the state's attorney, this is good. Just build this escort her through whatever she needs to get.
And then we'll find a day where we can all go for a little higher.
Is that gonna be tomorrow?
Hopefully.
Well, my only thing is if we go on that.
If not,
It doesn't matter,
That's what I mean.
I'm just saying if we found something.
Those are cases.
No.
But this part we can do in a car, because we're not gonna walk all this is gonna take forever.
I gotta lose some weight, so.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I lost already 3 kilos. This we can do in a car, this is the part that we need a moto or walk. Because this is in between the trees, there's a log. I mean, this part we can do perfectly in car, and this takes in car maybe 5 minutes. Well, there's a part that we go, I think, yes, we can.
They'll set it up for it.
We'll get it figured out.
Do you want to see if they want to do that?
Yeah, I can call, they're there, so holding the house, so.
They just might be able to swing in, by the way, home to get the stuff she wants.
I have to pick up Nicole at 5.
We better get going. Where is she?
It's fine.
In the school.
We gotta go. You gotta go now.
Oh, I know, but we do.
No, but I'm saying, we gotta do that, let's do it.
So I'll call up there.
But.
No, so we'll do it.
We'll coordinate.
Yeah, we'll fix that, we'll do it
But I
today,
have
we'll do it
to-
tomorrow.
yes,
You're gonna
because
pick her up, you're gonna meet with her,
You know
don't
what?
spend her time with tonight. Don't do that, be a mom tonight, tomorrow you drop her off at school, we'll figure the rest out.
Yeah.
Right, because otherwise I go over to you.
Perfect.
And I don't wanna, and in the house, I'm not gonna go with you. Is it okay?
You can go with the house.
But you guys are gonna ask me questions?
No.
Nobody's gonna ask you anything, you're gonna get the stuff
You're
you
gonna
want.
get your stuff, aren't you? Is that what you want?
Get Nicole stuff, and
Yeah.
if I can
And
take things
yes.
from me, yes. Okay,
You won't call, you'll ask questions,
okay.
we'll figure out what time.
But I have to get the suitcase, all the boots, helmet, so I'm gonna have to walk.
Yeah, just keep in mind, you don't have to answer, like, we're not gonna be asking you questions, you don't ever feel compelled that you have to answer, like, you can think quiet.
Yeah.
Like, it's your right,
Tell us to be quiet if you want.
tell us, yeah,
Yeah.
if you want complete silence, we're not gonna say,
No, but
these are your rights.
if Andy's not there, they're not gonna talk to you tomorrow.
Look, we're not trying to do
Is it
anything
gonna be-
bad to you, we just wanna find a friend, if you can
And
help
you're
us,
not
that's
gonna put
wonderful.
like, okay, my fingerprints
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
that's already done.
You're done, you're ready to do, you're helping us.
You're helping us, in which.
We're walking with you.
No, but I see the movies that, these are like the typical setups.
No, there's no sense.
Have we treated you,
Have we in the room here done something different than what we told you ever? Other than when we took Floris's second phone that first day? No, we've treated you well. We're not lying to you, we want to
Thank you.
Okay.
thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
Take your stuff.
Yeah, go get her, so we can leave. And then Andy will talk to you tomorrow.
Okay,
You can go pick up stuff, okay?
okay, thank you. Can I take this is mine?
$13.59 or $15.99.
So you stay with the credit
15,
card?
yeah.
You want 15?
Detective Kimball, during the course of the interview, the defendant indicated to you that she and Mr. Dulos went to Starbucks on May 24th, 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And were efforts made to investigate that and corroborate that?
yes,
And were you able to review surveillance footage from Starbucks from May 24th, 2019?
yes,
And were the defendant and Mr. Dulos present in Starbucks?
yes, they were.
Would that have been before or after the trash was dumped?
That would have been after.
During the course of this interview, Pavel Gudiani's Toyota Tacoma was discussed. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Did the defendant ever indicate during this interview, June 6th, that that Toyota Tacoma was at 80 Mountain on May 24, 2019?
No, she did not.
Did you have occasion to interview the defendant again?
Yes,
What date?
August 13, 2019.
And between June 6, 2019 and August 13, 2019, did the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos continue?
Yes, it did.
And did you learn additional information?
Yes, we did.
Did you have an opportunity to review surveillance footage and Fotis Dulos' phone?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to receive additional DNA information?
yes,
She was asked to participate in another interview, is that right?
yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Judge.
Thank you. It's a natural break. We will resume at 3:30. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, we are mini break.
All right, this honorable Superior Court now standing in recess until 3:30.
Yep. Let's see. Looks like we're still going over in Michigan, so let's listen in. Oops.
You don't know what they discussed. We've already covered that earlier in your testimony, right?
I do not know that before this prior.
Okay, so you've talked about the hallucinations many times. The jury gets it. There's a text about hallucinations. We all agree, those are there, okay? To you, those would have been alarming. You would have acted differently based on getting that text.
Absolutely, I would have.
Okay. Jennifer Crumbly is texting her friend Kira in this text thread. That's what we're going over right now.
Okay.
And her texts are saying, I wish we had warnings.
Correct. Correct, that's what she put, yes.
Okay? And Jennifer Crumbly wrote, he's a good kid. They made a terrible decision. And there may be typos, but it says, he's a good kid. They made a terrible decision, correct?
That's what she typed, yes.
Okay. Kira responds back, there probably were warnings, but nobody saw them. Hindsight is always 20/20. I don't care if you agree with it or not. That's what Kira says. Hindsight is always 20/20, correct?
That's what's typed there, yes.
Then Kira goes on and says, people at the barn are concerned. I'm sorry, I'll go slower, okay? A lot of people have found out Ethan's all over Facebook. That's the next thing she says, correct?
Correct.
And then she goes on to say, people at the barn are concerned.
Correct.
She tells Jennifer, I think it would be best if you didn't go out to the barn, or if you do, you should be escorted by police, correct?
Correct.
When someone's escorted by police, that's usually for safety reasons, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Jennifer says, seriously, those horses are the only thing good in my life right now. And this is after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And Kira responds, I understand that, but we all need to be careful.
Correct.
So it's fair to say there was a concern about safety regarding Jennifer after the shooting, and also other people around her were concerned for their own safety.
Correct.
And it's also fair to say, and if you don't know, please just let me know if you don't know, a lot of people in this state hated Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly when they heard about this shooting.
Judge, he can't testify. Yeah, I don't know how he can testify to that.
Okay.
There was
widespread attention.
There was widespread attention.
Yes, there was, that, of course.
And there were many news articles
Correct, yes.
and people on anything like this are naturally upset to see a school shooting.
Absolutely.
And people naturally are angry to hear that children have died.
Absolutely.
And this was the kind of event that sparked a lot of emotion in a lot of ways.
That's fair to say.
That's fair to say for you personally.
Absolutely.
You would imagine that for other people, they were personally affected by this, very emotional.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that this kind of a tragedy it was just horrific. We can agree it was horrific.
The shooting, yes, it was, absolutely.
Jennifer tells Kira to call her on Facebook. She's on a track phone, needs to figure some things out, correct?
Correct.
If they did have a phone call, you're not aware of it. Well, and I'll slow down. The next message says, sorry, I missed your call from Kira, correct?
Correct.
But we don't know what happened in between the text about calling at 11:23 and the text the following day at 2:34. We don't know if there ended up being conversations or not. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
You can't tell from this
Not
thread.
from this, correct.
So they're going back and forth, talking more and more about letting her know later today, things like that. There's talking horses in between all of this. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
And on the bottom of page 22, Kira indicates, I don't want people to follow you or hurt you.
Correct.
And Jennifer says, we are out of the area for a few days in a safe place until we have a better grasp on everything, correct?
That's correct.
She doesn't say we are trying to get out of state, we're trying to get out of the country. She doesn't say anything like that, correct?
Not in this chat thread.
Okay. In this, she says, we're trying to be in a safe place,
Correct.
which would indicate safety is of course a concern to the Crumbly parents.
By saying they're in a safe place, yes, I would say that.
Kira says, I'm glad you're safe. I care about you guys, correct?
Correct.
She assures her she'll take care of the horses. They'll talk about buying them, figuring out somebody to buy them, correct?
That's correct.
A few more text messages back and forth about meeting before then. And then on page 24 of that exhibit, Jennifer says, what's your number? I want to call and set up a safe place to meet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, she mentions that her messenger is probably being monitored,
She does say that, yes.
okay? And she's talking about she needs to get stuff, discuss the horses, correct?
That's correct.
And let's see, they're going through more about whether cash or checks are best.
What page is that?
It's
I see that,
on
yes, I'm sorry.
25.
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that after the night of the shooting, the Crumblies went and stayed in a local hotel,
Yeah, correct. They went to a hotel, yes.
okay? And the next day, they went to a different hotel,
Correct.
okay, which was also, I mean, maybe an hour from here, a local hotel, not out of state, not out of the country, right?
Within an hour, yes.
Okay, and so in the days following the shooting, the Crumbleys did not return to their home in Oxford.
They didn't.
The Crumbleys have never returned to their home in Oxford.
No, they've never.
Let me just see if there's anything else. I'm sorry. Okay, and then the rest of this is talking about possible charges being announced, and things. Jennifer is saying she's anticipating there may be charges announced, criminal charges.
Yes, at the night before, I believe, on page 26, yes.
After the shooting.
Yes.
And when she's talking about charges, she's trying to figure out if they're charges, well, I'm sorry, scratch that. She's talking about charges against herself, correct?
I'm not entirely certain if she's, it doesn't say whether she's referring to herself or somebody else.
Okay, so she's waiting to basically just figure out what's going on.
Because
is what-
again, counsel can't narrate what she thinks her client was thinking. She can have him read the text message. I admitted it into evidence. They can have it all.
Yeah, okay, so there's a text.
Okay,
Maybe there, yeah.
So the text says, Jennifer Crumbly wrote, I'm not sure what's happening.
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. From the text message thread that the prosecution introduced between Jennifer Crumbly and Brian Meloche, we also can conclude, and if you can't, let me know, that Jennifer Crumbly was trying to deactivate and delete social media accounts.
I believe she was, yes, I believe they discussed that, yes.
And Jennifer Crumbly is asking Brian Meloche things about, can you still see James's Facebook? Can you see my Facebook? Questions like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. James and Jennifer Crumbly Jennifer Crumbly in her text messages is very clearly making it obvious. She is telling Brian that she is shutting things down. Like that.
I don't remember the language that she used. I know they talked about it. I don't remember if she was afraid of shutting things down.
If a person has a Facebook account that they deactivate, okay, I'm gonna go even slower. When someone has a Facebook account, other people in the world have the ability to see that account, correct?
If it's public or your friends or whatever, other security settings, well, yes.
However you have it set up,
Yes.
you allow who can see the account and who can't, correct?
That's correct.
If you do have an account and you don't want the world to see it, if you deactivate the account doesn't appear when people look for you on Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
So if the Facebook account is deactivated, people cannot send you messages through Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
And they can't send you messages through Facebook Messenger.
I'm not entirely certain if you'd have to deactivate Messenger as well. I don't know, because they are two separate platforms. It's under one company, Meta, Facebook, but I don't know if you have to deactivate both of them.
So with Messenger, if Jennifer Crumbly deactivated Messenger, we can agree that people wouldn't be able to send her messages.
Correct.
And in general, if a person is trying to avoid having people find them on social media, deactivating the account makes it so people don't find them, correct?
Correct.
So for example, Instagram. Jennifer Crumbly had an Instagram account and you testified about that to the jury, correct?
Yes, there's a two-factor authentication test message that was found, yes, with Instagram, is that what you're referring to?
I'm not referring to the two-factor authentication, but you testified that Jennifer Crumbly had an Instagram account. Well, we can agree, she had an
Yeah, she
Instagram
did,
account.
there were posts that were, admitted the other day, I believe, right?
Right, and in that, on Instagram, the whole point of Instagram is to post photos or videos, correct?
Correct,
And we can see the Instagram account that Jennifer Crumbly had with videos and pictures she had posted over time.
correct,
And when a person turns off or deactivates their Instagram account, other people in the world don't have the ability to see those photos any longer, correct?
that's correct,
Other people in the world don't have the ability to send messages through Instagram to the person that's deactivated their account.
correct,
So, as a computer expert, if a person is trying to avoid having people see them or find them or see posts of theirs, even old posts, deactivating the account will accomplish that task.
correct.
First one's in Blockdale at 2:30, the second is at. Yeah, the second one is in Provo at 5 p.m.
On that Instagram account,
Right over to Heidi's house.
you are able to tell from the data that you received other accounts that Jennifer Crumbly followed.
Correct.
So, meaning that from her account, Jennifer Crumbly had certain people she was linked up with where she could see what they posted on their accounts, correct?
Correct.
And on the flip side, people she was friends with on Instagram or connected to could see what she posted.
That's correct.
And we know that Jennifer's son had an Instagram account, e.crumbly, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And we can tell that Jennifer's account was connected with her son's in a way that she could see what he posted on that account.
Correct.
And we can presume he could see what his mother posted.
Correct. But if
When you are looking through the Instagram records, you are not able to tell which posts Jennifer did in fact see or not see, correct?
For that, blood thinner.
Correct.
So if the shooter posted something and Jennifer Crumbly had not checked Instagram, it's possible she would not have seen it even though he posted it.
They were
possible
around and
if he posted it and she looked at Instagram and looked at his account, looked at his profile, is that what it's called? She would certainly see anything he posted.
Looked at his account, you're saying, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Correct.
But in terms of all of the data you have, you don't have any way to determine which Instagram pictures she did or did not see.
Correct.
Now, if she made a comment on a picture, you would know she obviously saw it because you couldn't comment unless you had seen the picture to put the comment on there, correct?
That's correct.
And on the Instagram photos, there are not comments from Jennifer Crumbly to her son about the posts, correct?
On all the photos or a particular one?
I suppose the ones that we've admitted as exhibits in this case, the photograph of the gun, for example.
Correct.
And there's no doubt the shooter liked guns.
Correct.
And there's no doubt Jennifer posted photos of the gun.
Correct.
And videos.
Correct.
And in that. And even with what she posted, we can't tell if the shooter could see her posts.
Possibly, correct.
He may have seen them, he may not have seen them.
That's correct.
In terms of people communicating, we know that people can communicate obviously by telephone, voice phone calls. I don't take many these days because I hate them, but in the old days, we could talk on the phone from one person to another, correct?
Correct.
And there's the ability, obviously, to text. People can send messages from one person to another.
Correct.
And in terms of people's habits, some people may delete texts when they get them. Correct?
Correct.
Some people may keep every text they've ever had.
Yes, I do.
Some phones will delete texts after a certain period of time.
Not unless the user tells it to, no.
If someone gets a new phone, there are occasions where the old text from the old phone may not come up on the new phone.
But without, I can't say for certain, I don't know, I haven't tested something like that yet, I don't know.
We can agree that everyone's personal habits in terms of how many texts they keep on their phone or don't are individual to each person.
Correct.
So when you're testifying and telling the jury about posts that you can tell or texts that you can tell are deleted or not deleted, you have never sat down and talked to Jennifer Crumbly about her habits with deleting posts or pictures or texts, correct?
That's correct.
The best you can do is look at what's deleted, what's not deleted, and tell this jury your findings.
Correct.
I want to go to March 9th of 2021. You testified pretty extensively about that date. Do you recall the materials from that date? And if not, I can certainly.
Yeah, if you have copies of it, I would prefer that, yes, please.
Okay, so on that date, I'll approach with copies in just a moment. I just need to pull it up on my computer. I'm gonna go to exhibit number 78. Okay. So, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure, I can. He has them on the screen.
You said you wanted hard copies.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
Okay, oh, okay.
Are you okay with this
That's fine.
screen? Or do you want?
I'll have that, please.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so March 9th is one of the dates that you talked about.
Correct.
And the text messages that were introduced make it clear that James and Jennifer Crumbly made plans that day to go out to the barn, correct?
Correct.
And you have photos confirming that they were in fact at the barn, photos of horses they took.
Correct.
Okay, the jury has seen that the data shows the times these photographs were taken, so we know they're taken on March 9th.
Correct.
Okay, you've brought in GPS locations to prove they were there on that date.
Correct.
Okay, and it's on that date that Ethan Crumbly, the shooter, is sending his parents some texts that were admitted through Exhibit 82. Do you recall those texts?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, in these texts, starting at, I'm going to put it up on the screen. This has been admitted as Exhibit 82. At 3:17, we can see that the shooter asks his mom, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I have that one in my hand. Do you want me to trade with you?
I should be fine with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think council misspoke.
I'm sorry, Jennifer, I'm so sorry. Jennifer Crumbly asked the shooter, "Are you home now?" At 3:17.
So where are you? Yes. Is that what
I'm
you're-
sorry, where are you?
Yes.
Okay. And the shooter responded, it looks like 4 hours later, saying, "Can you get home now?" And then proceeded to send some other texts about, there is someone else in the house, I think, and it goes on from there, correct?
Correct.
Now, in between the time of 3:17 and 7:50, okay, we can agree there's a couple hours of a gap.
That's correct.
You don't know if Jennifer Crumbly and the shooter had phone conversations or discussions over those couple of hours,
If we look at the call logs on their phones, we could possibly find that out.
okay? If we looked at the call logs and the phone calls were to and from cell phones, we would be able to tell that, correct?
If they, yes,
Okay, but if, let's say Jennifer Crumbly called from her office phone, it would not show up the same as if she called from her own cell phone.
well, the number would be different, correct?
Okay, and when you and law enforcement went through looking for phone calls, there are not, you provided over several call records, but not call records for example, Jennifer Crumbly's office with Ethan Crumbly.
There were none entered as exhibits. I can't say for certain right now with all the information I looked at, if there were any, off the top of my head.
You don't know if there were any.
Right now, I don't know.
Okay. And you also don't know that day, on the 8th, you know that they're planning to be at the barn. James and Jennifer make plans to go to the barn that
Correct.
day after work,
Correct.
okay? Between the time they make these plans and the time the shooter texts, "Can you get home now?" You don't know if Jennifer Crumbly or James Crumbly has physically been with the shooter.
Right, no, I do not. From that chat thread right there, I do not know that.
You don't know the discussions on that day that may have taken place in between the shooter and his parents.
Right, from this, I can't tell you that. Is that what you're saying? I don't understand.
Right.
Correct.
Right, the best you can do is piece together bits of information, but we can agree there's gaps of time where you don't know definitively what happened.
Correct. Right now, yes.
We can agree there are any number of things that could have happened between 3:17 and 7:50 there would not be evidence to show you what exactly happened, correct?
If there is none there, you mean? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Correct.
And the only people who would know if they can even remember the day years ago would be the people who were present. So Mrs. Crumbly and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
They would be the only people who truly know what they spoke about or didn't speak about on that day.
Correct.
So when you see these texts, and I understand you find them alarming, I imagine that the texts, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you find alarming are the texts about there is someone in the house, I think, someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on. I thought it was you, but when I came in, no one was home. There is no one in the house though. Those are some of the texts that you found to be problematic, correct?
In the fact that there's no response in between any of those, yes.
Okay. We can agree there's no response, but you don't know if, okay, we can agree there's no response by text between Mrs. Crumbly and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
But you also have no way to tell when you see text messages like this, at what time Mrs. Crumbly read those texts.
Correct. You'll be able to tell that it was read, but yes, not what time.
Okay, so for example, when the shooter texts, "Can you get home now?" And then there is someone else, there's someone in the house, I think, a few seconds later, and then about 30 seconds after that, another text. You have no idea if Jennifer Crumbly checked her phone to see the first text message, checked and saw the second. You don't know which ones she saw or when, correct?
I don't know the time they were read, no.
All you know is that you don't see any response to them.
They're correct, there's no response.
So there's a number of possible things that could have happened in between these texts.
From 7:50 to the end of the last text,
Yeah,
she could have texted back, you mean, or called?
she could have, well, she didn't text back, we agree with that,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay, when I say there's a number of things that could have happened, I mean, she could have read the text and thought this is garbage or he's joking and just set the phone down, correct?
She could have.
Okay, she could have not seen the texts because she was busy doing something.
Correct.
She could have been, we know she's at the horse ranch. Are you aware of how strong Jennifer Crumbly's cell signal is out at the farm, at the barn, where the horses are kept?
I have no idea about that. No, I do not.
Okay, if her cell signal doesn't work out where the barn is, it's possible these texts are not getting to her until she gets to a place where data uploads into the phone, correct?
That's correct.
So while we see these texts being sent, we cannot conclude that Jennifer Crumbly is reading these as they are coming to her. Fair to say?
I mean, they were, that's the time that they were sent, the 7:50 and 14 seconds, and then 17 seconds and 39 seconds. That's when they were actually sent, and they were received on the other end. That's marked at that time. Otherwise, it would have come in at a later time.
Okay, but my point is you don't know when she saw them, when Mrs. Crumbly actually read them.
No, but they would have been on the phone at that time.
If the phone had a signal and was able to get text, they'd be on the phone at that time, correct?
It would have been at a later time, at the time that they came in.
Okay, but if the signal wasn't working, she might not have been able to see those texts until she got to a point where the signal came in.
Correct.
Okay, there's times where you're in an area, people can be in an area.
This is the 232, yes.
Interview completed and concluded that Saturday about 2.5 hours later, right?
Yes.
You on that first occasion that she'd had nothing to eat since a slice of pizza before her arrest, right? She actually on June 6th.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. You can bring the jury in, please.
Sorry about that. I stepped into the other room, got a phone call, got distracted. So I put it back on where the break ends. I've put it on 1.25 to get us caught up. And I'm going to be leaving soon to go to the bridal appointment for my niece. And I've discovered how to end the stream remotely, so I'll be checking
Counsel
periodically.
stipulate.
Yes, Judge. Yes.
Thank you. And you have concluded your direct examination, Attorney McGinnis.
I have, Judge.
Attorney Sean.
Good afternoon, Detective, Officer Kimball, right? Westport Police.
Whatever you want to say, sir. Good afternoon, Attorney Sherman.
We've met before?
Yes.
We've spoken before?
Yes.
I may, because we've gone through the last couple of days, a lot of testimony, I may move around a bit, but I will try to keep in some semblance of order, so that'll be something that's easier to follow.
Okay.
So getting back to your testimony, you were involved in interviewing Michelle on 3 separate occasions. Is that correct?
Yes.
The first was at the New Canaan Police Department on June 2nd, 2019, right?
Correct.
The second was on June 6th, 2019 at the law office of Attorney Andrew Bowman in Westport, correct?
Correct.
And the third time was on August 13th, 2019 at State Police Headquarters Troop G, right? In Bridgeport.
Correct.
The quality of the video at the New Canaan Police Department on June 2nd, 2019 is not quite what it was when you were using your own equipment on June 6th. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And although I'll get to it in a minute, There were actually on June 6th, 2 separate cameras recording from different angles. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then when I show you a clip, which we probably won't get to today, you will see a leg of a tripod closer to where you were sitting, and that would have been the so-called second camera. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
This first interview took place the night or the day after Michelle was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And that was an arrest for the charges relating to the what we see Mr. Dulos distributing trash in Albany Avenue in Hartford, correct?
Yes,
That's what she was under arrest for at that time, right?
correct.
And you had prepared that warrant yourself, right?
Yes,
So you were involved in the investigation from almost from the very beginning, right?
yes,
She was arrested at about 11 o'clock at night, right?
yes, 11:15.
11:15 at night
Yeah.
in Avon at the Residence Inn.
Correct.
You weren't present for that, right?
That is correct, I was not.
There were other detectives who went to the Avon, Connecticut Residence Inn, right?
Mhm.
You got to answer yes or no.
Yes, yes,
And there were also uniformed state troopers who were there as well, correct?
correct.
You were made aware that at the time that she was arrested, she was already in bed in pajamas, right?
I was not aware of that, no.
You were not aware of that, right? But you were aware, you were at the New Canaan Police Department at the time she was actually placed under arrest, correct?
I don't know if I was at New Canaan at 11:15 PM. I was there when she arrived on the 2nd.
All right, so that was going to be my next question. You were en route there at some point and got there before she was transported from Avon down to New Canaan, right?
Before she arrived in New Canaan, yes.
And just so that I'm clear, when you had applied for this warrant, you were at that time only accusing her of assisting Mr. Dulos with what happened in Hartford, right? The charges.
The charges were okay.
And you didn't make the decision to have her brought from Avon down to New Canaan, did you? You didn't make that decision, did you?
No, no,
And it's, many miles from Avon, Connecticut down to New Canaan, isn't it?
yes.
It's at least an hour and a half to maybe 2 hours, right?
I don't know the approximate travel time, especially at night.
And she arrived at the New Canaan Police Station, however, sometime certainly after midnight, maybe closer to 1 a.m. Is that the best of your recollection?
That's my recollection is she arrived at 12:50 AM. That's when I first saw her.
And you, I think your testimony was she had made arrangements then with her attorney to meet with you later on that day, right? Because it's early in the morning now, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, and she made arrangements when her lawyer could be there, right?
When she first arrived, she hadn't made those arrangements, but they were made subsequent. Yeah.
That's what I mean. But
Okay.
then-
I just want to make sure I'm answering your questions.
Right.
That's all.
She called her attorney, right?
Mhm, mhm.
You have to answer
Yes,
yes or no.
yes.
And the time that was set up was the time we see on the screen, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when it starts, right?
Yes.
When she was transported from Avon, you were aware that she was in the room with her, when she was arrested, she was in the room with her daughter, right?
I was not aware of that, no.
Well, did you have any input as to whether she should be arrested in front of her 12-year-old daughter or not?
Just gonna
No.
object, Your Honor.
Well, grounds.
Assumes facts not in evidence, hearsay.
Well, the question is, did you have any input into the decision of having Michelle Troconis arrested in front of her daughter? Well, he would have personal knowledge as to whether he had input. But the other objection is hearsay. If the other objection is hearsay, that's overruled.
I had no input on whether she was arrested in front of her daughter, no.
You were not you were the investigating officer as of that date, correct?
I don't think I was the lead investigator as of the 1st of June.
Okay. There was a sergeant that you were aware of who was up in Avon that day, correct? State police sergeant.
Yes,
And when Miss Troconis arrived in New Canaan, she was in handcuffs, wasn't she?
yes,
And you were made aware, and you were aware that she was brought to New Canaan because that's where the state's attorney, Colangelo, had said she should be brought, correct?
correct.
Now, you've interviewed many people over the years as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you've actually received training in interrogation techniques, haven't you?
In an interview and interrogation technique.
And you've seen how people react when they're afraid, right?
Yes,
You've seen how sometimes people might be afraid, but they act calm, right?
yes,
They sometimes are nervous, right?
I would expect them to be nervous at times, yeah.
Well, especially if it's a situation they're not used to, right?
That's a natural result, yeah.
Unknown situations for a lot of people if they suddenly find themselves in police custody.
Well, what is the question?
All right. People react differently in your experience when they find themselves in police custody. Isn't that a fair statement?
Yes.
Once the interview started with Mr. Bowman present, right? Did you ever meet Attorney Bowman before?
Not before that day, no, sir.
Had you had any of the other officers in New Canaan who were there met him before?
I don't know.
Were you aware that he had been a lawyer for approximately 50 years?
No, I was not.
You didn't know that?
No.
Because I was going to ask, did you know that we were probably in high school or younger when he was already practicing law, but you don't know the answer to that, right?
That's correct, I do not.
At the beginning of the recorded interview, we see you reading a form that had what we are commonly known as the Miranda rights, correct?
The notice and waiver of rights, correct.
You say first you did the notice, right?
Correct.
Then there's a part that you refer to as the waiver, correct?
Correct.
Now, we've learned since then that that form that she signed has disappeared or is not located, correct?
That is correct.
But in any event, the whole time, we can see her at least signing some piece of paper. Is that right?
Yes.
And her lawyer was there when that was being done.
Yes, he was.
You were not offering Ms. Troconis any kind of promises at that point, right?
No.
You didn't offer immunity.
No.
You didn't offer some kind of proffer agreement, meaning where whatever she says would not be used against her.
I don't have the authority to do that, so no.
Well, if nobody gave you that authority in any event, right?
Correct.
You were in consult with Mr. Colangelo that evening, were you not?
Yes.
In that afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And this was a weekend, right? The
Yes,
second?
it's Saturday, the 1st, correct. I was out of the room.
She said it to Officer Detective Clabby.
Clabby, yes.
Right. So let's be clear. You were there. Detective Clabby was there, right?
I was not in the room, but I was in the building.
Did Detective Clabby mention to you that she had had nothing to eat since before her arrest on the evening of June 1st?
He did not know.
You were also aware, because I think Detective Clabby says it in that first interview, that the night before that, she had been taken up to Litchfield for fingerprinting and things like that, right?
Yes.
You remember Detective Clabby saying the part about
I know it's been a rough week, but they don't really understand or know about what we do. So
If we've seen you at some of your worst moments, we see the humanity in you. And we want people to know that it's there.
that's
I saw it out there.
I saw it the other night and you were having a hard time. Whenever we were doing the friends, I could see it, so you feel.
And we understand that there could be, yeah, I don't know. You, I don't know if I was treating you, I don't know if I promised you, I told you. I know it's been in the last week, there's been a significant change in your lifestyle, and there may be a downward trajectory for you. So you look shell shocked for me yesterday, because you were saying your safety, you look like, and you're shocked. Right. And that's understandable, we understand.
all right. So she actually, you used the term shell shocked, and she said she was in shock, right?
Yes.
And that just goes to, like, that was something, a number of people, that's the reason they find themselves under arrest, right?
Yeah.
And you'd agree being arrested is a shocking experience.
Yes.
Now, one of the things that you had learned, besides the financial situation that Mr. Dulos was in, was that he surrounded himself by well-off and successful people, right?
You had heard that, yes?
And you talked to some of those people, didn't you? You had interviewed some of them, right?
Me personally, no, but yes, they were spoken to.
The other members of the unit.
Correct. State
No,
police.
because we've heard from many state police officials and officers and New Canaan police, there were a large number of detectives and officers assigned to this case, wasn't there? Especially in the earlier days.
That worked the case,
That
yes.
worked the case. Fair to say at least 50 to 100, if you count the uniformed patrol officers that were involved, the troopers.
Fair to say, yes.
And those people who knew Fotis Dulos that you talked to could not believe that he'd even be involved in this. Isn't that correct?
Just object, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
After the after you first met Michelle Troconis in the middle of the night, you saw her at the station when she went to, and then she was allowed to call the lawyer, right?
Yes, yes.
Then you said you went home because you were tired and needed some rest, right?
Yes.
But Michelle Troconis couldn't go home, could she?
No, she was in custody.
She was in custody and she was, at that point at least, denied bail, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes.
Well, because the court knows the legal procedure, the question denied bail is a mischaracterization.
All right, I'll rephrase. She was not allowed to post bail, was she?
Until arraignment, no.
I'm going to ask now to recall when you asked her to sort of convey what her day was like, to recount her day, that she then responded by using terms like what my normal day was. Remember that?
During the first interview?
Right.
During
And
this.
I'm going to ask Bob, if you go to, I think it's like minute 12. 12:40. 12:40. Or make it 12:30, actually.
Usually I have an alarm set for 6:40 every day. Why not Thursdays? Because Nicole goes to school on Thursdays. She gets in at 9 instead of 8. So from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Fridays, my alarm is always mine, and Nicole's alarm is always set at 6:40.
Okay, you live at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Okay, with Fotis and with Nicole?
Nicole.
Okay.
Yes.
And Nicole is 12?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So my normal day, the alarm sounds. Usually I'm in my room, she's in her room. She wakes up, she's very dependent. She wakes up, I hear the shower turning on. That day I slept with her because from Thursday to Friday it was raining, there was thunderstorms. So she called me at 12:59 when she's scared and then half the phone next to my bed. She called me, I answered, she said, I'm scared. And obviously, when she says that, I hang up and I go and pick up the phone and I go to her room. So I did that. So obviously I woke up and I was with her in her bed. Then
So first of all, let me just break that down a bit.
Judge, just for the record, he paused it at 13:43.
Thank you.
That's fine. I didn't realize the screen would go off before the pause, but that's okay. Well, next time, if we leave it up just for the pause, it'll be easier for me to say that. Because I don't have my own screen, I'm sorry. So, a lot of what Ms. Troconis was telling you at this point had to do with her usual day, what she did on a regular basis, correct?
Yes, correct.
Often when she spoke, she used the present tense in her conversation with you. Isn't that right?
Yes,
That turned out to be true, even if she was talking about something in the past, correct?
yes,
You understood that might have something to do with her not being a native English speaker, right?
yes,
She told you that she got a call right before 1 a.m. from her 12-year-old daughter because she was scared about thunderstorms, right?
yes,
And that it had been raining, right?
yes,
You said in answers to Mr. McGinnis's questions yesterday that you checked on some app like Weather Underground or something, that there were no storms in that area. Isn't that right?
I checked on Weather Underground and timeanddate.com, and there was minimal precipitation, not none, but only less than half an inch.
And that was at Brainerd Airport, isn't that
That
right?
was at Brainerd Airport, correct.
Right. I'm going to offer Defense Exhibit K. Yeah.
I have no objection to K.
Defense K admitted as a full exhibit.
I just have a moment to use my. All right, yeah. Would you call up the map, please, that's on there? Now, do you recognize this from the Weather Service being from the early morning hours of May 24th, 2019 at 12:56 a.m.? Could you zoom in a little on the center, please?
Judge, if I may, I just want to indicate, is Attorney Schoenherr indicating this came from one of these sites, or is he indicating it came from Weather US, which is what it shows?
Yes, from weather.us.
Thank you.
All right. Do you recognize the area of blue and aqua in the center of the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what's the time indicated on this image?
It's cut off on my screen. It's down at the bottom.
If you look behind you,
Oh,
I think
okay.
you might be able to read it.
12:56 a.m. on May 24th, 2019.
All right. So is it at least conceivable, Officer Kimball, that the sources that you looked at were not actually looking at the Farmington, West Hartford area at that moment?
Yes, it's conceivable.
Okay. And I also just want to be clear, do you agree, if you look at this map, that this is the location where Fort Jefferson Crossing is? That blue area in the center there, it would include Fort Jefferson Crossing.
It doesn't include it. It's very close to. I'm not sure. I'm not that familiar with the road, so it's definitely either on top of or close to Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Then I have to ask you a different question. Now, as part of the investigation, and as we listen to the questioning, there's a lot of talk about the pond, the ski
Yes.
pond, right?
Yes.
And you're aware, so that everybody here is aware, that the ski pond was basically down the mountain. The house was on top of Avon Mountain, correct?
Yes.
And on both sides of Avon Mountain, there's roads that go up and up, but they're quite steep, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I don't know if you've ever had to cover that as a trooper, but you know that there have been very serious accidents going down the both sides of that mountain,
Yes.
right?
More than.
Including multiple fatalities, trucks running out of control, lots of injuries over the years, correct?
Yes.
So you were aware that the pond was sort of part of the Farmington River Valley, which was just below Avon Mountain, correct?
When you say just below, can you give me a cardinal southwest?
Sure. That if you wanted to get to that pond, there was only one road, by the way, to get from Avon to Farmington, one main road. That would be Route 4, correct?
Route 4, okay. Yes.
So if you wanted to get to this pond, you either had to take Route 4 or you had to take Route 44, the Albany Avenue, right? Unless you take some back roads.
Yes.
And do you agree that the pond was located in the valley below Avon Mountain between Route 4 and Route 44?
Yes.
In fact, I don't know if,
Not
for
familiar
people
with
that are from down here, but it's very close to the private school, Avon Old Farm School. You're familiar with that
Yes.
facility? It's a
Yes.
private boarding school for boys.
Yes.
Okay, so it's close to there, right?
Yes.
And as part of your investigation, you knew that other officers spoke to the owner of the pond, a man by the name of Robert Haynes, correct?
Hutch Haynes, yes.
And Hutch was.
Hutch
his
was
nickname.
his nickname. Yes.
And that you knew he owned the Avon storage lockers that we hear talked about in the videos, right?
Yes.
He also owned the area where the pond was, right?
That's correct. Yes.
One of the things that was collected from Mr. Haynes was the surveillance cameras from the area, from his storage locker area and the pond area, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever review those videos?
I did not personally know.
All right, I'm going to ask that in the same exhibit, if we could play the video at, move it forward to about 12:45 a.m. Can you tell us what you observed?
It appears to be rain falling.
Severely heavy rain?
Yeah. Yes.
If we could just move it forward 3 or 4 minutes so we don't have to watch this exciting video. Just 3 minutes, just maybe, no, before 1 though. Go back a little bit further, please, right there. So at 12:54, it's still raining quite hard, is that right?
Rain, I don't see any lightning, but yes, I do see rain.
All right. Thank you.
When can you just indicate for the record what you played?
Yes, that is a section of the surveillance video from the Avon storage locker units on Old Farms Road in Avon, Connecticut.
And which exhibit number is that, please? Oh,
It's
a
part
letter.
of The same
Okay.
exhibit.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
When you said to Michelle point blank, we checked, there were no storms that night, were you trying to deceive her by saying that?
I believe I said there was very little precipitation, but no, it was not an attempt at deception. It was a bona fide belief of mine at the time.
But she was telling you that there was a storm and her daughter called her and she went up to her daughter's room, right?
Yes.
You're telling her that you didn't believe her when she told you that, right?
I told her that there was little to no precipitation. Yes.
In hindsight, was that accurate?
Not according to the video I just saw.
So as far as you know now, she was telling you the truth, right?
As far as I know, yes.
When we're talking about the beginning of that June 2nd, 2019 interview, and I don't want to play a lot of clips if we recall it. If not, then we'll play it. But you remember either you or Detective Clabby were telling Michelle that she, from what you knew, she was a good mom, right?
Yes.
And that the media had been tough on her, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that there was a lot of tabloid media with pictures of Michelle Troconis even before she was arrested?
I don't pay much attention to the media, but I'm aware that there was some coverage of it, yes.
It included her daughter too, didn't it?
I don't
Pictures
know.
of her daughter.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Well, the question really is, do you know whether it included pictures of her daughter?
Yeah.
No, I do not.
Between the by the way, when Michelle was telling you about her day of May 24th, one of the things she told you is that she took her daughter to school around 8:15, 8:20 in the morning. Is that right?
I think she left 7:30, 7:35.
But you confirmed the fact that she arrived at the school and brought her daughter there, right?
Yes.
Her daughter's school was maybe 15, 20 minutes away from Fort Jefferson Crossing, approximately.
Approximately, yes.
And that was something you were able to confirm.
Yes.
She also told you that she had returned a purse to Mr. Haynes that his wife had left at her house, right?
Yes.
At the Dulos house.
Yes.
She told you that they were over for dinner that previous night, May 23rd, correct?
Yes.
And that's when Miss Haynes Erin Haynes forgot her purse, right?
Yes.
She told she got a text. She got a text from Erin Haynes saying, you know, I left my purse there, right?
Yes.
And I believe we heard Michelle say she would bring it because it was on her way to the Stop and Shop, right?
Yes.
You confirmed the fact that she did that, correct?
Subject calls for hearsay, Judge.
Well, the question is, essentially, did you confirm that Michelle Troconis did a certain, or engaged in a certain activity? Did you verify that, as the court understands the question?
Yes.
Overruled.
I personally did not. I am unsure as to whether someone else specifically verified the Erin Haynes, but we know that she went to Stop and Shop.
Okay. And you confirmed that you actually verified that you obtained videos from the Stop and Shop store showing her going in, right?
Yes. Yes.
And shopping and paying for items at the cash register, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say that you checked out almost every angle you could in your investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, whatever was available, right?
Yes.
You met again with Michelle Troconis, as you indicated, 4 days later. Is that right?
Yes.
And there, she was still staying, she said she was still staying at the Avon Residence Inn, right?
Yes,
And that's because she had been not allowed back into her house, right?
that's correct.
In fact, at the end of the second interview, you hear her ask, she needs clothes, she doesn't even have a pair of shoes that she can change into, right?
Yes,
Her daughter doesn't have any clothes for school, right?
yes,
And she was asking permission to be able to go get some clothes for herself and her daughter, right?
yes,
And I believe it was this, we can't see him, but the state's attorney, Richard Colangelo, was in the room at that time, wasn't he?
yes,
He's the one who said he gave the permission to do that. Is that right?
yes.
I'm not sure you were asked that specific question, but there was a man with glasses halfway through the June 6th interview who walked in. Was that Richard Colangelo himself?
Yes,
And he sat off screen to the left of the camera, is that right?
somewhere off to the left. Yes, I'm not sure.
And we hear a female voice as well, but we don't see, that would be Officer Allison
Peters.
who was a detective at that time as well with the state police.
Yes,
You did not speak with Michelle Troconis in between June 2nd and June 6th, did you?
I did
personally?
not. I did not know.
You continued to conduct investigations during that time,
Yes,
continued to gather additional information,
yes,
sent additional items to the state lab to be examined, is that right?
yes,
Talk to more people.
yes,
In the interim, the house for Jefferson Crossing was being searched, is that right?
Just object, Your Honor. Vague.
well,
Between June 2nd and June 6th was the house being searched and the property being searched.
there was a search which was conducted on at least one of those days.
There were also dogs that were brought onto the canines to search the property as well, right?
Yes.
Those were not in conjunction with the evidentiary services unit, right? It's a different day, right?
Can you ask that different way? I'm not sure I
Sure.
understand. the
On
question.
June 3rd, the evidentiary services unit of the Western District Major Crime Squad was at Fort Jefferson Crossing, right?
Yes,
They were there all day.
yes,
On a different day, before June 6th, there were police dogs of the state police searching the property as well, right?
the canine unit searched. I'm unaware of exactly what day the canine, but the canine unit is separate from our van.
It was, however, done while the house remained under police control, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, you were aware that, as she indicated in the video, that Michelle was staying at the hotel, right?
Yes,
She talks about her mom as well, right?
yes,
Was her mom there when you were interviewing her on June 6th? Was she out in the hallway?
her mother is seated in the hallway. Yes,
At one point when the door opens, we see a woman sitting in a waiting area. Was that Miss Troconis's mom?
I believe it was. Yes,
Were you introduced to her as the mom?
I don't remember being so.
Okay, but there was another woman, a woman a little bit older than Michelle Troconis sitting in the waiting area.
Well navigated. Yes,
Now, at one point, we hear Mr. Bowman talk about how Mr. Troconis used her phone to pinpoint her whereabouts. Do you remember hearing him say that to you?
so pinpoint her whereabouts.
Go ahead. I didn't-
Sorry, my understanding was she referenced her phone to determine what she was doing around the general time of a phone call or of a text.
Okay.
So
well, that's-
whereabouts, as far as like physical whereabouts?
Oh, no, timeframes.
Okay. Yes, yes, I will agree with that.
All right. And she didn't have her phone on either June 2nd or June 6th, did she?
No, she did not.
The phone had been seized on May 31st, correct?
Yes.
by the state police.
Yes.
By the way, I just want to, before I move away from May 31st. To your knowledge, the first encounter that Michelle Troconis had with the state police was on that evening of May 31st, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Detective Clabby was in Litchfield when Ms. Troconis was escorted up there, correct?
Yes,
She was not under arrest at that point, right?
correct.
That was on the evening of May 31st, right?
Yes,
Ms. Troconis was up there because that's where the state police decided that they would do her fingerprints, right?
correct,
They would take a DNA swab from her cheek, right?
correct.
They'd also take, I think you referred to it as full body photographs, is that right?
Yes,
That means she was required to take off all her clothes except for her thong underwear, is that right?
and perhaps her brassiere, I'm not sure.
But everything else.
Well, down
had come off.
down to underwear, yes.
Right. And then a female police officer was brought in to take those pictures, right?
That's correct, yes.
And those pictures were of all parts of her body except for what the thong underwear and bra covered, right?
Correct, yes.
On that first interview on June 2nd, there was a fair amount of discussion about the cars and the location where those cars were parked. Is that right?
Yes,
By the way, on that, you were shown yesterday and today the written documents, exhibits 74 and 75. And I just want to go over that with you for a minute. You did not have those documents on June 2nd, 2019, did you?
correct, that is correct. We did not have-
They were found in the house by the evidentiary services team and the van team, whatever the crime van team.
Crime van,
Okay, on June 3rd, right?
yes,
On June 2nd, Michelle told you that she was listening in on a phone call when Jacob Pietranker was telling Fotis Dulos that he needed to create a timeline. Is that right?
for Wednesday, the 22nd.
Yes, right. Well, we'll get to that. I understand that it was then Mr. Dulos who, according to the video, told Michelle she also had to do one for Friday. That's what the video shows, right?
Correct,
But we're talking now about Wednesday, and that, according to the testimony and the video, was the first time that Michelle Troconis even found out that Fotis had been at his wife's home that Wednesday, the 22nd, right?
yes,
In fact, she indicated she was a little annoyed about that he hid that from her.
yes,
The document that you did have for, and I just want this clarified now, of the timeline was a photocopy that Michelle identified as being her document, right?
yes,
The original, which you held up, which had the purple line on it, she said that was not her handwriting, correct?
that's correct,
She also told you that she did not prepare that document, correct?
that's correct,
She thought it looked like Fotis Dulos's handwriting,
yes,
but she hadn't seen it before.
yes, that's correct,
There's also, I need some clarification. She told you that Fotis made a photocopy of her written timelines, correct?
honestly don't remember who she said made the copy.
Well, we can get to it, but if
Okay.
I show you I'd have to play it. I have a transcript, but if I indicate to you that she did say that it was Fotis made the photocopy, that doesn't conflict with what you believe, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Fair enough. It's not important enough to me to look
Okay.
for it right now and take up time. So in any event, after Michelle was taken up to Litchfield on May 31st, now it was in the evening, she was told she couldn't go home, right?
Correct.
That was still true. I think we just got to, was still true through June 6th, correct?
Correct.
Until Mr. Colangelo said the next day he gave permission, she can get some things out of it.
Correct.
When Ms. Troconis told you that she gave the original of the Exhibit 75 to her attorney, you didn't know if that was true at that moment, correct?
No, we didn't.
Until when Mr. Bowman said, yes, she gave it to me, and he sort of held something up as we see in the video. Did you believe it then?
To clarify, I'm not sure what she gave Attorney Bowman was the same document that she had prepared and was then photocopied, which we found. She had prepared a timeline, which she had presented to Attorney Bowman.
Well, the two photocopies that were in Ms. Troconis's handwriting, one was a list of incoming and outgoing phone calls, right?
Yes.
In her handwriting.
She identified it as her handwriting.
And it appeared, I believe she said, but did it appear that she had needed to use her phone to document that item?
Yes.
At the time, did you know who was with her when she wrote it?
I'm sorry, can we get a time frame? I'm confused by the question, at the time.
Do you know when she was writing that document, who was with her when she wrote it?
I don't know when she wrote it, so I don't know who was with her at that time.
At one point, just so that we're clear, she did say in the video, in the second video, that Fotis told her to write down everything, correct?
Yes.
And didn't Attorney Bowman in that first interview say to you that Michelle relies on her phone for specific times? Isn't that what he said? By the way, if you knew a document was being prepared for a lawyer, you wouldn't take that document, would you?
No.
I was going to object, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, Mr. Bowman indicated to you, if you recall yesterday, that, I think he said that, I want you to understand this is not rehearsed. Any attorney would go over everything together. It's common for attorneys to go over everything in detail. Do you remember that being said yesterday? That you don't disagree with that statement, do you?
Just going to object, Your Honor, relevance as to whether he disagrees.
Well, as far as relevance, the question is, do you disagree with the statement that essentially a competent attorney would try to review with his client a chronology? Well, really the objection really is foundation. Well, the court is going to sustain the objection.
By the way, could Michelle have stopped answering questions at any time?
Yes,
Could her lawyer, if the lawyer had said, we're stopping, we're not going any further, would you have then stopped asking questions?
yes,
That never happened, did it?
correct,
And she never asked to stop, did she?
correct.
Even after, did Detective Clabby mention that at one point she said she felt dizzy
Which interview are we talking?
in the first interview?
Interview, first interview. I don't remember that occasion.
By the way, at the time that Ms. Troconis was arrested and brought to the New Canaan Police Station at, what time was it? Approximately
12:50 a.m. is when I saw her
12:50
for the
a.m.
first time on the second.
Mr. Dulos arrested at the same time, wasn't he?
Yes,
He was brought in a separate police car to the New Canaan Police Department, right?
yes,
There's some discussion about keeping her separate from Mr. Dulos. Was that at your suggestion?
I don't think it was at my suggestion.
When you told Ms. Troconis that Fotis Dulos had not cooperated with the New Canaan Police Department, she seemed surprised, didn't she?
Again, I'm sorry, the first interview we're talking?
Yes.
Yes, I believe she did.
She had indicated to you that Mr. Dulos had told her he went down with Jacob Pytranker to speak with the New Canaan Police. Isn't that right?
Yes,
Were you at the New Canaan Police Station on May 25th when Mr. Dulos came in with his lawyer?
yes, I was.
But you were not downstairs in the foyer when Mr. Dulos and Mr. Pytranker came in, right?
That's correct. I was.
So you were not a witness to whatever the interaction was with the New Canaan police officers that were there, right?
Trooper Chris Allegro and Officer Tom Patton, but I was not a witness. No.
Okay. By the way, I just want to be clear, I'm going back a little bit here, but when Ms. Troconis asked you if you spoke Spanish, what was your answer?
No, but I don't know of any other attributes of my answer.
Did Detective
said, "No, I
Clabby, to
don't."
your knowledge, speak Spanish?
Detective Clabby has a Spanish wife. I don't know if he speaks Spanish.
Which say like Hispanic wife, you mean? Is that what, you mean she's from Spain
She
or
is,
from?
yes.
From
My-
Spain?
my apologies, yes.
Okay. And I also note, and I don't know if the jury knows it, but there were times when she answered in Spanish words. She would say, sí, bueno, pero, right?
Yes.
Do you know what any of those words mean?
Bueno is well. At least that's what it was translated to me.
Mhm.
Sí, I believe is yes.
How about pero?
Pero, I don't know pero.
I want to just ask you then some questions now about some of the, Judge, I was going to go into a different area. I don't know if this might be I could
A natural
squeeze out
stopping
another
point.
5 minutes, but
Probably a natural stopping point.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude today's proceeding. Please, as always, avoid any media coverage about the case and do not discuss with anyone any of the evidence in the case or anything about the case. We plan to resume on Monday morning at 10 o'clock. Have a safe weekend.
Rise, this honorable Superior Court now stands adjourned until Monday at 10 a.m.
There are still well over 100 people left to try to contact and try to interview. And let me back up and explain what we do with mitigation. We are to learn Brian's life story. We are to go all the way back to before he was born and learn his life story. We have to be prepared to talk about that in different ways. But it's not just a life story. We're required to go 3 generations back on each side, mom and dad. The court can imagine that there are a lot of documents that must be collected and examined and reviewed so that we are aware of things that we would need to present to our jury if we ever got to that phase. We have had a lot of trouble collecting documents. Sometimes it takes a court order to get documents. Sometimes documents are missing. Sometimes they're very old and you have to piece things together. We're working through it, but I want the court to know it takes some time for that as well. There are records yet to be obtained that we need in both sides. There are still experts yet to be hired that we need to find an expert that has the right expertise and will work on the case with us. We do have several, we're working with them, but there are still more that need to be found. And then let's come back to the discovery. I want to talk about some of the difficulties with discovery, and I want everybody to know that I am not disparaging the state when I say this. I'm describing a complication, a challenge, probably one that the state shares. In this case, we began asking for supplemental discovery in February of 2023. We had some initial discovery, and then we started looking at it and asking for other discovery. We are up to our 11th request for discovery, and there's, I think, 250 items total with subparts to that. The state will respond to us. They're not ignoring us. I'm not saying that at all. There's just a lot out there. But this is complicated because the discovery that we receive, the materials, there's videos, there's interviews, there's police reports, there's photographs, 13,000 photographs that come in, and they are not indexed. So you get a discovery file and there's tons of sub-files, and I believe this is the way the state's getting it too. And I believe this is complicated because we have multiple law enforcement entities that have been working on the case, and I believe they filter discovery through one of the entities and then it gets to the prosecutor. And I think they're hurrying as fast as they can to get the discovery to us. So I think they're giving it to us as they get it. But there's no indexing in it. So you must open each of those files and see what you have. And you might have police reports in sequence, and then you might not. And you might have photographs, but you don't know which officer took them. You can tell where they are, but you don't know which officer, and you don't know what day because the officers were in that residence multiple times. So that's complicated to try to match all of those things up. There are things that we've asked for that have taken, it's just taken a long time. The court knows we've had motions to compel, and we've had some pretty lively debates about what certain things that we should have and certain things that they don't want us to have for other reasons. Those things take time as well. We don't have complete discovery. I don't think the state has complete discovery, but we definitely don't have complete discovery. I'll give you a couple of examples. There is a video that's a really important video, and we early on received some of it, and we are still waiting for the complete of it. The court would know from our 11th discovery request that there's still outstanding portions of that video that we need to have, and I think the state's working through it, trying to match up video and sound together for the completion, the full several days worth of video. But there's not even an estimated day when we'll get that. And that is critical for us to review and hear all of that. So that's an example, Your Honor, that is not us saying we just don't want to go to trial, we just want to drag our feet. That is us saying there are critical things that we don't have. I am very concerned about expert reports. We have a draft of one, the cast report. The court had ordered that we receive the cast report. It's a draft. I don't think the state has it. I don't think they're sitting back on it, but I don't have that yet. And There are completed materials all over the place like that we just don't have. Our team speaks with the prosecution team fairly regularly about these issues. We communicate by text and by email about things like this that are coming up. We've sat down and spoken with them. They're very open to talking to us, but this just isn't a closed deal. There has to be a deadline on discovery. There has to be a target date where that ends. And then there has to be time to make sure that we've read every piece of it, watched all the videos, looked at all of the photographs, and know where they came from. A few months from now is not a sufficient amount of time to do that. There is no possible way I can even read or watch everything I have now or react to things that are still coming in if we're to have a deadline in time for a summer of 2024 trial. There is no possible way that I would be effective in my investigation, in my presentation to a jury, if I don't have the state's expert materials ready to give to my experts and then give them a report to respond to. There is no way that I am effective assistance counsel if I haven't looked at every bit of discovery that's available. Recently, Your Honor, as recently as January 4th, we received discovery that contained over 9,000 tips that law enforcement had obtained. And we've had, this isn't a new issue, I think the court's heard about this before. We've had bits and pieces of tips and they've come in and we've reviewed them, but the 9,000 new ones we received January 4th, those were closed out in October of 2023. And I don't think the state sat on them. I think that's an example of the process that they close them out so they can give them to us, but they go through other agencies before they get in the prosecutor's hands to give to us. I have to read every one of those 9,000 tips. There are things that matter to us in our innocence phase that have come up and been done, and I have to read them and appreciate them and react to them and see what's there. That's the duty I owe to Brian. That's his right for effective assistance of counsel to have me do those things. Your Honor, summer of 2024, it's impossible for us to do it. Our team constantly meets, we constantly work. We are on this. This is our priority. Brian's our priority, but we are not going to be ready in June 2024. Your Honor, I want to also talk about some of the other deadlines. One of the things in the state's motion for scheduling order had to do with the alibi defense. And as the court remembers, we had made some submissions and we needed more information before we could do anything more complete. We're still in that circumstance. But when the court vacated its scheduling order last fall, that was part of the scheduling order that was vacated. So the state asserts in its scheduling order that our time has expired, and that just can't be because the court didn't carve that out and say, I'm going to vacate everything but this. So we'll need a new date, but I'd ask the court to be really mindful of the other information we need. We need the cast report. We need other information of things that past agents and other specialists with the FBI might have done with cell towers and records. And I don't have all of those yet. I have some. And the state has pointed me to places that they believe I have more that maybe I missed in the discovery, and I'll look at those. But I'm going to need some time to do that. I wanted to let the court know as well, because the court's going to be considering a scheduling deadline for 12B motions. I want us to have a clear picture before we have that deadline. And the clear picture that I'm concerned about is the state's pathway of how Brian Kohberger comes to their attention and is identified. I've read that PC affidavit over and over and over again, and I'm not sure. Over a year into this case and everything I've read, and I've spoken with our team, we're not sure how the state decides on Brian Kohberger. I know different pieces, but I don't know where they fit together. And the more work I do, the less I know about how they fit together. And that is critical for us to assess 12B motions. So while the court's doing deadlines for discovery, I need the court to have something with the 12B keyed on when I have full discovery. I also think it would be appropriate for the court to allow windows to file additional motions based on later disclosed materials too. I think we'll just keep getting materials until the court sets a deadline for it to be cut off. Not anybody's fault, just the magnitude of the case. And so I think that would be something appropriate for the court to set as well. I think that covers it.
Thank you. One more question. So
sure.
I understand this. I mean, I'm aware of amount of disclosures already. But do we need a whole nother year after this summer? I mean, can I help everybody by having tighter deadlines to make things happen faster so that we can get this trial sooner?
That's a tough question. If the state says you have everything and I believe they could say I have everything they have, but I know there's other things out there. I know it based on responses to discovery. If I had absolutely everything, all their experts' reports, I would still need a period of time to read and understand that. There's not a shortcut for the amount of time that it takes to go through everything. There's just not a shortcut for that. Having a deadline for discovery helps me. It just does. Having a deadline for expert disclosures, that absolutely helps me as well. I have the concerns of discovery that's not yet made available. I have the concerns of the time it takes to review all of the materials. And I have the concerns about the limitations we're finding with people being willing to talk to us, both for the innocence phase and the mitigation phase, should we ever get there. I have significant concerns. We're working on it. If you could say, everything's going to go according to plan, I'm going to give you these deadlines and all of the materials will be in the state's hands so they can give them to you. And the records you need will be given to you when you ask. And the witnesses that you need to speak with won't slam the door in your face. If you could tell me that, then I would say I could be ready by March of 2025. And that's me saying I'm going to spend every possible hour on Mr. Koberger's case, which I've been doing and which I'm willing to continue to do, and so is the rest of his team. But my problem is that's best case scenario if we don't run into problems and delays getting records or getting people to talk to us. And if the next calls I make on the experts that I don't have yet secured, if they say yes and they're ready to go and have time to take it on, that's best case scenario. I'm nervous telling you I'll be ready by summer of 2025. I'm nervous telling you that.
Thank you. This is priority for everybody, and I want to be realistic about it. I don't want to set it more than once. I only want to have one trial, one time, so it doesn't come back. We can only predict the future so much. I only have so much power. So I'm relying on counsel deeply. So let's go to Mr. Thompson and see what you have to say about all this. Just getting things ready for trial.
Ms. Taylor is not understating the amount of work that's involved in this case, Judge. I think that's fair to say, and there's more information that continues to be developed. It's kind of like you ask one question, you get an answer, and that leads you to another question. I know that Ms. Taylor and her co-counsel and investigators are encountering that. We are trying to provide things as quickly as we can, and she's right. There are delays in with the multiple agencies getting everything together. The tips, for example, were part of a nationwide tip line that needed to be completely shut down before we could get all the tips that were in it. And so that's why it took so long with these 9,000, I didn't count them, but there are thousands and thousands of tips, most of which are out there, but you're right, most of all of which need to be looked at to see if they have any potential relevance to the case. As I indicated to the court, if we cannot have a trial this summer, then I would say the earliest would be the summer of next year, for the reasons that I've described to the court about the practicalities of carrying on a trial of that duration with the high school, with the universities. We need to be realistic about being sure that we can get our witnesses here. We'll have something to put them, and there won't be undue interruptions in the community that could cause issues with the community's perception of the trial proceedings. I'm not quite sure what else I can offer.
You're making some kind of argument that changing venue, but I know we're not arguing about that.
And, you know, I don't think that's going to change anything, Judge. You know, when this case has national, if not international attention. You know, this spring, I was at Association of Council of Counties board meeting in McCall, and there was more news every morning from Boise on this case than we see up here. Every doggone morning. I have people, friends in this community who have traveled to Mexico, and they say, people here were from Moscow, and immediately they want to talk about this case. It's not Moscow, it's not Latah County, it's everywhere. So I don't think that a change of venue is going to solve any of these problems. And the state's position on venue is that the case should be held here. It's a Latah County case. We believe that we can select an appropriate panel of jurors from Latah County. We have the tools to work with that we've discussed with Your Honor. In fact, we already have a fairly comprehensive draft juror questionnaire to send out so that the court and counsel can assess the level of knowledge and the feelings of the potential jury pool. But we think that we at least owe Latah County, the people of Latah County, the attempt to seat a jury here first. And not just rely on, there's been a lot of publicity. There's been a lot of publicity everywhere. The only place I've heard that there wasn't publicity is in Lewis County. Somebody was talking to a court down there, and they happened to mention co-location, said, what are you talking about? So if we want to change venue, I guess we could go to Nez Perce.
Kind of small.
It's kind of small. Lodgings aren't very good as far as a lot of lodging. But I think that is a practical observation on this case. It's not just here. It's not just Moscow. It's not just Latah County.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. So you're saying, looking at this realistically and the amount of information, evidence, non-evidence, that you might be looking at summer of 2025?
I'm saying that could be where we end up, Judge. I am still concerned about the victims and their families. I mean, they have suffered for well over a year now with a lot of uncertainty, and that's painful. It's an everyday reminder, and they need some certainty and they need some closure in a timely fashion. But we know we also have to make sure, as Your Honor just said a few minutes ago, that we only do this case once. That it doesn't come back on appeal, that it doesn't come back for subsequent things saying that somebody made a mistake. We want to do it right. And the factors are in front of Your Honor. I think that you're certainly in a good position to make the best decision.
It's a decision that pulls me in two different.
I appreciate that, Judge.
Yeah. I don't want to set it right now. I mean, I'd like to get a little closer with discovery and see if we can have that more quickly. I'd like to speed it up if it's possible. I'd really like to do this sooner than later. I mean, maybe March 2025, which Taylor, that would be a reach. I just want to let it percolate a little bit. I know everybody probably here, including counsel, want to direct a certain date. But when you're talking about a date so long in the future, potentially, maybe we can get to a point where we can move it more quickly. I'm not gonna just let it hang for too long, but it's really hard for me right now to set something in 2025, even though that might be just the reality. And I know that there's lots of other issues to be addressed. I know there are going to be a lot of motions. Going to be a lot of motions about the death penalty as well. So it's realizing to think that we have to have a case so far in the future. But if that's what is the right thing for everything to do it correctly, maybe we only have to do it one time. Because we don't want to do this twice. We don't want to do this 3 times. Because no matter what happens, okay, if he's convicted, it's going to be appeal. And that's also a challenge. So my heart goes out to the victims. I can't even imagine the pain, the grief, because you can't really go forward with your life without this hanging over your head. So, sorry. We'll see. All right, so I'm gonna contemplate a little bit. It's not like I have to set this within 2 or 3 months, apparently. And I want to do the right thing. Okay. So, does that conclude what we need to talk about today, Mr. Thompson?
Believe so, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Ron.
Okay, well, thank you all. We are adjourned.